Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku became less shy and confessed his feelings? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. For as long as you've known Midoriya Izuku, he's been one of the nicest people you have known. He was smart, selfless, kind, and strong. He had determination and you knew he would succeed at becoming a great hero. And for all of those great qualities, there was one that was a bit infuriating. He was shy. Being shy isn't necessarily a bad thing, it's just that he couldn't talk to you without being flustered. There were times where you could carry on a conversation, but lately he just couldn't talk to you. You can count 3 times where Izuku had been too shy to talk to you. Number 1. Class 1A had finished a rather tiring class today. You had been particularly drained due to their quirk. Because you had a telekinesis quirk, you had to push past your limits to train in class. Everyone had decided to go get something to eat as a way to bond and relax. So everyone decided to get ice cream. They all got the flavors they wanted and either sat on benches or stood, all chatting together. Midoriya hat next to you. You could feel yourself slipping into a peaceful slumber and decided to rest your eyes. When you woke up it was a little late. You jolted awake and saw someone was carrying you. More specifically Midoriya. He noticed that you were awake and started panicking. He gently set you down on the ground and began apologizing frantically. Y/N. I am sorry why you fell asleep so I thought I would bring you back dash. You smiled and put your hand on his shoulder. Midoriya, it's okay. Thank you. His face turned red and he bowed and quickly walked away. Number 2. The next day you walked into class. You walked over to Uraraka and Ida and started talking with them. It was a nice conversation, but when the door opened and Midoriya walked in, you turned your attention to him. Hey Midoriya. I never got to thank you for helping me yesterday. You continued to talk, but he didn't say anything. He seemed very nervous. Hey, are you okay? You touched his arm and he flinched and shakily gave a thumbs up. I heard snickering from some people but just brushed it off. Number 3. Currently you were out shopping when you ran into a certain shy hero in training. He didn't even notice you until you tapped on his shoulder. Hey Midoriya. How are you? He was frozen in place, couldn't speak. You were worried that he didn't like you. He was always so nervous. You wanted to do something nice you. Even if he didn't like you, you wanted to give him a reason to like you. Midoriya, I wanted to thank you for the other day. So I want to buy you some ice cream. You don't know how you were able to drag him, but you managed to get him seated on the bench. You both ate your ice cream silently. Finally you found courage to confront him. Midoriya, do you hate me? He looked at you and you kept talking. It's just that whenever I try to talk to you, you freeze up. It's okay if you do. I just wanted to let you know that I don't hate you. Still there was no response so you decided to walk away. W8. Y/N. He grabbed my hand and stopped me. I don't hate you. I actually are really like you. He then started rambling about what he liked about me until I finally squeezed his hand. He looked at his hand then to me. I gave him a soft smile and I began to speak. Thank you Midoriya. I really like you too. He began to get flustered again but I kept holding his hand. You made another list of all his great qualities. He was smart, selfless, determined, kind, and strong. And you remember some more. Shy and cute. Bakugo had always been great at everything. He focused on becoming the number 1 hero in the world. Nothing could get in his way. That is, until he saw them. The first time he spotted them, he was overcome with a feeling. It was sudden and he had never experienced this. He felt it every time he saw during hero training. They were strong, fast, and had skill. He racked his brain and tried to think what it could be. Jealousy? No, he was amazing. No one could compare to him. Fear? Never. Then it hit him. It was loathing. Unadulterated loathing. He made it clear to them. They often got into arguments. Their face, their voice, everything. Let's just say he loathed it all. Every trait of theirs, however small, it bugged him. But even though he loathed them, there was a strange exhilaration. Whenever they fought, it fired him up. After months of this, One day, everything boiled over and they were yelling at each other, like usual. Then something unexpected happened. They embraced him. His pulse was rushing, his head was reeling, their face was flushing. What is this feeling? It's what he felt when he was loathing, but it was pure and strong. Though it came on fast, he knew he wanted to loathe them his whole life long. You know how they say that you've met the one when you feel sparks? When you feel your hair stand up or how you feel like electricity runs through your body? Well, it was always like that with Kaminari. It's not as if you disliked it, in fact, his quirk made the embrace exciting. Just one problem, you could always tell when the two of you embraced. Your hair would always stick up. At first it was cute, but now people would know when you two embraced, held hands, hugged, anything. One day it was too much. You were hanging out before class resumed after lunch. Usually he was clingy, as you were his first girlfriend and the only one who didn't turn him down. And today happened to be your 4-month anniversary. Hey, Y/N, I got you this for our anniversary. He pulled out a clumsily wrapped box and handed it to you. You opened it and inside was picture frame with several pictures of the two of you. Along with it a bracelet with a lightning bolt charm and a charm that was related to your quirk. Kaminari. I love it. You gave him an embrace on the cheek and he blushed profusely. Now it's my turn. You pulled out a shoebox and you knew he would love it. For weeks, he went on and on about a pair of sneakers that he thought were so cool. They were black and white and had a lightning bolt on the side. He looked at them and slowly opened the shoebox. Once he saw the shoes, his face lit up. He was so excited and it made you happy to see him happy. Y/N, I can't believe it. You're the best. I mean these are amazing. He gushed. Unable to control himself, he grabbed you and passionately embraced you. He was so lost in the embrace. When he looked up, he was dipping you so that your head was almost touching the ground. He straightened up and gave you a cheeky smile. It was by far one of the best embraces you have gotten. So intense that your hair was stat-icky beyond belief. You looked at your phone camera and saw your hair. You rushed to the bathroom to wet it down before class, with a sheepish Kaminari behind you. He tried to pat it down, but every time he touched it, it would stick up again. Listen, I'm sorry. He cried, chasing you down. What am I gonna do? People will know and make fun of us. You yelled. Well, it was worth it for that embrace. He smiled. You flicked his forehead and headed to class. You go in first and I'll come in a few minutes. Kaminari walked in and took his seat, and after a bit you went in. You walked to your seat, aware of all the eyes on you. You sat down and you could hear people stifling their laughter. Soon they couldn't control it and some people started laughing. Whoa, Y/N. Did you embrace an electric fence? Kirishima laughed. Everybody was staring at you and you could feel your face heat up. Soon Mr. Aizawa came in class. Started. After school you rushed to the gates, but you were stopped by a certain annoying boyfriend. Y/N, I'm so sorry. He hugged you and your hair stood up once more. You lightly pushed him away and looked him in the eyes. I'm banning you from touching me. He had a deadpan look on his face. What? Today was super embarrassing. I know it's our anniversary, but I'm tired of people laughing when my hair stands up. So no touching for 2 weeks. He was in a state of shock. How would he be able to stand 2 weeks without holding your hand or embracing you? He wouldn't survive. For the next 3 days there was a notable change in his usual jovial personality. He would sulk and not crack any jokes with Kirishima. Finally Kirishima asked, "Oh dude, what's up with you lately? Y/N won't let me touch them anymore." Kirishima stifled a laugh and Kaminari shot up. Hey, don't laugh, this is serious. After Kirishima was done laughing, he looked at Kaminari. Dude, was it because we laughed when her hair was staticky? I'm sorry, but it was funny. Why don't you apologize and promise to control yourself? Kaminari stood up and ran out of the room, yelling a thank you on the way out. Meanwhile, you were a bit sad at the lack of contact with your boyfriend. You were hanging out with Ida, Midoriya, and Uraraka. They looked at you concerned as you sulked. Y/N, are you alright? Midoriya asked. Yeah, you seem kinda down. You sighed and began to speak. After the class laughed at me for my hair sticking up, I told Kaminari that we couldn't touch. I was so embarrassed, but now I feel bad. I miss it. Ida then spoke up. You two shouldn't be displaying affection on school grounds. He lectured. Suddenly Kaminari barreled down the hall past you, then slid when he saw you. He ran at you, but stopped in front of you. Y/N, I'm really sorry about my quirk. I know it's embarrassing, but I promise that I'll calm down and I really like you. You looked at him and you both leaned in and embraced each other. As you two reunited and Uraraka ushered Midoriya and Ida out to give us privacy. You missed the electric current that you felt when you two touched. You two broke apart and gazed into each other's eyes. So, how was that? Shockingly good. You laughed at your pun and embraced each other once again. You've had a crush on Todoroki ever since you saw him. You've tried to talk to him more, but your attempts have been in vain. You were determined to try again. You wanted to get to know him better. You decided to write him a letter telling him to meet you to tell him how you feel. You wrote it and put it in an envelope. You placed it sticking out of a book so he would notice it. He was one of the last to leave and you hung around. He picked up the letter and read it, so you went over. Hey, Todoroki, what do you have there? You asked, a bit excited. Someone put a letter in my book asking me to meet them. So, are you gonna meet them? No, I have more important things to attend to. That hurt a bit. You composed yourself and began to speak. Shouldn't you at least try? Listen. Why don't you leave me be? Sorry if I'm being rude, but let me be. He walked out and you were left alone in the classroom. You could feel your eyes sting as tears gently fell. You wiped them away and came to a realization. Maybe you should just not leave him alone for good. You left him alone for a couple of weeks and you were very downtrodden. You hadn't had a crush on anyone before, well, not one like this. Maybe it was wishful thinking, but you thought that he starred at you a few times. One day he went up to you and started talking to you. Listen, I'm not good with people. I'm sorry I said that stuff to you. You forgave him and you two slowly started to become friends. Soon after that he said he needed to talk. You two were the last two in class. Todoroki, what did you want to talk about? He looked nervous and it in turn made you nervous. Not great with my feelings. I know I can come off cold and uncaring. But you tried to get close to me. You didn't care and you tried to get close to me. You were confused why he was saying this and he continued. My heart may be too cold to have feelings, but I think I like you. That shocked you. You couldn't tell if you were happy or angry. You could feel tears running down your face and Todoroki looked concerned. I didn't mean to upset you, just forget it. You lightly grabbed his hand and squeezed it. You looked up and began to speak. I'm not upset. I'm actually really happy. I really like you too. He looked relieved and smiled lightly. He embraced your cheek and held both your hands. Are you sure that you want this? Well, you know what they say. Cold hands, warm hearts. But of all people, why did it have to be you? Why not some scum criminal or someone else who deserved it? You just wanted to help people, yet you suffered the most. Every day, when he woke up, he remembered what happened to you. The storm is coming, but I don't mind. A group of villains had decided to attack civilians downtown. It seemed to be just some weak villains, but boy were they wrong. The area was in terrible shape. These were some strong villains. Kirishima and his friends went to help. Y/N had come along to help. Kirishima would soon regret that. It was an intense battle, many were injured. He had a few cuts and scrapes, but he was breathing. People are dying, I close my blinds. After the villains were caught, he looked for you, but couldn't find you. He started to get worried. He saw a group of civilians digging at rubble and yelling for help. He ran over thinking that some civilians were hurt, but it was far worse. All that I know is I'm breathing now. You were under rubble, badly injured. He started throwing rubble off of you. The sobbing civilians explained that you had saved them. You were struggling to breath and he cradled you in his arms. Y/N. Please. Stay awake. He was crying, trying to keep your eyes open. I want to change the world, instead I sleep. You opened your eyes and smiled weakly at Kirishima. You held his cheek and he leaned into your touch, still sobbing. Kiri, it's gonna be okay. You said weakly. I want to believe in more than you and me. He wanted to believe you. He wanted to believe that you would be okay. That you and him would stay together forever. That you two would get married and love each other forever. but something in him knew that it wouldn't happen. He choked out a sob, whispering how much he loved you. You gently embraced him and felt increasingly tired. You didn't want to leave Kirishima, but knew that you were fading. You whispered that you loved Kirishima one last time, then closed your eyes one last time. He was inconsolable. He wouldn't let anyone near him. He wouldn't let anyone near Y/N. Finally, after an hour, he gave up. But all that I know is I'm breathing. All I can do is keep breathing. He fell into a deep depression. He took a leave of absence from his hero agency. All he did was wallow in sadness. He laid on your side of the bed, surrounded by pictures of you and some of your possessions. He did this for days. When his friends tried to visit, they were met with a numb Kirishima. Even at work he didn't have the same gusto he had, well, when you were still here. All we can do is keep breathing. But. It had been months since you had passed. While he was not over it, he thought that he needed to pack away your possessions. He sadly put your stuff in boxes to be stored away. With each thing he put away, his heart broke a little more. Under your clothes was a small journal. All that I know is I'm breathing. All I can do is keep breathing. He picked it up and began to read it. His throat began to feel tight. It was a journal that you had kept since UA. The entries were about the people you had met and experiences. The most heartbreaking ones were about him. He read some, and for the first time in a while, he felt happy and laughed. In my class, I met a cute boy. His name is Kirishima Ijiro and he's really nice. Did I also mention cute? He laughed and wiped away his tears and read on. Entry 19. Kirishima and I are becoming really good friends. He's super cool and I know that he'll become a great hero. Entry 31. Kirishima and I hung out and got ice cream and talked all day. Not a date though. He's just a really nice friend. Entry 32. I think I might have a crush on Kirishima. Entry 54. I've decided to tell Kirishima that I like him. I really hope that he likes me. Entry 55. Now we're dating. He laughed at the entries. While he was happy, he couldn't help feel sad. Mostly the rest of the entries were about him and events that happened while you were students. He flipped through and near the end was a letter. It was a letter that you wrote when you were a third year. All we can do is keep breathing. 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 He read it and it made every emotion come flooding to him as he read it. We're going to be graduating soon. We've all been through a lot. Through all of these experiences, I don't regret anything. I don't know what the future holds, but I know I want to spend it with Ijiro. I know that I'm in love with him. I want to spend my life with him. I want to grow old with him. I want to spend every day with him. I know I sound like a love-sick fool, but I mean it. For future me, when you read this, I hope that our wish comes true. I hope that we live a long, happy life with him. He read it and felt angry and sad above all else. Why couldn't you get your wish? He clutched the letter to his. He curled up into a ball, wailing, crying out, cursing the world, wishing for you to come back, wishing it was him instead. All we can do is keep breathing. 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 Now chapter text. We'll do it all. Everything. On our own. Ida Tenya had always been a bright student who excelled in everything. He had a very straightforward mind. That's what made him so dedicated. You were a decent student. You didn't excel in any subjects, but you weren't exceptionally bad in any either. You managed to stay out of trouble, but you were carefree. You and Ida were opposites. We don't need anything or anyone. In the dorms, he would scold you for your messy tendencies, like leaving dirty dishes out or not throwing away wrappers. He was a stickler, but you admired him for it. He was very dedicated. One day before a test, instead of studying, you decided to take a break and look at the night sky outside. None other than Ida came out to scold you. Y/N. You need to come inside. We have an exam tomorrow and it's past curfew. He lectured you, then you patted the ground next to you. Come on, you need to relax once in a while. If I just lay here, would you lie with me and just forget the world? He hesitantly laid down, stiff as a board. You rolled your eyes and stared at the sky. I'm serious, Y/N. You need to return to your dorm. Hey Ida. You see that clump of stars? While you couldn't see a vast sky of stars, you could see a decent amount. He squinted and nodded. That's Orion. You spouted off information about constellations and it captivated Ida. He didn't know you knew so much. You two talked until you glanced at your phone. Hey, Mr. Clockwork. Guess what time it is? You held up your phone and it was midnight. He jolted up and ran inside. You laughed and followed him inside. I don't quite know how I feel. After that, Ida felt a bit different about you. He no longer saw you as a slacker, but as a knowledgeable person. From that day on, he began to hang out with you more. You two enjoyed each other's company. As you spent more time together, Ida began to feel something. Those 3 words are said too much. They're not enough. Ida didn't know what this feeling was. He didn't have this feeling when he talked to Uraraka or Midoriya or anybody. Just you. He wanted advice, so he talked to his 2 friends. Midoriya, Uraraka. I need your advice. He looked at them and they gave him a confused look. Ida. I feel so honored. Uraraka's eyes sparkled and Ida continued. Lately, whenever I'm with a certain person, I feel strange. I get a bizarre feeling when I'm with them. The 2 of them gave Ida a cocky look. They looked at each other and nodded. Ida, I think that you like that person, Midoriya said. Ida thought about it. There was no way. They had to be mistaken. He thanked them and walked away. If I just lay here, would you lie with me and just forget the world? Forget what we're told. Before we get too old. Show me a garden that's bursting into life. For weeks after that he thought about those feelings. He tried to think about what had attracted him to Y/N. It couldn't possibly be true. They were lazy at times. Also unfocused. But that night when they laid outside was nice. And another time they walked in the park and they had shown him a small field with multiple wildflowers. The way their eyes lit up over something simple made his heart beat faster. Oh no, he thought. Let's waste time. Chasing cars. Around our heads. I need your grace. To remind me. To find my own. He had thought about this for a while. He tried to push the feelings down, hoping the feelings would fade away. After several days he felt like he should. He searched for them and opened a classroom to see a boy awfully close to you. Hand on your shoulder. You were sitting at a desk and boy was behind you. He felt like his heart dropped and he quickly said something. My mistake. I was looking for Midoriya. He slid the door shut and sighed. What should he be upset for? You two weren't dating. If I just lay here, would you lie with me and just forget the world? Forget what we're told. Before we get too old. Show me a garden that's bursting into life. Ida wasn't as friendly as he was before. He was short with you and when you tried to hang out with him, he coldly shut you down. You tried to act normal to him, but he kept avoiding you. One day you were walking through the halls, you were thinking about what you did. You didn't notice a person carrying a large stack of papers. You bumped into them and the papers flew everywhere. You apologized and began to pick them up and saw it was Ida. You apologized to Ida and he started to yell. Shut up. He snapped. You looked at him, shocked, and he began to yell again. You're always unfocused and I'm sick of it. You are lazy and never take anything seriously. You looked at him and began to stutter. You will never become a good hero or a responsible person if you don't change your act. He huffed and you stared at him. You choked out a quiet sorry. You stood up and quickly rushed off, trying not to let him see you cry. Ida sat on the floor for a while. Finally he cursed under his breath and started to pick up the papers. He didn't mean to say those things, but at that moment he was still angry. All that I ever was. Is here in your perfect eyes, they're all I can see. You and Ida avoided each other. It had been almost 2 months. Everyone noticed the change in your demeanors. Ida seemed more irritable and serious. While you didn't seem to talk as much and didn't get as sidetracked. One day your class split up into teams and patrolled around the city. You and Ida were put together and you two didn't talk much. Suddenly you felt something sharp against your neck. You felt warm breath on the back of your neck and a gruff voice began to speak. Don't move and no one gets hurt. You didn't know if he was the only one, or if there were more people. The place you were patrolling wasn't one of the busier places. You squeaked out Ida's names and he turned around, annoyed. When he saw what was going on, he seemed scared. Just let them go. They don't have any money, he said. We only want you two. You UA students will fetch a high price. Come with us and no one gets hurt. Another voice said. A few more voices laughed and you guessed there were about 4 people. You kicked the man in the groin and ran next to Ida. You two were about to rush at the men when you noticed something. In one of the man's hands was a bomb. If you lay a hand on us, this blows up. We had a standoff and it was still and silent. It felt like it had been hours, but it was actually minutes. The silence was interrupted by 2 familiar voices. It was Uraraka and Midoriya. They greeted us and the man holding the bomb got spooked and the bomb detonated. It wasn't enough to kill anyone, but enough to injure and stun someone. You and Ida shakily got up and saw that 2 of the 4 men got up and pulled out knives. You looked and saw Uraraka help Izuku up. You decided to fight them and try to immobilize them. You and Ida took them down and looked at each other. Ida tried to speak, but you noticed one of the men woke up and lunged at Ida. You pushed him out of the way. I don't know where. Confused about how as well. Just know that these things will never change for us at all. You felt pain in your abdomen. The man stabbed you in the stomach and sliced a little and pulled it out. Ida knocked him out and stared at you. You stood holding your wound. You looked at your hand and saw BLD. You suddenly felt weak and began to fall back. Ida lunged and caught you. He had a panicked look in his eyes. He yelled at someone to get help. You focused on him and began to speak. Sorry Ida. I tried to be more irresponsible. You said as tears built up in your eyes. He shook his head and began to speak. No, you didn't do anything wrong. I wasn't paying attention. He put pressure on your wound. Ida, I'm sorry that I caused you so much trouble. I tried to be better. He began to cry harder. I was wrong. You're perfect. I was a fool. You began to cry harder and choked out your words. I'm scared. It's so dark. Ida, are we back at the dorms? Yeah, we're at the dorms. It's night. His tears rolled down his face and he choked out a sob. You smiled and grabbed his hand. Hey Ida. Let's go watch the stars. We haven't done that in a while. It was appealing. He held your hand and placed a light embrace on it. Why, that was probably the most fun I've had. You smiled and sniffed. Hey Ida. I'm tired, but I still have something to say. You chalked out a sob too. What is it? Y/N? He brought your hand to his forehead and bowed his head. I've liked you for a long time. Like you. You don't have to say anything. I'm just glad that we're talking again. You slowly closed your eyes and Ida could feel you limp in his grasp. His eyes widened and sobbed over your body. W8, Y/N. I like you too. Don't go. Ida knelt over your body and wailed. Telling you all the things he felt, the things he never told you when you were with him. If I just lay here, would you lie with me and just forget the world? Based on this song Chasing Cars. Bakugo Katsuki would never have thought that he would one day get married, let alone have kids. But here he was, standing over the crib of his 2-month-old son. Even though he was so young, Katsuki and Y/N could swear he took after him. Y/N knew whenever she would receive strong kick when she was still P-Arginanti. Not only that, but they could have sworn that he cried louder than any other baby they had seen. And Y/N loved how their baby's face had Katsuki's angry, pouty face. Even when sleeping, they both truly loved their little boy. Katsuki had a problem, however. His son hated him. His wife laughed at the thought and assured him that his son didn't hate him. Katsuki had his evidence though. Whenever he went to pick him up to soothe him from crying, he cried harder until the mother took over. And when he tried to feed him a bottle, he wouldn't eat and would get fussy. And whenever he tried to play with him, he would fuss and ignore Katsuki. And whenever he saw his mother, he would kick his little legs in excitement and smile. When he saw his dad, he fussed. One day, Y/N had gone to the store to pick up some baby supplies and Katsuki was left alone with the baby. So he tried and be a good dad. He went over to the crib and began to speak. All right, you little sheet, I'm gonna make you love me. He went to pick up the baby, but his son began to fuss. He retracted and his son quieted down again. He tried again and he fussed when he got close. This went on a few times until Katsuki picked him up and laid him on the couch. He and the baby stared at each other for a few minutes, not doing anything. Katsuki picked up a toy and held it in front of the baby. He made it dance and the baby looked unimpressed. He singed, danced, and even talked in a baby voice to get his son to smile. He was getting irritated and decided to get a bottle to feed him. He accidentally kicked the couch and held his foot, cursing. He heard a little noise and looked at his son. He looked at his father with a curious look on his face. Katsuki kicked the couch again and cried in pain, looking at his son. The baby smiled and made a little squeak noise, almost like a laugh. Katsuki started to get excited and grabbed a book. He hit his head and his son began to smile and move his legs excitedly. Katsuki laughed and got excited. This went on for a few minutes. He would hit himself or stub his toe and his baby thought it was the funniest thing in the world. After tuckering himself out with all the laughing, he began to doze off. After beating himself up to please his son, he was worn out. He picked his son up and held him to his knee. Later, Y/N came back and saw the sight on the couch. She teared up and began taking pictures. She would never tell him she had the pictures, but it overjoyed her boys are getting along. You and Izuku had been dating for years. You'd say about 6 years. When you two were from UA and a part of the same hero agency and worked your way up together. You two were very happy with your life. You had a great job and great boyfriend. However, you wanted one more thing. You wanted a great husband. You had waited for him to pop the question for 2 years. Of course you two had talked about it. You agreed to have a small ceremony, just your friends and family. You agreed to having kids. But you two never talked about when. You two were both busy with your careers. There was never a right time. You searched high and low for signs of a ring, but never found any. This frustrated you to say the least. But good things are worth the wait. And you would have waited forever for Izuku. You two were on patrol one day and it was very peaceful. No villain, no robberies, and little to no civilians. You two were walking by a small park when Izuku began to speak. Hey, Y/N. Let's take a break and walk through the park. He pointed to it and he seemed a little nervous. You agreed and walked. It was midday and it was almost empty, save for some mothers and their kids. This is really nice, you said, grabbing onto Izuku's hand. He was stiff when he was walking and you noticed. Are you okay, Izuku? He stopped, took a deep breath and exhaled and turned towards me. Is this it? He grabbed both my hands, but before he could speak there was a scream. Help! He stole my purse. A man ran past us and we sighed. We did rock paper scissors to see who would handle it. Izuku lost. He quickly grabbed the purse and subdued the criminal. There was a police officer nearby and you handed him off. You two sighed and continued walking. So, what were you going to say? You said hopefully. All right. He grabbed your hands and began to speak. So, we've been together for 4 years. They have been wonderful and just then you got a call from your agency about some criminals causing trouble. You cursed in your mind and you two went to deal with the problem. You were fighting and during it Izuku had enough. Y/N. I know this is awful timing but I need to say this. Will you marry me? He yelled, taking down one of the 2 criminals. Izuku. You two took down the other criminal and started tearing up. He got down on one knee and pulled out the box. Say yes. The 2 said. You vigorously nodded and he slipped the ring on. You hugged him and he spun you around. 7 months later. You two were facing each other. Both in your matrimonial attire. In front of your friends from UA, your family, and different heroes you two have befriended through the years. You took each other's hands and both said I do. You ready? He asked you. Let's do this. You said and you shared your first embrace as a married couple. Yours and Todoroki's relationship was new. You both had never been in a relationship so you were just figuring stuff out. You two were shy so you two had only held hands once. And it was memorable to say the least. You two were on your 5th date and getting ice cream. You were walking through the park silently. You stared at his right hand, debating whether or not to make the move. He looked around taking in the sights. You decided you would be brave. You took a deep breath and held his hand. Suddenly there was the roar of flames. You quickly let go and the fire stopped. You looked at Todoroki and he had a shocked look on his face. On his left side his sleeve was burned off and his ice cream cone burnt. That was 2 days ago and you two haven't talked about it since. You had really liked Todoroki, so you decided to conduct a few experiments. You wanted to see how long it would take for Todoroki to stop his nervous habit. So first, you went up to him during lunch break. You two were walking down the hall and you grabbed his right hand. It flared up. Then you tried it during hero training. It flared up a lot. The conclusion you made was that he became more nervous when other people around. You were still trying, but he approached you one day. Y/N, may I speak with you? Todoroki asked. Of course. What's up? You asked. Well, we both know what happens when you hold my hand. I was thinking maybe we old off from hand-holding. He seemed a bit embarrassed. You thought it was cute. You began to laugh and he looked at you. Todoroki, I actually think that it's cute when your quirk flares up when we hold hands. He looked shocked and you continued talking. But if you don't want me to, I won't. He looked away and began to speak. Well, maybe we can work on it so I won't do it anymore. You smiled and gently grabbed his hand. You both braced for the usual flames, but nothing happened. You both smiled and sat together, holding hands. All was right. You decided to be brave again and gave him an embrace on his right cheek. Then a huge flame came from his left side. One step at a time. How long has it been? It felt like it was yesterday. The days blurred together. He still could feel the heartbreak, the sorrow, the agonizing pain of losing you. He had the letter you wrote, clutching it like a lifeline. He had to have read it at least 100 times. The paper crumpled from being handled so often. The smell from your stuff starting to fade. Boxes of your possessions sitting all over. He once felt ready, but now he couldn't bear to remove any of your things. He stood up and looked in a mirror. He looked awful. He decided to shower and put on new clothes to at least make an effort. Mina scolded him about how much he had let himself go. She made him walk around a local park at least once a day, and this was that time. He got dressed but didn't shave. He dried his hair and put on his shoes to go out. He looked around, already missing being in bed. He zoned out and was pulled from his thoughts by a surprised gasp. He looked up and saw a man proposing to his girlfriend. They were so happy. They had their whole lives ahead of him. This upset him. He ran back to his apartment and slammed the door. He leaned against the island counter in his kitchen. He was struggling to keep the tears in. He fumbled to his bedroom and yanked open doors, searching for a small box. It was in his bedside drawer. He opened it up and saw the simple ring he was going to give you. He let the tears loose and began to take his anger out. He began to destroy some of his furniture. He made his way from his room to the kitchen. He hardened and began to punch his walls. He took out his anger from your death. Anger from people being happy. Anger from you leaving him. He was lost destroying his counter. Suddenly, he was in his room. It was night. He jolted up and looked around. Nothing was destroyed and everything looked the same. His breath got caught in his throat. He whipped his head to your side and, you weren't there. He couldn't believe it. You weren't there. He began to cry when a tired voice snapped him out of it. Ijiro? He stared dumbfounded. He jumped up and cradled you in his arms. He began to cry in your shoulder and you comforted him. Ijiro, what's wrong? You asked worriedly. He shook his head and continued to hug him. He then stood up, went to his bedside drawer and pulled out a small box. Y/N, I never want to lose you. I always want you by my side. He opened the box and showed you. He didn't even get to ask before you said yes and hugged him tightly. He planted small embraces on your face and hugged you tightly. I had a horrible nightmare that you died. It felt so real. It's unbelievable. You hugged him tightly. I won't leave you. You can't get rid of me that easily. You two laughed and he once again hugged you. Unbelievably happy that you were there. You didn't mean to brag, but you basically had the perfect family. You had the perfect, manly husband, the Red Riot himself, Kirishima Ijiro. You had 2 wonderful children with one on the way. And you and Ijiro were pro-heroes. You couldn't ask for more. Lately though your daughter, Sayori, had been obsessed with getting her quirk. She was 4 years old and most of her friends have gotten theirs. She tried everything. She was hoping for your quirk. You were Todoroki's sister and she wanted to be as strong as you and her uncle. You don't want Daddy's quirk? You asked her. No no no. His is super cool. I want your quirk so I can be cold in the summer. She yelled. You laughed. She resembled Ijiro a lot. While she looked like you, she had the personality of Ijiro. While your 2-year-old son looked like Ijiro and had your personality. You had made a cake while waiting for Ijiro and your son Haru to come home from the doctor's. You were making curry and Sayori was sitting at the table, trying to freeze a cup of water. You were sitting at the couch, flipping through a magazine. Suddenly the fire alarm went off. You ran to the kitchen to see smoke coming from the oven. You had PRGNCY brain and forgot to check on it. Sorry, wait here. Don't worry, Mama's got this. You ran, trying to find the fire extinguisher. You found it and ran to the kitchen. Mama! You heard Sayori yell. You booked it and saw her holding a smoking, burnt cake. You started to freak out but you saw her hands were similar to Ijiro's when he uses his quirk. Mama! She started to cry so you put on oven mitts and grabbed the cake and threw it in the sink. You ran the water and the cake slowly stopped smoking. You also opened the windows due to the smoke. Once things calmed down you turned to Sayori. You held her and examined her to see if she was burned. She was a little shaken up, but unharmed. Baby, what happened? Why did you grab the cake? You asked with a concerned tone. She was tearing up a bit and hiccuping. I just wanted to help. Am I in trouble? You hugged her and spoke. Of course not. I'm just glad you're safe. While you were hugging you remember her holding the cake. You gasped and looked at her hands. They hardened and you began to get excited. Sayori, look at your hands. She sniffed and looked at them. Her face changed from an upset look to an ecstatic. She began to jump up and down and screeched. She looked at me and ran around. You both began to screech in excitement. You picked her up and embraced her all over her face. I have Daddy's quirk. You both celebrated until you set her down. Daddy's gonna be so excited, you said. She ran off to the bathroom, skipping all the way. You had so much to do. You had to go to the doctor's, plan a party, and make an invitation list. Just as you were bustling, the front door opened and in walked your 2 boys. You rushed to him and gave him a passionate embrace. He was taken aback and began to speak. Well, that's one way to welcome me home. How are you? He put a hand on your PRGNT stomach. I have amazing news. You began to say. Just before you said something, you heard a pair of tiny feet run into the room. It's me. The amazing manly Red Riot. Sayori came in dressed in Red Riot pajamas and had styled her hair to look like Ijiro's. Oh, what have we here? The world's greatest hero? He asked with a smile on his face. Yeah. Daddy, watch this. She took a deep breath, puffed out her zizi and flexed. Her face was turning red with concentration. Sayori, what are you doing, little Dedette? He laughed. Sayori concentrated more and both her arms hardened. Her eyes lit up and she bounced up and down. Did ya see that, Daddy? She yelled. Ijiro didn't know what to do with himself. He was so excited. That's amazing. I'm so proud. He picked her up and spun her around. Ijiro held Sayori, picked up Haru, and pulled you close to him. He embraced all of you and hugged you tightly. I have the best family. You could see tears of happiness peek out. He put them down and grabbed you. And you are the best wife ever. He held you and embraced you for what felt like an eternity. He hugged you then turned to Sayori. It's me, Red Riot. With his adorable sidekick, Scarlet Riot. They both yelled and ran off and played. You picked up Haru and looked at him. They sure are crazy, good thing we're not. There was a crash and 2 sorries. Like father, like daughter. A request from Spooky Spaghetti. You were the top student at UA. You had the quirk known as Third Eye, had the best scores, were the class rep, strong, and had a bright future ahead of you. You were in your last year at UA and wanted to start your life. You weren't going to let anything distract you. Well, that was until one day. Your teacher wasn't there to greet you one day. Instead, the principal stood in front of the class. Hello, children. I have some news for you. Your teacher is on leave due to the birth of their child, so they won't be here for the last few months of your last year. Instead, we have a wonderful replacement. The door slid open and you saw someone you never thought you would see again. Todoroki Shoto. You all know the pro hero Shoto. He was kind enough to be your teacher's replacement. Todoroki waved and everyone began to talk excitedly. Your friends were excited, but you were nervous. There isn't much of an age gap. When he was a third year, you were a first year. You had a major crush on him. You used to talk to him sometimes and your quirk would fluctuate. You could control your quirk very well. You never let it go haywire. But when you spoke to him, oh boy. Your quirk would pick up random items such as pencils or books. One time it picked up a desk. The rest of the day the other students were asking him questions and taking pictures. He recognized you and waved to you. You shyly waved back and he turned to talk to another student. You stared at him and say your notebook float in front of your face. You quickly shoved it down before anyone could see. How were you supposed to survive the rest of the year? Over the remaining months of your final year you and Shoto got closer. It was more like a student-teacher friendship than anything. You two could get along and carry on conversations. Sadly, that's all it was. No romantic relationship of any kind. Of course you knew that it would be a huge scandal. Substitute teacher pro hero, Shoto, has relationship with UA student. So you decided you would maybe try more of a romantic approach when you graduate. Speaking of graduate, you all had 2 weeks until you guys graduate. Everyone talked about one last party. I think we should throw a party, guys. One guy said. That sounds fine, we could all bring in food and hang out. Shoto said. Then one of your friends stood up. We can't just have some rinky-dink school get-together. We need to have one last big hurrah. We need to go all out. Fancy clothes, great food, great decorations, and fireworks. Everything. Everyone agreed. I think that we should do it after graduation. One last party once we graduate. You chimed in. Everyone got really excited and talked about plans. Wait, we gotta invite Shoto. Another student said. Everyone agreed and Shoto spoke up. You really don't have to do that. Of course we do. You're awesome and we all want you there, right? Y/N, your friend winked at you, she knew about your crush. Oh, of course. We all want you there. You said. Shoto reluctantly agreed and everyone started planning. The same day you all graduated was the night of the party. You guys had it decided to host it in the garden area of UA, after permission from the principal, of course. String lights were strung around the area for lights. A long table was decorated and had enough seats for everyone with plates and silverware and candles that lined down the middle. It looked very nice. Everyone dressed in their best clothes. You wanted to grab Shoto's attention, so you wore a F/C dress that went to your knees. It had a halter top and you wore F/C flats. You also put your hair in a bun. Everyone came and you all ate. After, someone put on music and started to dance. You danced with your friends for a little bit, then went off to get some air. You walked towards the school building. You've had some good memories and not so good, but you wouldn't change anything about it. You noticed familiar white and red hair and walked towards Shoto. Hey, are you having fun? He looked at you for a little, then began to speak. It makes me kinda miss my time here, he said. You two talked for a bit, then you heard a slow song come on. Wanna dance? You asked. He shrugged and took your hand. You stared at each other and he began to speak. Have you decided what agency you're going to go to? He asked. I'm not sure. I have to decide it in a few weeks. I've gotten a few offers, so I need to decide. You two talked for a while, still dancing. Once you noticed that the slow song had long passed, you two broke apart. You stared at each other, then you looked down. I can't believe I'm gonna say this. Since I've graduated, I'm just gonna tell you. When I was a first year, I had the biggest crush on you. Really? He asked. Yeah, every time I talked to you my quirk would fluctuate and it would pick up stuff. You never noticed? Yeah, I had no idea. Really? 'Cause I've got to admit I thought you were cute. Your face flushed and you looked away. Actually, I still think you're cute. You snapped your head in his direction and you could see his face was flushed and he wasn't staring at you. Wait. Really? Don't mess with me, really? You said. I know I shouldn't. I'm your teacher and it's really wrong. You grabbed his hand and he stared at you. Well, I just graduated. So technically you're not my teacher anymore. You looked at him and slowly leaned forward. That was until one of your friends called your name. You looked at where the voice came from then, at Shoto. Well, I've got to go. Maybe I'll see you around. You started to walk back to the party, but you turned around and embraced his cheek. Shoto was looking at paperwork. His mind had been preoccupied over the last few weeks. Since the party he couldn't stop thinking of you. He liked you, but he didn't know how to get a hold of you. He was sure sooner or later he would see you as some hero's sidekick. But he didn't know how long that would be. His thoughts were interrupted by one of his coworkers. Hey Shoto. We've got a kid who's gonna be a sidekick. Come introduce yourself. He put down the papers and walked to where the newbie was. He walked through the door and once he saw them, his heart raced. You were really here. Hey Shoto. Long time no see. Katsuki loved you. Even though he didn't say it much, he loved you. He didn't know what he would do without you. Which was why this was the hardest thing he had to do. Let's go back to 2 days ago. Y/N was assigned to go on a mission out of town. You wouldn't be gone for long, but Katsuki was worried anyway. A few years ago you had gone missing after a mission and that was an awful feeling that he never wanted to go through again. Y/N, I don't like this, Katsuki said. You don't need to worry. It's only for a few days. I'll be fine. I'll call you guys. He still didn't like it. Katsuki and your 2 children said their goodbyes and off you went. That whole day he was worried sick. Hours went by and finally, you called. He picked up immediately. Y/N? Hey Katsuki. I'm fine, how are you all? He sighed with relief and you two talked. Everything was fine. The next day you didn't call. The day after he was racked with worry. He was patrolling with Kirishima and clutching his phone. Kirishima noticed and spoke up. Katsuki, I know you're worried. I know she's probably fine, but I can't help but worry. Kirishima patted his back. Give her till 7 p.m. If she doesn't call you, then you can call her. And that's what he did. The hours ticked by and he was sitting at home. 6:58 2 more minutes. What if you're not fine? What if you were hurt? 6. He got up to look out the window to the front yard. 7 o'clock he could call you. He pulled out his phone to dial when he saw flashing red and blue lights. His heart sunk. He opened the door and greeted the police officers. Is this the home of Bakugo, Y/N? Yes. He said. There's been an accident. Y/N, S in the hospital and we need you to come with us. It ran together after that. He took the kids with and drove to the hospital you were at. Your kids asked where you were and he told them that you were hurt and they were going to make you better. He sat in the waiting area with your kids. They were sleeping and a doctor came over. Are you Bakugo Katsuki? How's Y/N? Is she okay? I need to talk with you in private. Is there someone that can watch over your children? A nurse came over and watched them while Katsuki spoke to the doctor. What about Y/N? Katsuki asked. She's in this room over here. His heart pounded as Hao walked to your room. Time slowed down as saw you hooked up to machines. What happened? While Y/N was fighting a villain, a building collapsed on her. Y/N is in a coma. She can't breathe on their own. His heart felt like it was being ripped out. What do I do? He asked. Well, you have options. You could send her to a care facility where they can stay on life support or kill her. Katsuki finished. I'll give you time to think, we don't have long. Katsuki stared at the wall for hours. He didn't want you to live like this, but he didn't want to lose you. His children sleeping on him. A doctor came over and sat next to him. Mr. Bakugo, I need you to sign some paperwork. We need to talk about some things. About what? Killing my wife? What do you need more beds? Of course. Let's talk about killing the love of my life, the mother of my children. Those are the papers, right? Let's sign them while my kids are sleeping. Let's kill her while our kids sleep, and she needs a machine to keep her alive. He yelled. Mr. Bakugo give me the demon papers. Bakugo ripped them out and the doctor left. He clutched the papers, holding back tears. He signed them with a shaky hand. Once he finished, he gently stood up and got the nurse to watch them once again. He sat by your bedside. your bruised and battered body being kept alive by machines. He held your limp hand and caressed your pale face. A nurse came in and stood by, ready to end your life. Y/N. Wake up. Wake up. His voice cracked and he held back tears. The nurse took the breathing tube out and started to turn off the machines. Before the last machine he stopped her. Wait. Sir, we need just wait. He yelled. Please. He said. He took your hand and held it with both his hands. He looked back at you and thought about your life together. When you two were teenagers, you two fought constantly. You hated each other. Soon you two became friendlier and soon started to date. You're the one person I could stand for the rest of my life. That was his way of proposing. You said yes. When he saw you walk down the aisle, he was speechless. When you found out that you two were expecting, it was one of the happiest moments. When your son was born, you both cried with happiness. When your second child came, your life got better. A week earlier you all sat together watching a movie. He remembered he thought that he was the luckiest man on earth. He felt his tears roll down his face, but he knew that he got to have amazing memories with you. Y/N. You can let go, he said. He nodded to the nurse and she turned off the final machine. She left the room and he climbed onto the bed with you. He held your hand, staring at your face. Now he waited for you to let go. I know that I wasn't always the easiest person to be with. God, I don't know how you could stand me enough to marry me and have a family. He began to cry harder. I didn't say this enough. I love you so much. I don't know how I'll do without you. But the kids love you so much. I'm sorry for every time I made you angry or sad. I love you so much. He heard the deafening sound of the machine flat line. He was racked with sobs. He clung to you, squeezing your cold hand. How was he going to tell the kids? He approached the kids who were playing in the play area. Daddy! They ran to him and hugged him. His heart broke more. Daddy, where's Mommy? His youngest asked. Well, she was in an accident and was hurt very bad. Oh well, you're a hero. You can help her. Your oldest said. Actually, she can't be saved. Mommy died. They looked at him and slowly embraced him. It's gonna be okay, guys, he said. He hugged them as they all cried. He held them tight. He was unsure how he would go on. He felt a breeze and a pressure on his shoulder. He looked behind him, but no one was there. He felt calm and knew that he would make it through. He knew that you would be watching over them. Night after night, Hitoshi would get at most 4 hours of sleep a night. No matter how strong you tried, he just wouldn't take a break in sleep. You watched as he sat on the couch with his eyes closed. He wasn't sleeping. He was just sitting with his eyes closed. Hitoshi, this isn't healthy, you said. He looked at you with his usual tired expression. I'm fine. You don't need to worry. He tried to take a sip of his coffee, but he missed his mouth completely. You sighed and sat next to him. You're not. The bags under your eyes look worse than they did before. He rubbed his eyes and shook his head. It's my job. I need to stay awake. I patrol tonight again. He walked off, stumbling a bit to the bathroom. You needed to do something. He couldn't go on like this. During the night patrol, you took the shift so you could watch him. This is rare. We never patrol together, he said, giving you a smirk. Well, why can't I patrol with my boyfriend? You said. He rolled his eyes and continued patrolling. You two were standing on the roof of a building talking. He was looking over the city and you could see him nodding off. You shook him away and his head jerked up. Hitoshi, I told you that you need sleep. Y/N. I'm fine, we need to patrol. You both looked at the city once more, but you were glancing at Hitoshi to make sure that he stayed awake. A few minutes passed and you saw Hitoshi lean forward. You looked at him and quickly pulled his collar back so he wouldn't fall off the building. You hugged him and looked at him. I'm worried. You could have fallen off the building. He looked away and spoke up. I know you're worried. I know that I can't keep going like this. But you and I know how strong I work to get a pro hero license. I'll try to get more sleep, but I'm still gonna do my job. You two looked at each other and you sighed. You knew he couldn't change his mind. Okay, but I'm gonna watch over you so you don't go falling off buildings. He agreed and you finished the shift together. The next time he was supposed to work, you were at the door. You're not gonna be working tonight. What are you talking about, Y/N? I've talked it over. More like forced them, but anyway, you are going to sleep tonight. You are going to get at least 8 hours of sleep. You are going to start working an earlier shift. You are going to be well rested because I don't want you to fall off a building. You pushed him to the bedroom and he slightly protested. But I've got to work. You sat him on the bed and got in with him. He went to get up but you pulled him back. We are going to sleep and you are getting much needed rest, okay? He muttered an okay and laid down. He couldn't fall asleep so you started playing with his hair. Soon he was nodding off to sleep. Hey, Y/N. Yeah. I really love you, you know that? Yeah, I love you too. And you two drifted off to sleep. Part 1 of? I rewatched Clannad and it made me super sad so yeah. It was your first day at UA. In the past you had a habit of bailing out on stuff when you were nervous. You got so nervous to the point you were sick. This was one of those times. You stood on a hill taking deep breaths. You let out a yell and hit both sides of your face. I can do this. Everything's gonna be fine. Your voice was shaky and your doubt increased more. You were about to turn around when a voice spoke up. Are you okay? You turned to see a boy with a UA uniform and wild green hair. Yeah, I'm just hyping myself up, you said. Okay. You go to UA? So do I. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Hi, I'm S/N, Y/N. You both headed to UA and soon became good friends. Through thick and thin, you two were best friends. Through the years though, a feeling stronger than friendship began to show. Because both of you were shy, none of you ever showed how you feel. So since it was your 3rd year, Izuku decided he was going to tell you. Hey, guys, I need your help. Izuku said. Tenya and Ochako. You see, there's a girl that I really like and I need advice on how to tell her. Tenya and Ochako looked at each other and smirked. Is it Y/N? They both asked. What? How did you dash? Izuku, everyone knows, you aren't subtle about it. Ochako said. I do have to say, when you try to talk to her you do get flustered easily. I can't believe it, does everyone know? I mean everyone but Y/N. Ochako said. Fear not, Izuku will help out, right Ochako? Ida said. Of course. And I've got the perfect plan. Ochako said. Set up in the dorms was a table set up to look like a romantic date. It was Izuku dressed in nice clothes. Candles were placed around the room to give it a romantic atmosphere. In front of Izuku was Mina, Ochako, Tenya, Ijiro, and Minoru in a diaper. Okay guys, here's the plan. Y/N will come in and see this appealing display made by Mina. Then Izuku will invite her to sit at the table and Ijiro and Tenya will come out and serve them food and play music. Then I will sprinkle rose petals on them and Minoru will come down dressed as Cupid and Izuku and Y/N will embrace. Ochako said, looking proud of herself. Got it? Everyone said except Minoru. Why do I have to be Cupid? He yelled. Because you're the size of a baby? Mina laughed. They started arguing when Ochako yelled. Hey, this is about Izuku. Minoru, you're Cupid, deal with it. Everyone got into position. Ochako used her quirk to float Minoru above the table, Tenya and Ijiro put on fake mustaches, and Mina and Ochako hid. They waited for Y/N, but she was taking a while. Tenya stretched and knocked a candle over and it lit a plant on fire. Oh dear! Tenya yelled. He hit it with a cloth but that caught on fire. He threw it and it fell on another plant. Ochako released Minoru and he fell on the table and broke it in half. Mina used her quirk to put out the fires and her acid was on the floor. Ochako walked up and slipped on Mina's acid and the rose petals fell down. Just then Y/N walked in and saw the mess before her. Is everything okay? You asked. Izuku walked over to you. Can I talk to you? You nodded and you two went outside. So what was all that about? You asked. Oh, they were trying to do something and it backfired. But I have something to tell you. What is it? He took a deep breath and looked at you. I don't know how to say this, but I can't keep it to myself. I really like you. And if you don't feel the same as I do, I just need you to know. He saw you were crying and began to freak out. Oh, or if you don't just forget I said anything. You shook your head and looked at him. No. I really like you too. I'm just really happy. You said. You took his hand and said, "What now?" You and Izuku loved each other so much. You two have been dating for 6 years. Sometimes it got a bit rocky, but you two truly loved each other. You two worked at the same hero agency and were rising in the ranks. But there was a bit of a problem. There was a villain who was causing trouble and you two were assigned to the case. The villain had a quirk that could suspend someone's quirk. While it wasn't permanent, the amount of time the person's quirk was suspended varied. There were cases where it was gone for a minute, an hour, and the longest one so far was a month. You two were currently patrolling, on the lookout for the villain. What are we going to do when we find them? You asked. We need to be careful. We have a sketch of him from the victims. If we see him, we need to approach him quietly and not alert him. Izuku said. Your quirk was you could materials like concrete or metal. So you could trap him and take him in. You two were passing by a shop and you recognized the perp. You nudged Izuku and gestured to the shop. He nettied and you two hid in an alley and watched him. He went down an alley and you two followed him. You got ready to use your quirk. He stopped in the middle of the alley and suddenly he lunged at you two. He had a knife and you controlled the concrete on the ground. You made a ball to trap him in and as you trapped him you heard a snap. He was trapped in there and you and Izuku called the police to take the villain in. They came and asked you to release him. Yeah, no problem. You tried to release it and nothing happened. What? Just a second. You concentrated and nothing happened. What's going on? Your voice shook and you kept trying to remove the concrete. You stared at your hands and felt a hand on your shoulder. Y/N, are you okay? Izuku asked. I think he suspended my quirk. Izuku flicked the ball of concrete and it broke and they took the villain away. You two went to the hospital. You two sat in the room waiting for the doctor and the BLD results. How long do you think my quirk's gonna be suspended? You asked. I'm sure it won't be long. The agency said you could be on paid leave until it came back. Just then the doctor walked in and pulled out a file. Well, based on the other victims' BLD samples, it seems that yours should return in a few days. You sighed with relief and Izuku gave you a side hug. Now I do have concerns. Since you are a hero you might want to take it easy, she said. Why does she have to take it easy? Is she sick? Is she okay? Izuku asked worried. Health-wise she's fine. But you'll need to take it easy because it seems, Y/N, is BNHA. Congratulations. You're about 12 weeks along. The doctor said. You and Izuku looked at each other and you two smiled at each other. He hugged you and embraced your face. Did you know? He asked you. Well, I had a feeling. You said. You two couldn't stop smiling. You two went outside and he stopped you. Well, I was planning on doing this soon, but now seems perfect. He pulled out a ring before he could say anything. You hugged him and said yes. He slipped it on your finger and the two of you couldn't stop crying. We're gonna have a baby. You cried. You and Izuku had a small wedding with your friends and family and there wasn't a dry eye in the house. Everyone had been waiting for you two to tie the knot. You then announced your BNHA and everyone couldn't have been happier. Instead of doing your normal hero duties you did paperwork more. 2 months before your due date you took your maternity leave. After you and Izuku found out you were BNHA you bought a house. You mostly watched TV and organized the nursery. The theme was pink for a girl. You painted the nursery pink and had gotten a white crib. In one corner was a plain corner with a white rug and various baby toys and many stuffed toys that resembled your hero friends. And in another corner a changing table and next to that a mountain of gifts from many heroes and family members. Sometimes your friends like Ochako, Mina, Momo and other of your friends would visit and hang out with you. During one winter day it started snowing heavily. It was just you and Izuku in your house. You were sitting on the couch and you were thinking about names. I'm not sure about the name we chose. I like Emmy. I don't know, I still like Rina. You two talked about it when you felt a rush of liquid in between your legs. I think maybe I peed myself. You said. Izuku laughed and helped you up. You waddled to the bathroom, but then felt a pain in your lower back. Wait, I think that was my water. You yelled. Izuku started freaking out. What do I do? Call an ambulance. He called for an ambulance but his face went white and he looked out the window. They said the snow's too bad. They can't come until it's cleared. He said. You were hunched over, your contractions being 7 minutes apart. What do we do? You asked. Wait. The lady next door was a MDWF. Let me get her, I'll be back. He ran next door and you tried your breathing techniques, but the pain was getting more intense. Izuku came back with your neighbor. Her name was Makoto Suzuki. Midoriya, I need you to get me a futon, clean sheet, hot water and towels. Izuku got everything on you laid on the futon. It was ours. You were doing your breathing techniques and it hurt so much. Izuku encouraged you and at some point Izuku's mother eventually came to support her son and her daughter-in-law. You laid on the futon and squeezed Izuku's hand really strong. He hated to see you in pain. Okay, I'm gonna need you to push. You pushed and pushed for what felt like an eternity. Okay, one last push. With a scream you pushed the baby out and a crying could be heard. To Izuku it felt like slow motion. He heard his baby's crying and saw her wrapped in a blanket. She was red and squirming and crying. He cried as he held his daughter. He looked at Y/N and saw she had her eyes closed. Y/N, look, it's Emmy. She's here, you did amazing. You lightly opened your eyes and saw Izuku and Emmy. However, your vision began to blur. Izuku? You asked weakly. Here she is. Our little girl, tears welded up in his eyes and embraced Emmy's forehead. Izuku, she's so cute. Hi Emmy. You could feel tears in your eyes, but your vision still blurred. I thought you liked Rina? You asked. Emmy's a perfect name, look at her. She's perfect. Do you mind if I sleep? I'm really tired. She's losing a lot of BLD. Why isn't the ambulance here? Wait, not yet. Why you still need to hold her? Well, you just need to stay up a little more. Everything went silent. He couldn't hear Emmy's cries. He couldn't hear his mother and Suzuki yelling. Emmy, I'm your daddy. And this is your mommy. We love you so much. He could feel tears run down his face. We wiped them away and held your hand. You're gonna be so spoiled. I bet even Kachin will love her. We'll be the best family. Izuku cried. He embraced your hand. Y/N. No answer. Y/N. Izuku let go of her hand. It fell limply. Y/N. G grab Emmy's hand. See, it's so tiny. He picked up her hand so it could grab Emmy's, but it fell to the ground once again. Y/N. What about everything we promised? What about staying with me forever? You can't leave. Please. I don't want to lose you. Y/N. Our confessions. Our first date. Our first embrace. Our first I love you. When we found out you were PR Jin and T. Our wedding. I can do this. Everything's gonna be fine. On the hill to UA on the first day they met. There was Y/N on the hill. Izuku doesn't say anything. So she turns around. We never should have met. If I didn't talk to her, she would have just turned around and we could have gone our separate ways. We never would have gone out. We never would have gotten married. Emmy would have never been born. Then I wouldn't have gone through all that suffering. We never should have met. What am I doing with my life? I get up, go to work, eat and sleep. I work to my limit. I didn't want think, so I let myself drown in work. I have nowhere to go. Nothing to do. I wanted to forget everything. Every mistake. Her falling in love, our baby. One mistake I can't take back. A knock on the door woke Izuku up. He stumbled to the door and there was his mom. Mom? Hi Izuku. She greeted. Sorry to bother you, were you asleep? No. Is anyone with you? He asked looking around. No, just me. Can I come in? She asked. Yeah, just 1 second. Izuku quickly cleaned the living room and invited his mother in. So, how are you, sweetie? I'm fine, Mom. What brings you here today? Izuku asked. Well, I just haven't seen you in a while. You're always busy with work. Yeah, everyone says that I work too much. They're itching for me to take a break. Izuku said. Then why don't you? How about we go on a trip? She smiled. A trip? Yeah, we haven't taken one in so long. That actually sounds fun. Izuku smiled. Yeah, we can all go. She smiled. All? All of us. Oh. Well, can I think about it, Mom? Of course. Take your time. She left and he was alone with his thoughts. Should I go on this trip? She's done so much for me. To deny such a simple thing would be bad. So he called his mother and agreed. He walked into his mother's apartment. Mom? He called out. No answer. He walked around but no sign of her. He walked into the kitchen and saw a paper on the counter. Izuku. Sorry, something came up. I'll be gone for a bit, so watch over things for me. Thank you. Really? He said. He sighed and saw the tickets on the counter. He heard feet thumping against the floor and turned around. He saw Emi peeking around the corner. Emi, come out? Izuku said. She slowly showed herself. She looked just like Y/N. Her features like you except her hair. It was wild like Izuku's but was your color. You don't have to hide from me. Come here, he said. She walked to him and stared up at him. Where's Grandma? She shrugged and he sighed. You mean she didn't tell you? She shook her head. That's great. Perfect. He rubbed his temples and saw that Emi was still looking at him. What is it? He asked. I want to go on a trip, she said. Well, Grandma's not here. You can't go on the trip. Emi looked down and Izuku felt awkward. He sat on the couch watching TV and noticed Emi peeking over the couch watching him. Don't stare at me. Either sit down or play somewhere else. Izuku snapped. Emi hesitantly sat on the couch next to him. He tried to text his mom, but she wouldn't answer. He knew what she was trying to do. He looked at Emi and spoke up. Do you still want to go on the trip? Her eyes lit up and she nodded. Izuku packed their bags and they headed out. Before they went on the train, they went to a store to get a few things. In the store was a mother and her son. The son was being loud and making a scene. It slowly got on Izuku's nerves. The last straw was when the boy knocked toys off the shelf. Hey, if you can't control your kid, don't take him here. Be quiet, he yelled. Everyone was quiet and the mother muttered a quiet sorry. He sighed and turned to Emi, but she wasn't there. He looked around for her and she came out of the bathroom. Emi, tell me when you leave. She turned to him and her eyes were puffy. Were you crying? Emi shook her head no. He looked at her and spoke up. Let's go back to the store. I'll buy you a toy. She perked up and followed him to the store. She was looking at various toys but couldn't decide. Izuku was getting impatient and picked up a T-Rex toy. How about this one? He said. Her eyes lit up and she nodded. By the time they got to their trip it was noon. How about we get something to eat? Izuku said. They ate at a small restaurant that was empty except for them. So, have you gotten your quirk? Izuku asked. Emi nodded vigorously and stood up on the seat. She grabbed a metal fork and set it down. She stuck her hands out and held her breath. Her face was turning red. Hey, you don't have to force yourself, Izuku said. The fork lifted up and Emi smiled wide. Look. She was so proud. Izuku smiled. Good job. That's like your mommy's quirk. He regretted saying that because it caught her attention. Can you tell me about mommy? She asked. Izuku clenched his fists and looked down. Maybe later. After they ate they went up the trail. It was a trail that went through a dense forest. When they reached the top the two of them gasped at the sight. There was a field of wildflowers and in the distance was a mountain. He looked at Emi and saw how excited she was. Want to get a better view? He asked her. She nodded and he picked her up and set her on his shoulders. Whir, she exclaimed. He watched her run through the field, playing with her T-Rex toy. She waved to him and he waved back. It was the first time in a while he felt happy. He looked behind him and saw a bench. He sat on it and watched Emi. He was pulled from his thoughts when an old man sat next to him. Hello. The old man greeted. Hello. Is that your daughter? Yeah, that's my daughter. The old man smiled and began to speak. That's wonderful. I haven't seen my daughter in a long time. I would for just a moment with her. Izuku stared at him then looked at his hands. Yeah, this is the first time I've been alone with her. She's lived with my mom and for the past 5 years I've never been alone with her. I'm sorry to hear that. Did the mother leave? He asked. Izuku's throat tightened. Yes. She passed after Emmy was born. He'd been a terrible dad. He clenched his hands tighter. Well, you can be there for her now. Izuku looked at the old man and nodded and smiled, but the old man was gone. No trace of him. He was pulled away by a small tug on his shirt. I lost it. Lost what? Izuku asked. The toy. They walked around the field looking for it but never found it. He knelt down and he began to speak. Sorry, I can't find it, Emmy. I can get you a new one. You can't. That was the only one. She said. What? There were lots at the store. Izuku said. She shook her head. That was the one you bought me. I can't get that back. That was the only one. That was the first time, Daddy. His eyes widened and he realized she was right. That was the only toy he bought her. Emmy, you've been lonely, right? She nodded. I hope you had a fun trip. Even though you had to spend it with me. I had fun, she said. He looked down and sniffed. Is it okay if I stay with you? I know that I've been a bad daddy. For a long time. But I want to be a good daddy. I want us to stay together, is that okay? He asked. He gave her a small smile and was trying to hold back tears. I want you to stay, she said. Thank you, Izuku said, smiling. Daddy, Emmy said. Izuku looked at her, but Emmy looked down. What is it? I don't have to hold it in anymore, right? Because Grandma said the only time I can cry is if I'm in the bathroom. Or if I'm in Daddy's arms. Izuku held back his tears, looked at Emmy and nodded. Emmy hugged his neck and began to sniffle. Then she slowly started to sob. Izuku began to cry and he hugged Emmy tightly. I'm so sorry, he choked out. Once they were back on the train, he was ready. Emmy, do you want to hear about Mommy? He asked. She nodded and sat next to him. Where to start? When your mommy and I first met, she was trying to be brave. When your mommy got nervous, she had a strong time doing anything. I met her on a hill near our high school. So before our first day of school, she slapped her cheeks and said everything was going to be okay. Your mommy was weird like that. She really wanted to become a hero so she could help people. She was very kind. He laughed and Emmy's eyes lit up. What else? He thought, then a flood of tears came from his eyes. He held his face in his hands. Then he felt a small hand on his own. Daddy? Emmy began to cry. Silly, why are you crying? Izuku wiped Emmy's tears then his. It's nothing bad, I was thinking of Mommy. Mommy and me were really good friends back in high school, but we were too nervous to say how we felt. Then our friends set up a date for us. It was a disaster. He laughed and told her of all the antics that you two and your friends. Y/N, up until now I've been focused on being a pro hero and thinking of the city. But now I have the most important thing of all I need to protect. Izuku held Emmy's hand and smiled at her and she gave him a big smile. I found something only I can protect. For the first time in a long time, Izuku had felt happy. This was the first time since Y/N died that he had something to look forward to. They played, he dropped her off at kindergarten then went to work. He picked her up from work and they went home. Even his friends came over to see Emmy. Ochako, Tenya, Shoto, and even Kachin. They all hung out and had fun and they all loved Emmy. Even Kachin, though he wouldn't admit it. Life felt perfect. Until she came down with a fever. The doctors didn't know what to do. Nothing they tried would get her fever down. His mom helped as much as she could. She stayed with Emmy when Izuku had to work. Eventually, Izuku didn't want to be without Emmy, so he resigned from his hero agency. While it was a difficult thing to do, it was worth it for his daughter. One thing that Emmy kept asking for was to go on a trip. Of course we can go on a trip. We'll go as soon as you get better, he said. No, I want to go now, she said. She was weak from her fever. It had been over a month and nothing changed. Izuku looked disheveled. He had stubble and had bags under his eyes. I'm sorry. We can go once you're all better. Grandma can even come, he said. She looked upset and laid down. It hurt his heart. As time went on, she only got worse. It was to the point she couldn't even change by herself. Daddy? Yes, baby? Can we go on a trip? Of course, when you get better. We could go to the field of flowers again, he said. No, it has to be now, she said. He didn't know why, but he knew that they needed to go this time. Reluctantly he agreed. He bundled her up, due to the cold weather. He packed their bags and they headed off. Emmy refused to be carried. She wanted to walk. With each minute passing by she got weaker and weaker. "Let Daddy carry you," he said. "No, I'm fine," Emmy said. They continued walking. She stumbled and was breathing. "It's time to go back," he said. She just shook her head. Why it began to snow. They kept on. Izuku looked back and saw that Emmy was dragging her feet. She was unable to walk. Finally she fell forward. "Emmy." He caught her and she slowly opened her eyes. She was burning up. "Daddy? Dee, we make it?" Emmy asked. "Yeah baby, we made it." She smiled. "It's dark. Is it night?" "Yeah, it's night." "Daddy." "Yes?" Tears rolled down his face. "I love you," she whispered. "Daddy loves you too, Emmy." More tears rolled down his cheeks as he cradled his daughter. She smiled, then he could feel her grow limp. "Emmy. Emmy?" He looked at her and her eyes were closed. "Emmy." He sobbed. Screamed out. "Someone. Anyone. Help her. Help." He howled with grief. "I only just got her back twi. I wish I had never talked to her. If she never met me, we would have never fallen in love. It was the first day of UA. In the past, Y/N had a habit of bailing out on stuff when she was nervous. Sometimes she got so nervous to the point of being sick. This was one of those times. She stood on a hill taking deep breaths. Izuku stood behind her, silent. Y/N let out a yell and hit both sides of her face. I can do this. Everything's gonna be fine." Her voice was shaky and her doubt increased more. Time seemed to stop. It all started that day. If she never met me, then she... Y/N slowly turned around and waked past Izuku. Her steps echoed as she walked past him. Away from his life. "This is for the best." He closed his eyes and heard a voice. "You don't want this?" His eyes shot open. Everything around him was just a black void. Nothing. He looked behind him and saw the old man. "You're from that day?" Izuku said. "Yes, I helped you realize that you belong with your daughter. And it seems that you need my help again." Izuku stared at his feet. "Y/N is better off without me. If she never met me, then she'd still be alive?" He nodded. "You're always going to have regrets and mistakes. But through those you grow as a person. Your trials and hardships make you who you are." Izuku looked at him. He was right. "So I'm gonna give you one more chance?" Suddenly a bright enveloped everything. Izuku felt himself slipping away. "Who are you?" he yelled. "Don't take anything for granted." He heard a voice whisper. He was back on the hill. Time started moving again. He turned around and saw Y/N walking away. "Y/N," he yelled out. She kept walking. He dropped his bag and ran towards her. She looked back and he talked her in a hug. "Y/N. I'm right here, don't leave me," he cried. "Izuku, I was worried that you wouldn't talk to me." Y/N gave him an appealing smile. "I'm sorry," he said as tears ran down his face. He hugged her tight. "I was worried that you'd wish that we never met. You made me so happy, I never want to change a thing." They broke apart and Y/N took Izuku's hands. "I know that things might be strong, but I never want you to regret the time we spent together." Izuku cupped Y/N's face and planted embraces on it. "I don't regret a thing," he said smiling. He wiped away his tears and held you. It was like he was in a daze. He snapped out of it and was back at his home he shared with you. He heard a baby crying and looked around. He looked at his hand and saw your hand. He looked at your face and he got flashbacks of you not breathing. He began to cry and held your hand saying your name. Your eyes fluttered open and you saw Izuku crying. "Izuku, what's wrong?" you said. You sat up, wincing a bit from the pain of BNHA. You put a hand on his shoulder and his head snapped up. "Y/N. You're okay. We're really together." He hugged you and embraced you over and over. You smiled at him and Suzuki. Pulled you out of your thoughts. "Everything is perfect. You're both doing wonderful. Congratulations, you too." Izuku. Y/N. Inko hugged you both and cried. Midoriya, would you like to give Emi her bath? Izuku gave Emi her bath and held her. She's perfect, you said. You had tears in your eyes and Izuku held you and Emi. She is, and she's going to be strong and appealing when she grows up, he said. You two saw flashing lights and knew the ambulance was outside. It took you to the hospital and everything was fine. Everyone visited you, even Bakugo. You two watched Emi grow up. She grew up with her wonderful mom and dad and 3 wonderful siblings that came along later. Everything was perfect. Emi stood on the hill to Yue. She was going to become a great hero, just like her mom and dad. She had the determination like her father and had her mother's spirit and quirk. Another thing she got from her mom was her nervous habit. She stood on the hill, gave a yell and slapped both of her cheeks. I can do this. I'm gonna be a great hero. Emi yelled. Are you okay? A voice said behind her. Todoroki was your best friend. Surprisingly, the usually aloof boy had a soft spot for you. You two had been friends since you were kids. You were always there for him and he was there for you. Even against his father's wishes, you two were still friends. Which is why it irritated him that you had a crush on someone else. It was a boy from another school you were sweet on. The boy was in your class from your last school. His name was Jiro. Even now at UA you still had a crush the boy. The thing was, the said boy didn't even know you existed. Even back then he had no idea you were alive. Many times Todoroki had comforted you and your broken heart. He only wanted you to be happy. Which was why when you told him the news he had to grin and bear it. You two were going to get ice cream when you saw a familiar face. Is that Jiro? You said. You got flustered and hid behind Todoroki. This irked him, but he had to be supportive. Don't worry. It's gonna be fine, let's just get ice cream, Todoroki said. You nodded and walked to the ice cream stand you ordered for both you and Todoroki while he found you guys a seat. Hey, you look familiar. Did we go to the same school or something? A voice said. You looked and saw Jiro. Your face flushed and you sputtered. You took a deep breath and spoke. Why, we went to the same middle school. I'm Y/N. You extended your hand and he shook it. Hey, that uniform. Do you go to UA? He asked. Why, yeah, I do. You two chatted and what he asked next shocked you. Hey, do you want to go get something to eat sometime? Jiro asked. You blushed and stuttered. Oh, like a date? Yeah, I guess like a date, he said. You nodded and agreed to get lunch tomorrow. Unknowingly to you, Todoroki was seething. He was irritated to say the least. He watched you blush over Jiro and he was about to explode. He got a bad feeling about this. But you looked incredibly happy so he couldn't destroy your happiness. The next day you went on your date and you were ecstatic. Todoroki still had a bad feeling so he decided to follow you from afar. You and Jiro sat and ate and began talking. You were extremely happy, but something was a bit strange. Jiro only talked about UA. It was a cool place, but when you tried to change the topic he steered it back to UA. So, how's life been for you since middle school? You asked. Maybe then you can talk about something else. Well, I tried to get into UA, but I obviously didn't get in. You're so lucky, he said. Hey, can we maybe talk about something other than UA? You asked. Well, there's actually a reason I asked you out. I was wondering if you could get me into UA. He said. What? Is that the only reason? You asked, your voice shaking. Well, yeah. I mean, we never talked before and you could put in a good word for me. Right? Jiro said. Are you serious? You just want to use me? You asked, holding back tears. Hey, why don't we make a deal? We can date or whatever, and you could get me into you, he said. You could feel tears threaten to spill. God, why am I so dumb? You got up and were about to leave, but a hand grabbed your wrist. Hey, don't be like that. Why don't we go through with our deal? I know you have a crush on me. Everything you've ever wanted could come true, if you just get me into you. His grip tightened. Please, you're hurting me. Suddenly a hand grabbed Jiro's and pulled it off your wrist. You looked up and it was Todoroki. What do you think you're doing? He had a death glare and it was directed at Jiro. Who are you? Jiro yelled in fear. Todoroki held up his left hand and flames appeared. Why don't I teach you a lesson? He said. Before he could do anything, you gently took his hand. Shoto, can we just leave? You said in a weak voice. He calmed down and walked you out. You two walked silently in an empty park of the park. Do you want ice cream? He asked. You shook your head and stopped walking. Todoroki looked concerned and took a step towards you. Why am I so stupid? You quietly said. What? You began to shake and spoke up. Why am I so stupid? Why did I believe that someone would like me? am just stupid. You cried and sat on the ground. You buried your face in your hands and cried. You're not stupid, Todoroki said. He knelt down in front of you and took your hands. You're not stupid. You're wonderful and anyone would be lucky to have you. You looked at him and saw a gentle smile on his face. You felt your heart flutter. You and Todoroki stood up and noticed you were still holding hands. Y/N, I have something to say. For a while I've liked you. I didn't say anything because you liked that guy. But even if you don't feel the same, I just wanted you to know. I'm here. You embraced him on his cheek and he blushed. Shoto, thank you. You've been by my side this whole time and I never even realized it. So, I want to try. Todoroki had never been so happy. I do request, so just ask. You and Kirishima had always had romantic tension. You both liked each other, but didn't really realize it. Well, you knew, but Kirishima was a little more oblivious. Hey, Kirishima. Do you want to go to the amusement park with me? You asked. You weren't going to call it a date, unless he did. Yeah, that would be rad. He said. Yes. You thought. We can finally be alone. Hey, Kaminari, Bakugo, Shiro, Mina. Do you want to come with us to the amusement park? Kirishima yelled. Unfortunately, they all agreed. Well, they all agreed and dragged Bakugo along. Hey, Kirishima, do you want to ride the roller coaster? You asked, smiling. Yeah, come on dudes. He said. So you all made your way to the roller coaster. You sat down and patted the seat next to you, but instead of Kirishima, Kaminari sat next to you. You looked at him and he raised his eyebrows at you. You scowled and looked forward. That plan didn't work. When you got off, Kaminari was dry heaving and almost puked on you. You all exited and Mina came bounding towards you. Y/N. Let's go take our picture with them. She pointed to the amusement park's mascot and you all went. You and Mina took pictures and you had another idea. Kirishima. Let's take a picture. You said. You grabbed his arm and Mina took a picture of you too. This would be it. You were going to be brave and embrace his cheek. You psyched yourself up and leaned over to embrace his cheek. What you didn't know was that after Mina took the picture he ran off. And you didn't notice. So you ended up embracing the mascot's cheek. You heard snickering and looked at Mina. What was that? You trying to get a discount by embracing the mascot. She laughed. You sat defeated. You were never going to get the point across to him. Mina sat next to you and asked. What's up? Listen, I know you know I like Kirishima. I just wanted to let him know that I liked him. And maybe date or whatever. You said. She chuckled and spoke up. Listen, he's sweet, but you gotta give him a push. I know he likes you, but he doesn't. You looked at her, hopeful. So I'm gonna help you. Her plan was to put you on a Ferris wheel. You would talk and you two would date. You were a bit skeptical, but you wanted this to work. Hey guys. Why don't we go on the Ferris wheel? She said. They looked reluctant, but they eventually went along. You got in and Kirishima got in next. Next was supposed to be Mina, but she tripped and closed the door. Oh no. Now they have to go on without us. She said. Actually, you can climb in. I would dash. She glared at the control guy and said it again through gritted teeth. I said, oh no. Now they have to go on without us. He nodded and started up the Ferris wheel. Wow, that was weird. Kirishima said. Why, yeah, a bit. You said. It was silent. You were about to speak, but so did Kirishima. You can go. You said. So, I was wondering why you invited me to this amusement park. He asked, looking away from you. What do you mean? You asked. And never mind. I was thinking of something else. He said. The Ferris wheel ride was almost over, so you decided to speak up. If you have something to say, you can tell me. He looked at you and gently leaned in and embraced you. He pulled away with a red face. You could feel heat on your face. Suddenly the door opened and Kirishima quickly walked out. You followed behind him. Wait. Kirishima? You chased him down. Listen. Maybe we can just forget it, he said. It's not that. I like you. That's why I invited you here. You said. I didn't know that's why. That's why I invited them, Kirishima said. Well, it was. And now I'm not sure what to do. You said. Well, maybe we should go on a date, Kirishima said. I think I would like that. You said. What's this about a date? Kaminari said. He came in between you two and put his arms around your shoulders. Suddenly he cried in pain and you could see Mina grabbing his ear and pulled him away. So, shall we continue? Kirishima asked, smiling. A request from the Hunter's Moon. Hope you like it. You were a sidekick for Best Jeanist. You were a bit rough around the edges. You weren't as elegant as Best Jeanist, so he decided to try and fix you. Well, fix you was the wrong word. He wanted to help you overcome your flaws. I don't understand why you need to do this. You said, crossing your arms. Just look at you, he said, holding his comb. What's that supposed to mean? You asked, somewhat offended. Why/n, your hair is a mess. And if you want to be my sidekick, then you need to put on these. You took the jeans and felt less and less sure about your choice. He sat you in a chair and got his comb ready. He made your usual messy hair into a tame style. He gave you a mirror and you were a bit shocked. Why did you do this? I liked my hair the way it was. You said. Now it looks presentable. Now put on your jeans and we'll patrol. He said. You two were patrolling and he was lecturing you. Now, your normal reckless behavior is something you'll need to get a hold of. Try to control yourself. You two were walking when a scream was heard. Two men ran out of a nearby store and you chased after them. They ran into an alley and you tackled one of them. Yes? You exclaimed. What you didn't notice was the other perp about to attack you. You didn't realize until his fist was centimeters away from your face. Best Jeanist used his quirk and immobilized the criminal. Your heart beat fast as 3 police officers came running in and took them into custody. You stood next to Best Jeanist, not looking at him. He then began to lecture you. Now you know why you can't be reckless? You silently nodded. He did have a point. So from then on you were a model sidekick. You followed everything he said. You kept your hair tamed, you even wore the jeans. Best Jeanist began to respect you more and more. So one day when you two were out patrolling again, you two had heard of a few villains went around causing trouble, so you made frequent rounds. Do we have any eyewitness descriptions? You asked. Not many. Keep an eye out, he said. You two noticed a few people following you from behind. Best Jeanist gently nodded and you both stopped. One gave a yell and lunged at you. Best Jeanist immobilized them. You notified the police, but noticed one of the men trying to use their quirk. In a split second you pushed Best Jeanist out of the way and your arm got singed by his fire breath. Once they took the villains away, Best Jeanist turned to you with an angry look. What were you thinking? What have I told you? Do you ever think? He yelled. You were taken aback. Usually he was calm and collected, you've never seen him angry. You looked down and gently touched your arm. I'm sorry. You began to cry. I tried to do what you say. Maybe I'm not cut out to be your sidekick? You meekly said. Suddenly you felt arms around you. You looked up and could see Best Jeanist. I'm not angry. I'm worried. Please try not to do that again, he said. Okay, Best Jeanist. You said, returning the hug. Call me Hakamada. Another request, hope you like it. You had a bit of a problem. Both Bakugo and Todoroki liked you. They often fought each other over who would win your affection. You often had to heal them with your quirk when they fought. Until one day you had enough. Hey, I've had enough. All you two do is fight when we hang out. I'm tired of it. Talk to me again when you two can be civil. You yelled. You haven't talked to them since. You sat in the infirmary talking to Recovery Girl. So, how's your little romantic problems? She asked. Don't get me started. I haven't talked to thee in 2 weeks. You said. My, what fun you kids have these days. She said. Yeah, fun. You said sarcastically. Suddenly an alarm went off and a voice could be heard. Emergency villain attack. All heroes please assist. Your heart was beating rapidly and you turned to Recovery Girl. Oh dear. We need to get someplace safe so we can treat the injured. Y/N, I'm going to need your help, she said. You nodded and followed her. After speaking to the principal, you found out it happened somewhere in town. You traveled into town and found a medical tent to aid injured civilians. Y/N, go tend to the injured, she said. You ran around healing people. Suddenly you heard an explosion and saw fire and ice. What are Bakugo and Todoroki here? You said out loud. Your attention was drawn to a group of civilians hiding under some rubble. You ran to them and directed them to the tent. Please go over there. There's people who can help you, you said. They headed towards the tent, but a few spoke up. Please. There's injured people. You need to help. You looked towards the main source of commotion and headed to it. There were many injured people. You healed them, but you were becoming weaker. Healing others took your energy away. You ate some food to regain it, but it wouldn't last for long. You noticed a few heroes hiding behind a turned-over bus, hurt. You ran over and began to heal them. What are you doing here? One asked. It's my job to help people. You guys are going to be fine. But I need you guys to get some of those civilians out of harm's way. They looked at you and nodded. They ran back and carried the injured off. You stood up but felt dizzy and unsteady. You leaned up against a car and felt the ground rumble. You looked up and saw a tall building begin to fall in your direction. You tried to run but collapsed. You braced yourself, but suddenly a whoosh of cold air came and you were wrapped in an embrace. You looked up and saw Todoroki. Y/N. Why are you here? Todoroki yelled. I could ask you the same, you said. He guided you out and you saw a great wall of ice holding up the building. You were shaky on your legs and had to have Todoroki help you. There was an explosion next to you guys and you two were knocked down. Are you guys stupid? Why are you in the open? Bakugo said. Bakugo, you're hurt, you said. He had a gash on his arm. You stumbled to heal him, but he held your shoulders. Y/N, you're too weak. Think of yourself. Bakugo said. He's right, Todoroki said. They guided you to behind a car and sat you down. You'll be safe here, Todoroki said. Suddenly the earth shook and a huge shadow loomed over the three of you. Oh no, both Todoroki and Bakugo said. They got ready to attack, but the villain grabbed them both by the throat. Well, look what we have here. You two have been thorns in my side. The two were struggling and the villain began to strangle them. They were gasping for air and you felt tears run down your face. You looked around for something, anything to help. You saw rocks and thought you should at least try something. You picked a few up and threw it at the villain's head. Hey, leave them alone, you said. You were trembling very bad, but didn't want them to die. The villain tossed them aside and loomed over you. You threw another rock and he grabbed you. He began to tighten his grip on your throat. Your vision began to get spotty. Everything seemed far away. You slowly started to slip away. Until the grip was released. You gasped for air and saw several heroes taking care of the villain. Your vision was fading in and out and everything seemed to slow down. You looked and saw Todoroki and Bakugo. They were hurt and you crawled your way over. They looked at you and looked concerned. You put one hand on both of them. Don't. Bakugo protested. Y/N. If you heal us, you'll suffer, Todoroki said. You shook your head and started to heal them. Your vision was getting worse and you felt weak. You couldn't hold yourself up anymore. Everything seemed to slow down. You closed your eyes and felt yourself hit the ground. You heard shouting, but it seemed far away. You opened your eyes and saw the sky. Suddenly Todoroki and Bakugo were over you. They looked so sad and worried. You tried to speak, but could only let out a faint squeak. You felt tired. You tried to move your hand so you could reassure the two of them, but you couldn't. You couldn't feel anything. Where am I? Help. We need help. What happened? What happened? They went over their limit. I'm so tired. Their vitals are dropping. Get them to the ore. Todoroki and Bakugo sat in the waiting room, waiting for any news. It's my fault, Bakugo said, looking at his hands. No, it was my fault, Todoroki said. Silence took over the room. Damn it. Bakugo said. He kicked over a chair and began to pace. Calm down. They wouldn't want you like this. Bakugo sat back down and put his head in his hands. It's been hours. What if? No, we can't think like that. A doctor came in and looked at them both. Do you two know Y/N? She asked. They both stood up and walked to the doctor. Is there any family of hers we can contact? She asked. They looked at each other and Todoroki spoke up. Their family lives 4 hours away. What's wrong? She looked away, thinking. I'm sorry to say this, but we don't know how long they have. Their vitals don't look good and their body is shutting down. I wouldn't be telling you this, but I don't want them to be alone. We don't think they'll last much longer. They looked at each other with pained looks. Can we see them? Bakugo asked. The doctor showed them to your room. You laid in bed hooked up to machines. You looked up and smiled weakly when you saw them. I'll give you 3 some time. And she left. Their hearts broke as you weakly tried to sit up. Hi guys. You said weakly. The two held back tear and sat on each side of you. What were you thinking? Todoroki chalked out. You should have just stayed back. Bakugo said. They wouldn't look at you. It's my duty. I'm supposed to help people. That's what a hero does. You said weakly. You idiot. Why? You're dying because of that. Bakugo snapped. Tears ran down his face. You gently grabbed his hand and he calmed down. It's going to be okay. You said weakly. Todoroki grabbed your hand and began to speak. What are we going to do? Todoroki said. You smiled and squeezed their hands. Just because I'm gone, doesn't mean your lives are over. I know you two will become great heroes. I'm glad I could spend my last moments with you too. You said. You closed your eyes and your pace began to slow down. Y/N? Y/N? Someone help. They yelled. Everything began to fade away. With what little strength you had left, you gently squeezed their hands. Hey guys, that I love you too. You closed your eyes and heard your name being called. EP chapter text. A request from Artistic Noodle but also Angelica. You were doing training practice with Kaminari and Kaminari. All was good until a huge flash of electricity lit up the area. You and Kirishima went to investigate and saw Kaminari in his brain-dead state. Dude, what are we gonna do with you know? Kirishima said laughing. He was giving you guys thumbs up and you couldn't help but laugh. So what should we do? You asked. I guess we should stay with him, Kirishima said. You looked at each other and he smirked at you. Well, you are the one with the crush on him, he said. You rolled your eyes and punched his arm. Fine, but you owe me. Kirishima left and you babysat Kaminari. You sat until he recovered. What? Y/N? What are you doing here? He said. You short-circuited, so I stayed with you to make sure you were okay, you said. He looks a bit taken aback. You stayed with me? Why? He asked. You're my friend, dummy, you said. Kaminari felt his heartbeat quicken. It was a simple gesture on your part, but it made him happy for some reason. After that day, whenever he hung out with you, he gets nervous, sweating, and discharges a bit of electricity. Was he sick? I don't really get it, dude, Kaminari said to Kirishima. Kirishima smirked knowing what was going on. Sounds weird. Do you maybe? Like, Y/N? What do you mean? I mean your heart beats fast when you're near them, you get sweaty, it's possible you have a crush? He said, raising his eyebrows. No, of course not. I think I'm just sick. Besides, Y/N isn't even my type. I have high standards, he said. Kirishima rolled his eyes and wanted to tease him. Well, maybe it's for the best. After all, Y/N has a boyfriend anyway, he said. This caught his attention. What? Why didn't they tell me? He said, a bit irritated. Oh yeah, they're actually on a date now. Smirked. Kirishima and Kaminari put on fake mustaches to stalk you. There you were, eating with another guy. Laughing and having a great time. It irritated him. See, you have nothing to worry about, Kirishima said, uninterested. Kaminari kept staring at you and the guy you were with and his heart clenched. Kirishima saw the bothered look on his friend's face and decided to intervene. Dude, let's just leave if it bugs you. No, I want to keep following them. They followed you to the movies and after you left. You hugged the guy you were with and Kaminari clenched his fists. When you were walking back to the dorms, Kaminari decided to confront you, much to Kirishima's protests. He tapped on your shoulder and you turned around. Kaminari? You said. Who was that guy? Kaminari asked. What guy? You asked. The guy you were with. Is he your boyfriend or what? Kaminari said, slightly angry. Oh. No, that wasn't my boyfriend. Why? You asked a bit irritated. Because that wasn't my boyfriend. That was my cousin. You said. What? But Kirishima said. He looked back and Kirishima shrugged. And besides, why do you care who I was with? You said. He looked nervous and couldn't find anything to say. Why are you getting angry at me? He said. Because you're getting angry at me. You yelled. I'm not angry, I just wanted to know. He said. You just you cried out in frustration. You grabbed his face and embraced him. His eyes opened wide and it took him a minute, but he embraced you and you could feel sparks. It felt nice. You pulled away from him and stared at him. His face flushed red and suddenly a huge spark of electricity overcame you both. You were shocked, literally. You didn't pass out due to your quirk, but it did stun you. Whoa. What happened? Kirishima said. He saw you stunned and Kaminari in his brain-dead state. Looks like you two have an electric love. A request from Shina. You and Shoto have been inseparable since you two were kids. You two were so in love and were always there for each other. Through middle school, UA villain attacks, you two never separated. You were Shoto's rock and he was yours. Which was why it killed you to keep your illness a secret. Throughout the years it got worse, but you never let it show. You never let him know you were sick. You and Shoto were in your shared apartment making breakfast. How many waffles do you want? You asked. Just one. He replied. You were feeling playful so you threw flour on him. You turned around and he picked you up by your waist and spun you around. You squealed and faced him. You embraced him and he embraced back. You then threw flour on him and ran away. He quickly caught up to you and spun you around again. You both were laughing and he set you down. His smile faded when he looked at you. What's wrong? You asked. Y/N, you have a nosebleed. He said. You touched your lip and saw crimson BLD. Shoto quickly got you a tissue and wiped it off. It's okay, you said, pushing his hands away. Are you sure? He asked, concerned. Yeah, I'm fine. You reassured him. You went back into the kitchen with Shoto not far behind. I'm serious. I'm fine. You insisted. He hugged you from behind. You don't have to keep secrets from me. He said. You felt your throat tighten. No, everything's okay. You worried much. You said, cupping his face. He leaned into your touch and hummed. You turned around to go to the bathroom, but before you could close the door you began to cough. A few coughs turned into a coughing fit. You covered your mouth and once you stopped you could see BLD on your hands. Shoto rushed in and saw. You laid in the hospital bed with Shoto sitting in a chair beside you. Why didn't you tell me? He said. How could I? You said, tearing up. I just thought I didn't want to hurt you. You said. He grabbed your hand and squeezed. How long has it been like this? I've had it for a while. Sometimes I wouldn't feel anything for a while. Sometimes it would get awful. It's been like that for years. How long do you have? I don't know. He embraced you hand and looked at you. What do we do now? He said as tears gathered in his eyes. You shook your head holding back tears. I don't know. Shoto went back home. The doctors told him to go and get some rest. He went to your shared room and sat on the bed. He held his head in his hands and cried. Why didn't you tell him? Why did you keep this a secret? You've known each other for years. Been through thick and thin. Were you protecting him? Whatever the reason was, all he knew was he didn't want to lose you. He wiped his face off and went to the box where you kept all your pictures. He opened it up and began to look through them. There were several that you had taken of him while he wasn't looking or ones you two had taken when you went on dates. Ones from when you were younger. He chuckled at some. He came across a faded piece of folded up paper. He didn't remember what it was from. He carefully opened it up and at the top it read, bucket list. Suddenly, It came back to him. It was something you two wrote while you were in middle school. Todoroki, guess what I have? You said, moving the paper in his face. What is it? He asked. It's called a bucket list. It's a list of things you want to do before you die. Oh, what do you want to do? He read it, and he chuckled at it. Hey, don't laugh. You said, embarrassed. I can't help it. Eat a dozen donuts? Pet a giraffe? Is this all you want to do? He asked. You huffed and crossed your arms. Well, what do you want to do? You asked him. He thought for a moment and wrote something down. See a baseball game? You said. Yeah, I've never seen one. He said. You had an idea. How about this dash? You wrote down another thing on the paper. We each write down one thing we want to do. And we'll do it together. You said with a bright smile on your face. He didn't know you kept this. After all these years. He looked at the paper and read down through it. Shoto NY/N/S bucket list. See a baseball game. Pet a giraffe. Eat a dozen donuts. Go to the beach. See a sunrise. See a sunset. Go camping. Embrace Todoroki. He laughed at the last part. He folded the paper back up and was about to put it back when he had an idea. He grabbed the letter and ran to the hospital. You were laying in the bed and looked up. Do you know what this is? He said, holding the paper up. No? What is it? It's our bucket list we made. We're going to do this. You looked at him with a sad smile. I don't think the doctors will let me leave. You said. Shota looked down and ran to get the doctor. I don't think we can allow Y/N out of the hospital. It's better to be safe than sorry. The doctor said. Shoto clenched his fists. Please. If Y/N/'s gonna die, I just want one day to do all the things we promised. Please. The doctor thought for a while and reluctantly agreed. Just one day. And if Y/N feels bad, bring them right back. That was the best news he had heard all day. He planned out your whole day. You would go pet a giraffe at the zoo, then see a baseball game and eat a dozen donuts. Then you would camp on the beach and watch the sunrise and sunset. In the morning you were dressed and Shoto walked you out. You were a little weak, but Shoto was so determined. You went to the zoo and sadly, they wouldn't let you pet the giraffes. They can't do this. Shoto, it's okay. He looked irritated, then got an idea. He looked at a tree, then snapped a branch off. He shook it and it got the giraffe's attention. It came over to you guys and started eating the leaves. Hurry, it's your chance. You began to pet the giraffe's neck and laughed. Suddenly there was a yell and a worker came running at you two. You two ran away until you were outside of the zoo. You were breathing heavily and Shoto looked concerned, but you began to laugh. What's wrong? That was so funny. That was great. You laughed and Shoto began to laugh too. Next was a baseball game. The best he could do was a high school baseball game. Shoto was pretty excited. He's never been to one. It made you happy to see his face light up like a little kid. After that he took you to the beach and there was a tent set up and a small fire. Now I have this tent set up so we can camp, watch the sunset and the sunrise. You teared up and smiled. You two sat by the fire and watched the sunset. He pulled out a dozen donuts and you two began to eat them. It was appealing, you wanted it to last forever. But sadly, all good things must come to an end. You began to have a coughing fit. Shoto was concerned. Y/N, let's go back. No. F-dash, you coughed into your hand and saw Bill. You sat in the hospital bed with Shoto at your side. I'm sorry I ruined our night. You said. No. Shoto yelled. It's my fault that I should have never have taken you out. Silence filled the room. The doctor told you, you didn't have much time. You looked at Shoto and he looked sad. If you were going to die soon, that you wanted his last memory to be a happy one. You called the doctor in. Ma'am, I have a favor to ask. Yes? I would like to watch the sunset on the roof. They both looked at you shocked. Y/N, it's my choice. I want to do this. You said. Shoto looked at your pale face. Determination shone in your sunken eyes. The doctor and Todoroki helped your frail body to the roof. You were staggering and with every step, Shoto's heart broke more and more. You finally got to the roof and the doctor let you two through. It was almost sunrise. You staggered and Shoto held you up. Y/N, Let's go back. Shoto said. No. We're finishing this now. You said. Shoto reluctantly sat down with you. You two watched as the sun slowly rise. You leaned your head on his shoulder. You felt tired. Shoto, can I see the list? He gave it to you and a pen. You crossed off the activities you did today. All there was left was the sunrise. You smiled softly and noticed the one you crossed off when you were younger. The sun fully rose. That's everything on the list. Let's get you back. Shoto said. You shook your head. We can't. There's still one more thing. You said. You had trouble keeping your eyes open. What? We did everything. You still owe me an embrace. Your vision blurred. Shoto gently embraced you. He stood up and gently helped you stand. You felt a brief dizzy spell. You fell forward and he caught you. What's wrong? You felt cold and tired. Shoto, that it's gonna be alright? No, it won't. What am I gonna do? He said as tears rolled down his face. You touched his face and brushed his tears away. I don't want you to be sad. You gave me the best day I've ever had. You tried so strong and it was perfect. I'm so happy I got to spend it with you. I love you. I love you too, Y/N. He embraced you, and with a smile on your face you took your last breath. There I was again tonight. Forcing laughter, faking smiles. Same old tired lonely place. Todoroki stood in the corner, bored and annoyed his father made him attend this ball. Fake smiles directed his way and having to force conversation and laughter. He loathed everything about this life. His father, his duties, everything. He was always alone here. His father never let him associate with people outside of the castle and people he deemed worthy. People gathered around and chatted with Todoroki. Their words were insincere. They only spoke with him due to his status. Walls of insincerity, shifting eyes and vacancy, vanished when I saw your face. He had enough. He didn't care if his father was angry at him, he couldn't be here anymore. He turned to leave but collided with someone. He went outside and climbed over the castle walls. This was the first time he's ventured out of the castle without his father's knowledge. Before he left he grabbed a cloak to hide his face. Once he was on the other side he made his way to the village below. He covered his head and walked down the streets. He's never seen the village at night. It was illuminated by lamps lining the streets. He wasn't paying attention and collided with someone. Hey, are you okay? A voice asked. He looked up and froze. His heart pounded in his ear and he could feel his face flush. You were appealing. Hello. You said. Oh, my fault. He said. Good, now help me pick these up. Oh, of course. He began to pick up the groceries and handed them to you. Sorry about all that. Todoroki said. No problem, but I won't let you off the hook. You have to help carry these to my house. They handed the heavy bag to Todoroki and began walking. I'm Y/N, by the way. You said. Y/N had him set the bag on the table and turned to him. Thanks for the help. So, what's your name? Y/N asked. Oh, Todoroki thought for a bit, trying to come up with a fake name. So you're being mysterious? I like it. But if you won't tell me your name, hang out with me as an apology. Y/N said. What? Y/N walked around and showed Todoroki the sights. He's never met someone like them. Hey, Y/N. This was fun, but I should head home. He said. Of course. I had fun. Y/N said. Todoroki turned to leave when Y/N spoke up. See you later, Prince Todoroki. You said. You ran off and Todoroki stood there, bewildered. He was enchanted by you. All I can say is it was enchanting to meet you. It was a few days after he met you and he was starstruck. You knew he was the prince, but treated him like an actual person. He couldn't get you out of his head. Your eyes whispered, have we met? Across the room your silhouette starts to make its way to me. His father called him into the throne room and he was stunned to see you. You stood next to his father. Why were you here? Shoto, this is Y/N. A tailor from the village. They will be your personal tailor. His father said. Finally, his father actually did something he approved for once. Of course, father. Y/N bowed and made their way to him. They smiled and bowed to him. Hello, Prince. You grinned. The playful conversation starts. Counter all your quick remarks. Like passing notes in secrecy. The past few weeks him and Y/N became close friends. You two had playful conversations and you taught him how to make remarks and how to be sarcastic. And when you two had things to do, such as making clothes or Todoroki doing his prince duties, you two would pass notes to each other. And it was enchanting to meet you. All I can say is I was enchanted to meet you. His life was changed by you. You became his best friend and he was yours. You treated him like a real person. Not the prince, just Todoroki Shoto. Even from weeks ago, he was enchanted to have met you. This night is sparkling, don't you let it go. I'm wonderstruck, blushing all the way home. I'll spend forever wondering if you knew. I was enchanted to meet you. You two would occasionally sneak out of the castle and hang out with each other. You would either go hang out in the village and go shopping or go in the nearby forest and explore. One night when you two snuck out, the sky was clear and the moon was shining. It had just rained and everything sparkled in the moonlight. You two sat by a lake and began to talk. Are you excited about the upcoming ball? You're gonna look so good in the outfit I'm making. Y/N boasted. Of course your clothes are gonna look good, I just hate attending those. Everyone's so fake and I hate dancing, he said. Y/N perked up at the mention of dancing. I've never danced, how about you teach me? Y/N said. He looked at her confused and sighed. I'm not that great, despite the dance classes my father made me attend. But if you insist, he said. He stood up and held his hand out. You grinned and took his hand. He waltzed with you and you kept staring at your feet. Focus on me, he said. He noticed a soft blush on your face. Are you all right? He asked. Oh, of course, you said. You two danced like that and he dipped you and you exclaimed. Whoa, I want to try, you said. I don't know, I might be too heavy, he said. You dipped him and you were struggling. I told you I could do it, you said. Your grasp slipped and he started to fall. You wrapped your arms around your body, faces were centimeters apart. Both of you blushed and separated. We should head back, Todoroki said. You both went back and couldn't look at each other, embarrassed. The lingering question kept me up. 2 a.m., who do you love? I wonder, till I'm wide awake. And now I'm pacing back and forth. Lately you had been talking to one of the chefs. Laughing and smiling together. Did you like him? Were you two dating and you didn't tell him? No, Y/N would tell me he thought we're best friends. He walked around the halls and turned the corner. There he saw you and the cook. He hid behind the corner and saw you hug him. Maybe you did like him. He laid in bed staring at his ceiling. Maybe it was a friendly hug. He couldn't sleep. As much as he anted to rest, he couldn't. Here he was pacing around his room late at night. Why was this keeping him up? You were his best friend, of course, but why was he so bothered? He started thinking of you. Your smile, your laugh, your personality, everything. Then it hit him. His face flushed bright red. He buried his face in his hands and crouched down. I'm in love with Y/N. Wishing you were at my door. I'd open up and you would say, hey, it was enchanting to meet you. Oh, I was so enchanted to meet you too. He sat on his bed staring at the ceiling once again. His mind clouded with thoughts of you. When did he fall in love with you? There was a knock at his door and he was confused. Who would knock around this time of night? He got up and made his way to the door. He opened the door and saw Y/N. Y/N. What are you doing here? He said nervously. They came into his room and stared at him. They took his hands and looked him in the eyes. Shoto, I've loved you since we met. I was so enchanted to meet you. Y/N said. His heart beat faster and looked into their eyes. Really? He said hopeful. They nodded and slowly leaned forward. Todoroki closed his eyes and leaned forward. He jolted up and looked around the room. It wasn't night anymore. It had all been a dream. He brought his legs to his settee and buried his face in his knees. He had it bad. This night is sparkling, don't you let it go. I'm wonderstruck, blushing all the way home. I'll spend forever wondering if you knew. I was enchanted to meet you too. It was the night of the ball and Todoroki was being fitted for his suit by Y/N. Man, you're gonna be the best dressed prince there. Y/N said. And the only one. Stuck in a room with old politicians? He said, looking away. Ever since his dream he's had a tough time looking at you. I wish I could attend it. I've never been to one. You said, a little down. Then you should go. What? They looked up, surprised. Yeah, if you're a guest of the prince you can go. He said. No way. Really? Of course. I'll need the company and I'm sure you'll look amazing in formal wear. He said. Y/N's face became a bright red and they looked away. Are you okay? Oh, of course. I'll see you later. And they left the room. Y/N leaned up against the door and their face flushed. Do I like him? At the ball, Todoroki was blown away by their formal wear. You look great, he said. They blushed and went to the dance floor. They danced and blushed like fools. After a few songs, his father called him over. Shoto, I would like you to meet Suzuki Haruka. They said hello and the king began to speak up. She is a princess of a neighboring kingdom. She is also going to be your bride. Todoroki froze. A father? Why? Do not question me. It is to form an alliance. His father said. His new fiancée grabbed his hand and hugged his arm. She looked happy, but he was incredibly upset. While this was going on, Y/N went to get something to drink for him. They came back and saw some girl and Todoroki embrace. Y/N dropped the drinks and ran off. This is me praying that this was the very first page, not where the storyline ends. My thoughts will echo your name until I see you again. These are the words I held back as I was leaving too soon. I was enchanted to meet you too. Why was Y/N upset? They were only friends. Only friends. Y/N avoided Todoroki and kept seeing the girl who embraced him. I shouldn't be upset, Y/N thought. They are engaged. Every time Todoroki tried to talk to them, Y/N left. Y/N couldn't take this anymore. They were going to be relocated. Y/N packed up their belongings and headed out. Todoroki went to the throne room looking for Y/N. Father, have you seen Y/N? He asked his father. They have been moved to a neighboring kingdom. His world stopped. He ran to the stables to get a horse. Why would his father do this? He hopped onto a horse and made his way to the neighboring kingdom. This isn't how the story was supposed. He wasn't going to let this happen. He saw it was night. Why did it have to be night? It made it harder to find you. He saw a horse and cart. Y/N. He yelled. He rode in front of the cart and saw you. Why are you leaving? He yelled. Because I can't stay there. I can't pretend that things are different now. You're engaged. They yelled. Please don't be in love with someone else. Please don't have somebody waiting on you. Please don't be in love with someone else. Please don't have somebody waiting on you. Todoroki was shocked. It was because of him? Why? Because I love you, okay? And I saw you embracing her, Anne, and I knew it wouldn't work out. I'm not royalty. I'm a commoner. Y/N said, looking down. I kept praying. Praying that you wouldn't love someone else. That you wouldn't have someone waiting on you. But I realized that you don't love me. This night is sparkling, don't you let it go. I'm wonderstruck, blushing all the way home. I'll spend forever wondering if you knew. This night is flawless, don't you let it go. I'm wonderstruck, dancing around all alone. Taylor, I'll spend my whole life wondering if you knew. I was enchanted to meet you too. The clouds cleared and the moonlight illuminated the area and he could see tears on your face. He pulled you off the cart and pulled you into an embrace. What are you doing? You said. Todoroki tightened the embrace and you two stayed that way for what felt like hours. Under the night sky. He let go and looked you in the eye. I was never in love with someone else. I never had somebody waiting on me. Y/N, I was never in love with someone else. I had no one waiting on me. I've loved you ever since we met. I'd never dream of being with anyone else. Your vision blurred and you wiped the tears away. Please don't lie. You said. He took your hands and leaned in. Finally, he embraced you. Your tears fell faster and you hugged him. I thought you were getting married. You said. I was, but you're the one I want to spend my life with, Y/N. You two hugged once again and you spoke up. So what now? 'Cause you were all of my dreams come true. And I just wish you knew. I was so in love with you. You two ran away from the kingdom. You met up with a group of travelers. Their names were Midoriya, Uraraka, and Ida. You guys lived your lives full of adventure. This was better than any life you could have hoped for. Stuck in the palace or living in the village. What made it so amazing was it was with Todoroki. One night you were sitting on a hill with him, looking at the stars. Hey Shoto. Yes? Why me? I mean, I'm sure you had a crowd of admirers. Why did you love me? He sat up and looked at you. Well, when we first met you knew I was the prince. You treated me like a normal person. You were all of my dreams come true. He said. You blushed and embraced him. You are my best friend and I'm so in love with you. You had always been frail. Your healing quirk took a toll on your body so you never really used it. Your father wanted you to marry someone who protect you. Which is why he arranged you to marry someone. That certain someone was one of the top heroes, Shoto. Being in the top 5 that you would be protected. Though you've never met him in person, you admired him for his strength and kindness when you saw him on TV. You, your father, Endeavor, and Shoto sat in your living room to talk about it. You smiled at Todoroki, but his face was full of loathing. It saddened you. Of course, this wasn't an ideal way to meet your spouse. You understood why he was upset. Your father and his father talked and came into agreement. A few weeks later you two were married and moved into a house provided by your family. Your marriage didn't feel like a marriage. You two were strangers and never talked. Well, you tried to. Shoto wanted nothing to do with you. You knew he resented you. You understood. But you tried your best and you were kind to him every step of the way. You slept in different rooms. On your honeymoon Shoto worked, and when you made dinner, he ate it in the study. You woke up before him every morning to make it lunch. Hi Shoto. Good morning. You said cheerfully. He didn't say anything and just grabbed coffee and walked away. You sighed and began to eat an apple for breakfast. You stared at the ring on your left finger. Did Shoto wear his? Probably not. Shoto came down dressed in his hero suit. Shoto, I made you lunch. You said smiling. I'm fine. He said. He walked out and shut the door. You sighed again and began to clean up the mess. At night you had set out dinner, but Shoto never came home. You made sure to set out dinner so he could eat when he got home. You even waited up for him. When Todoroki came home you had fallen asleep on the table waiting for him. He looked at you and saw the dinner sitting on the table. He didn't get it. He was rude and didn't talk to you, but you were so kind and caring. He picked you and set you in your room. He walked downstairs to turn the lights off downstairs and saw the food again. The least he could do was eat it and clean up. You woke up and noticed you were in your bed. You smiled gently and went downstairs. You noticed he was gone already. You would have to thank him when he got home. Later that night around 8 you were cleaning up dishes and heard the door open. Hi Shoto dash, you looked at the doorway and saw him badly injured. Shoto. You ran to him and he stumbled into you. Hold on. You yelled. You put his arm around your shoulder and stumbled upstairs. You gently set him on his bed and looked at him. You ran to the bathroom and got the first aid kit. You treated some his wounds but he was still badly injured. What do I do? You yelled. You then went to your last resort. This is an emergency. You took a deep breath and laid your hands on his CST and used your quirk. You could see his wounds heal and his breathing steadied. You sighed with relief and felt tired and had a headache. Your vision blurred and you laid your head on the bed and drifted off to sleep. Shoto woke up and his body was sore. He looked around and saw you sleeping. Did Y/N heal me? He said. He saw your sleeping face and felt his face grow warm. Despite how he treated you, you were so kind and caring. He brushed a piece of hair from your face and his heart began to pound. You stirred awake and smiled gently at him. Are you okay? Yes, I am. Thank you, he said. He blushed and you held his hand. I'm glad you're okay. I'm gonna make you breakfast. You left to make breakfast and felt dizzy. That was a bad idea, but it was worth it. You began to cough lightly. Shoto was incredibly kind to you. More than he has been all throughout your marriage. You had been enjoying it. Then a week later Shoto came to you. Y/N, I've been thinking. I would like to take you on a date. I know I haven't been the best husband, so I want to try and make it work. He said. Of course. You said. He took you to a park and there were candles and peeling flowers. Set up on the ground was food. Shoto, this looks great. You had a wonderful time at dinner and once you were both done eating he held your hand. Y/N, you were so kind to me when I was awful to you. You're amazing and I've realized I love you. He said. You began to cry and Shoto became worried. I'm alright. I'm just really happy. You said. Shoto held your face and embraced you. You both got home and you felt extremely tired. Tonight was great, but I'm really tired. You said. Are you sure? It's only 7, and you're usually super energetic, he said. Yes, sorry. You went upstairs and were about to go to your room when Shoto spoke up. Why don't we sleep in the same bed? We're married and all, he said, blushing. Sure. You were embarrassed but too tired to care. In the morning Shoto woke up first, which was weird. Usually, Y/N wakes up first. He was a bit worried but let you sleep. Hours passed by and he went up to check on you. It was almost 2 in the afternoon and you were still asleep. He shook you awake. Y/N. I'm worried about you. He said. I'm fine. I just didn't get a lot of sleep the other night. You insisted. He sighed, knowing with you he wouldn't win. Fine, how about I make brunch for you? At least, to the best of my abilities. He said. You nodded eagerly. Sure. I'll go take a shower while you go make brunch. You showered and Shoto made brunch. You finished and got dressed when he called up. Y/N, it's ready. You made your way to the stairs when you became dizzy. You grabbed the wall for support. The room was spinning and you couldn't walk straight. You mustered up enough strength to stand up straight. You were halfway to the stairs when you fell against the wall. Shoto must have noticed you were gone. You looked up and saw him running towards you. Y/N. He knelt down to look at you. You coughed violently and noticed a pool of blood in your hands. You had a dizzy spell and collapsed into his arms. Y/N. He gently shook you and you had bread breathing. Y/N. Please. I love you. You then passed out and he called an ambulance. Next time you woke up you were in the hospital. You felt pain all over. You touched your face and noticed tubes going into your nose. You jerked up and saw a needle in your arm. You gasped and began to cough. It's okay. A voice said. You saw it was Shoto. Why am I here? You asked weakly. You collapsed. He took your hand and squeezed it. His face looked pained. What's wrong? He looked away. Please tell me. He reluctantly began to speak. The doctor said that because you healed my wounds and because your quirk takes a lot out of you that your body's shutting down. He wouldn't look at you. So I'm dying? You asked. He nodded and he held back tears. It's my fault. If I never came home that night. He said. He choked back a sob. Stop it. It's not. It was my choice. You said. He still wouldn't look at you. How long do I have? A few hours, they said. The most. It was silent, then you spoke up. Come here. You said. What? He said. You slid to the side so there would be room and patted the spot. If I am going to I want you with me. You said. Even on your deathbed, you were the same as ever. He got into the bed, held you. You stayed silent and just laid there. Shoto began to sob silently. You teared up, but you wouldn't cry. Hey, I don't regret anything. You said. He scoffed and spoke. Really? I was awful in the beginning. He said. Well, I understood why. You said. I'm sorry, I don't think I properly apologized. He said. It's good. I loved you the whole time. You said. The heart monitor began to slow down. Shoto noticed and began to cry. He hugged you tightly. I'm so sorry, I love you so much. You deserved better. He said. Tears streamed down his face and he felt you hug him. I love you too. I wouldn't change a thing. You held each other while the beats became more spaced out. I love you. You said. I love you too. He choked out. The beeps slowed until a long one filled the room. The continuous beep and the wails of a heartbroken man. You had a successful bakery. Of course you were busy with customers and had a few that were regulars that came every couple of days. But one stood out in particular. Toyomitsu Taishiro came every day. He would come in and buy a ton of pastries and breads. You two got to know each other over the months. It got to the point where he eventually asked you out. You two went on a few dates and started dating. It was great. But on his end he had a problem. You didn't know about his hero life. He wanted to tell you, but there were a ton of dangers that came with it. He didn't want you to be in any danger. One day he was with Kirishima and Amajiki patrolling when he saw your bakery. He lit up and spoke. "Let's go in there." He was excited to see you. He walked in and saw you stocking the pastries. "Y/N. How are you?" he said. You looked a bit confused. Hi. You're Fat Gum, right?" you asked. "Oh, yeah." He remembered he was Fat Gum, not Toyomitsu. Kirishima and Amajiki looked at each other, confused. Why was he acting like this? They ordered and sat down. "So what was that?" Amajiki asked. "What? Nothing." He looked away. "Yeah, do you know them?" Kirishima asked. He looked away and saw some guy talking to you. You looked a bit uncomfortable. He got up and went behind the guy. The guy kept flirting with you, despite your protests. "Is there a problem here?" Toyomitsu asked. "Nah, we're good here. Just ordering," the guy said. You gave him a look that asked for help. Toyomitsu put his hand on the guy's shoulder. "I think that they're uncomfortable," he said. The guy turned to him and glared at him. "Why don't you leave?" he said. They stared each other down. The guy scoffed and walked off. But before he left, he turned back and threw a punch at Toyomitsu. He used his quirk and absorbed the guy. He went outside and released the guy and he ran off. He went back inside and talked to you. "Are you okay?" he asked. You nodded and thanked him. "Thank you, Toyomitsu," you said, smiling. He sputtered. How did you know?" he asked. You laughed. "Well, you called me by my name, you got your regular, and you got upset when that guy flirted with me," you said. "You're not mad?" he asked. "Of course not. I knew you were Fat Gum. I mean, you look similar. But I know you were trying to keep me safe." He was so happy. He hugged you and Kirishima and Amakiji cleared their throats. "Sorry, what's going on?" Kirishima asked. "Oh, we should get going," he said. They walked out the door and he looked back. You winked and his heart beat faster. He wasn't just in love with your pastries, but with you. Yamada Hizashi, or the hero known as Present Mike, is your husband. You two have known each other since you were at UA. You were best friends, dated and eventually got married. However, not many people knew of your relationship, save for a few people. You wanted to keep your personal life private, especially from your students. But Hizashi was very open about your relationship. He was very lovey-dovey. To be fair, you were too, but only when no one was around. But his PDA was extreme. One time during a class you were teaching, he came up and hugged you from behind and spun you around. Your students looked shocked and you tried to play it off like he was being dumb and scaring you. He then got a harsh scolding from you later. You were a little fed up. So you decided to confront him. "Hizashi, can we talk?" you asked. He turned around and shouted, "Y/N. My love." He picked you up and spun you around. He set you down and noticed your annoyed look. "Hey, what's wrong?" he said in his usual loud voice. "We need to talk about PDA. We're at school. Maybe try to tone it down?" you asked. What's wrong with me loving you?" he said a little too loud. A few students looked over confused. You panicked and dragged him into the teacher's lounge. "That's what I'm talking about. I love you, but we're at work. So please hold off," you said. You walked out and he was silent. The rest of the day he was moping. Aizawa noticed and reluctantly asked him, "What's wrong?" He said, "I can't do any PDA with Y/N. "Well, can't blame them," Aizawa said. "What? You're supposed to be on my side," he yelled. "Well, you are at work. Plus you shouldn't do PDA in front of the students." Now Hizashi moped more. He just had to get through the day. But even the students noticed he was downtrodden. Midoriya, Uraraka, and Ito were concerned. "What's wrong with Present Mike?" Midoriya asked. I'm not sure. He has been like that all day. Ida said. Why don't we ask Y/H/N? Uraraka suggested. They found you and brought it up to you. Why would you ask me? You said nervously. Did they find out about your relationship? Well, you seem to be close friends. We thought you could cheer him up. Ida said. Phew, they think we're just friends. Well, thanks for letting me know. I'll look into it. They walked off and you groaned. Sometimes he's strong to love. You walked into the teacher's lounge and saw Hizashi and Yagi. Yagi was trying to cheer him up. Yagi saw you and came up to you. I don't think I'm helping, he said. It's fine, you're doing good. It's my fault, I'll take care of it, you said. He walked out and came up behind him. Hizashi? You asked. He turned around trying to hug you, but stopped. I know you're upset. I'm sorry I told you no PD. You said. No reply from him. I love you and I'm sorry. Still no reply. You hugged him and began to embrace him. Eventually he gave in and hugged you tightly. You sighed and he buried his face in your shoulder. I love you too, he said. I know you were upset, so I'll let you do one thing in front of other people. Smirked and you knew you would regret it. You were teaching a class outside when Hizashi came up. You prepared for his request. He grabbed your hand and everyone gasped. Are you dating? I knew it. What? They yelled. They got excited and Hizashi turned to you and smirked. He took a deep breath and yelled. I love Y/H/N. We're married. It blew you away literally. Your boyfriend, Tamaki Amajiki, was super socially awkward. But he was super sweet. And whenever you held his hand or embraced his cheek he got super embarrassed. Especially when you were in front of other people. He would get bright red. And recently you found a new way to get him flustered. You would use cheesy pickup lines and he would instantly get embarrassed. You found it super cute. So you stocked up and picked 5 that you were excited about. 1. Hey, Tamaki, you said. He turned to you and spoke. Hey, Y/N. He said. I have a question for you. What is it? Are you a magician? Because whenever I look at you, everyone else disappears. You smirked and his face went bright red. 2. You two had been training all day and finally were able to rest. You two decided to go and get food to eat. You sat eating your food and talking. You then remembered all the pickup lines. Hey, Tamaki, are you tired? You asked. No, not at all, he said. Are you sure you're not tired? Because you've been running through my mind all day. You smirked and he buried his face in his hands, embarrassed. 3. He was talking to Mirio and Nijire when he felt like someone was staring at him. He felt uncomfortable and Togata noticed. What's wrong, Tamaki? Mirio asked. I just feel like I'm being watched, he said. Mirio and Nijire looked around and spotted you, staring intently at him. It's just Y/N. Nijire said. She beckoned you over and you bounded towards them. They greeted you and you greeted them. Is something wrong? Tamaki asked. Yeah, there must be something wrong with my eyes. I can't take them off you. You said. He got extremely embarrassed and crouched down, hiding his beet red face. Mirio and Nijire were laughing with you. 4. You two had talked about meeting his parents. You were excited, but he was nervous. You had met his parents and they loved you. You were so happy. So when the night was done he walked you home. I'm really glad they liked you, he said. Me too. It went really well. Now you just need to meet my family, you said. Let's hope they like me as much as my family liked you. They'll love you. But I do have a question about your family, you said. He looked confused. Was your dad a boxer? Because Dimon, you're a knockout. He blushed while you laughed. You hugged him and he laughed with you. 5. You graduated and moved on to the same agency. 4 years have passed and Tamaki still got embarrassed when you showed affection. Not so much now, but just a little bit. You two were on patrol and were walking around. Suddenly a window broke and a criminal ran past you two. You chased after him and he jumped to a roof. You followed him and took him down. Tamaki handcuffed and the criminal was on his stomach. You high-fived him and got a great idea. Hey, Somebody call the cops because it's got to be illegal to look that go dash before you could finish the criminal kicked you of the building. Y/N. He lunged to the edge and saw you had thankfully landed on a pile of garbage bags. He sighed and brought the criminal down. He made sure the villain wouldn't get away and went to help you. Y/N. Are you okay? He said, concerned. Yeah, but can you take me to the doctor? Because I just broke my leg falling for you. You laughed and he laughed too. But seriously, I think I broke my leg. You said. You had indeed broken your leg. So you and Tamaki walked out of the hospital. Well, that pickup line was worth the broken leg. You said. Was it really? He asked laughing. I mean, it was funny. You said. Tamaki laughed and looked at you lovingly. Even when you had a broken leg and smelled like trash, you still looked great to him and kept your sense of humor. He loved you so much. You hobbled on your crutches and ahead of him. You know, I never liked your last name. He said. What? You turned around slowly and gasped at the sight before you. Tamaki on the ground with a ring in a box. Why don't you take mine? He blushed and you had tears in your eyes. You laughed and so did he. You nodded your head and he slipped the ring on. You hugged him and you shared an embrace. Your boyfriend, Tamaki Amajiki, was super socially awkward. But he was super sweet. And whenever you held his hand or embraced his cheek, he got super embarrassed. Especially when you were in front of other people. He would get bright red. And recently you found a new way to get him flustered. You would use cheesy pickup lines and he would instantly get embarrassed. You found it super cute. So you stocked up and picked 5 that you were excited about. 1. Hey, Tamaki. You said. He turned to you and spoke. Hey, Y/N. He said. I have a question for you. What is it? Are you a magician? Because whenever I look at you, everyone else disappears. You smirked and his face went bright red. 2. You two had been training all day and finally were able to rest. You two decided to go and get food to eat. You sat eating your food and talking. You then remembered all the pickup lines. Hey, Tamaki. Are you tired? You asked. No, not at all. He said. Are you sure you're not tired? Because you've been running through my mind all day. You smirked and he buried his face in his hands, embarrassed. 3. He was talking to Mirio and Nijire when he felt like someone was staring at him. He felt uncomfortable and Togata noticed. What's wrong, Tamaki? Mirio asked. I just feel like I'm being watched. He said. Mirio and Nijire looked around and spotted you, staring intently at him. It's just Y/N. Nijire said. She beckoned you over and you bounded towards them. They greeted you and you greeted them. Is something wrong? Tamaki asked. Yeah, there must be something wrong with my eyes. I can't take them off you. You said. He got extremely embarrassed and crouched down, hiding his beet red face. Mirio and Nijire were laughing with you. 4. You two had talked about meeting his parents. You were excited, but he was nervous. You had met his parents and they loved you. You were so happy. So when the night was done, he walked you home. I'm really glad they liked you. He said. Me too. It went really well. Now you just need to meet my family. You said. Let's hope they like me as much as my family liked you. They'll love you. But I do have a question about your family. You said. He looked confused. Was your dad a boxer? Because Dimon, you're a knockout. He blushed while you laughed. You hugged him and he laughed with you. 5. You graduated and moved on to the same agency. 4 years have passed and Tamaki still got embarrassed when you showed affection. Not so much now, but just a little bit. You two were on patrol and were walking around. Suddenly a window broke and a criminal ran past you two. You chased after him and he jumped to a roof. You followed him and took him down. Tamaki handcuffed and the criminal was on his stomach. You high-fived him and got a great idea. Hey, somebody call the cops because it's got to be illegal to look that go dash before you could finish the criminal kicked you of the building. Y/N. He lunged to the edge and saw you had thankfully landed on a pile of garbage bags. He sighed and brought the criminal down. He made sure the villain wouldn't get away and went to help you. Y/N. Are you okay? He said, concerned. Yeah, but can you take me to the doctor? Because I just broke my leg falling for you. You laughed and he laughed too. But seriously, I think I broke my leg. You said. You had indeed broken your leg. So you and Tamaki walked out of the hospital. Well, that pickup line was worth the broken leg. You said. Was it really? He asked, laughing. I mean, it was funny. You said. Tamaki laughed and looked at you lovingly. Even when you had a broken leg and smelled like trash, you still looked great to him and kept your sense of humor. He loved you so much. You hobbled on your crutches and ahead of him. You know, I never liked your last name. He said. What? You turned around slowly and gasped at the sight before you. Tamaki on the ground with a ring in a box. Why don't you take mine? He blushed and you had tears in your eyes. You laughed and so did he. You nodded your head and he slipped the ring on. You hugged him and you shared an embrace. For the last month your life has been filled with diapers, bottles and the wails of your newborn son. You and Shoto had been blessed with a healthy baby boy. With especially healthy lungs. He had kept you up for the entire month of his life. You and Shoto were exhausted. He would never lie down for more than 1 hour before screaming his lungs out. It was mainly you since Shoto had to work. You were both exhausted. Early one morning you were trying to calm him down from his incessant crying. Nothing you tried seemed to work. He didn't have a dirty diaper, he didn't need to be fed, and even a trip to the doctor couldn't solve his crying. The doctor said that everything was fine, that he'll grow out of it. But when would that be? You couldn't run on 3 hours of sleep for long. It got to the point where you began to cry with him. What am I doing wrong? You cried. Shoto walked in and saw you on the couch, with Kyoshi, both of you crying. Y/N, what's wrong? He said, a concerned look on his face. I don't can know what I'm doing wrong. You cried. He caressed your face and embraced your forehead. Why don't I handle Kyoshi? It's my day off and you need sleep. He said, giving you a gentle smile and wiped away your tears. You teared up. You set Kyoshi down and hugged him. I love you so much. You said. You handed Kyoshi to Shoto and headed off to the bedroom. Once your head hit the pillow, you were out like a light. You woke up with a start. It was quiet. You felt much better. It felt so nice to sleep again. Wait, quiet? It hasn't been quiet here in weeks. You dashed to the living room to see Shoto with Kyoshi in his arms. What's wrong? Is he dead? You said, panicked. What? No, he's fine. I'm just as surprised as you are. How was your nap? He said. You walked up to him and embraced him passionately. That was the best sleep I've ever had. I love you so much. You said. You embraced him more and he smiled. It's no problem, you deserve to sleep. He said. You put your forehead to his and hummed. Okay, I can take him now. You said. Shoto passed him off and not even a few minutes later, he began to scream. What? You were fine a minute ago. You said. You got up and passed him to Shoto. Just as you were about to make a bottle, he quieted down. What? You held him again and he became fussy. Does he not? Like me? You said. No, it's not that. He said. You teared up and he panicked. Wait. It's okay. He said, concerned. I'm sorry that I'm just hormonal. You said. You wiped away the tears and leaned on his left shoulder. You're warm. You said. Man, even if you're upset, this relaxes you. Wait. He's warm. Wait. Move him to your right side. You said. He did and Kyoshi became fussy and began to cry. Oh, he doesn't hate you, my left side is warm and so he sleeps. Shoto said. I'm so glad. And tired, let's take a nap. You said. So all three were on the couch. All taking a much-needed nap. A request from Cakeballs 888. Yagi Tashinori or All Might was the #1 hero. Millions of people loved and admired him, but didn't know his true form. One day, however, he met someone special. He had caught a criminal, but his time was up. He hurried and made sure no one was around. He reverted back and caught up BLD. He leaned against a wall and wiped the BLD from his mouth. I can't keep doing this, he said, breathing. Oh my God. Are you all right? A worried voice asked. He turned away and waved them off. Yeah, I'm F-. Then he coughed up Bill. Oh my God. Don't worry. I'm a doctor. They were a little shorter than he was and they had stunning E/C eyes. No, I'm all right. He protested. They looked at him and had a stubborn look. You are not fine. In my professional opinion, you need to go to the hospital. They just really wouldn't give up. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm fine. They sighed and began to speak. Listen, I run a small clinic nearby. At least let me look you over. Reluctantly, he agreed. Luckily the clinic was closed, so there was no one around. Okay, if you come back here I'll check you out. I'm Y/N, L/N, they said. He followed them to a room in the back. All right, sit down, they said, patting the examination table. He sat down and began to get nervous. So, you never told me your name, they said, trying to find something. Oh, I'm Yagi Toshinori, he said. Nice to meet you. They took his temperature and checked his eyes. So how long has this been happening? A couple years. It's normal, really. I appreciate it, but it's normal, he said. I'm getting treatments for it, he said. They gave him a concerned look. Well, if you are, you should be careful. They turned and he spoke up. So, do you want me to pay? I mean, I am in your clinic, he said. Well, normally. But since I didn't do anything, it should be fine. Are you sure? I feel bad. Tell you what, I'm free tomorrow. How about we grab dinner? They said, winking. What? He stammered. Yeah, here's my number. They went on a date and Toshinori was starstruck. Y/N was amazing. They had been dating for 7 months and there was something nagging at him. Y/N doesn't know that he's All Might. He didn't want to keep secrets, but also he didn't want Y/N to get hurt. And Y/N was so protective of him that if he knew he was putting his life on the line. He was at the school and went to Recovery Girl, due to Midoriya being injured. He was still in his hero form when he saw a familiar face. He was so shocked he reverted back to his true form. Before Y/N could see him, he behind the wall. He quickly texted Midoriya. He told him that Y/N couldn't see him. Oh, L/N, can you check my arm? It kind of hurts, Midoriya said. While you were distracted, Toshinori got Recovery Girl's attention. What are you doing? She asked him. What is Y/N doing here? He asked. That's my helper. With all these kids getting hurt, I need help. Why do you ask? She asked. But she caught on quickly. Are you dating? She asked with a smug smile. Just please don't let her see me or tell her about my hero form, he pleaded. Recovery Girl went back in and Toshinori bursted in his hero form. I am here. He bursted in. Oh, you're All Might. Hi, I'm L/N. Y/N. I'm here to assist Recovery Girl, you said, holding out your hand. He shook it and became flustered when you smiled. So is there a reason you stopped by? Oh yes. Here because I learned young Midoriya got injured. Well, his arm should function properly once it heals, you said. Ah, thank you for treating him, he said, shaking your hand. He held your hand for a little too long. Is there something else? You asked. No. Everything is all right. Goodbye, he said. He told the faculty his situation and they helped him cover his tracks. He became closer to you in the process. As your romantic relationship went on with Toshinori, your friendship with All Might also grew. Though one day he forgot where he was. You two were looking over grades when your faces got close. You thought nothing of it, but forgetting he wasn't his regular self. He leaned in, but you leaned away. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. He stood up and quickly exited the room. Since then you haven't talked to All Might. Even when Midoriya and Bakugo got injured, you exited as to not run into him. Toshinori wanted to ask you your feelings about the situation, but he didn't want to let his secret slip. However, once Bakugo had been kidnapped, you had joined the rescue team to make sure no one was injured. You texted Toshinori to let him know you would be away. You ran into All Might and it was awkward. Listen, I'm sorry I gave you the wrong idea, you said. No, I was wrong. It's not your fault, he said. You smiled at each other and he looked serious suddenly. On a more serious note, you should stay back. If we encounter danger, you need to be a safe distance away. You nodded and they went to rescue Bakugo. After a while, you ran to the battle area. You checked over the students and made sure they would be okay. You looked up and saw All Might battling someone. He landed a punch and the mask of the villain shattered. The villain wasn't defeated, but something happened. All Might seemed to shrink and you saw. Toshinori. What? You said. You began to tremble. What was going on? Toshinori was All Might. Your ears were ringing. This was the biggest shock of your life. He looked downtrodden. Suddenly you heard a girl encouraging Toshinori. Then more civilians began to cheer him on. Bakugu and Midoriya started to as well and you cheered too. The villain begins to attack Toshinori. They fought and in the end Toshinori came out on top. In the aftermath he transformed into All Might and raised his fist in the air. Everyone began to cheer and you began to cry in relief. At the hospital you went to his room. He sat in the bed bandaged. He looked up and gave you a smile. You cried and walked up to him. Are you upset? He asked. You grabbed his hand and cried into his shoulder. I'm just happy that you're alive. You said. He hugged you and you laid in the bed with him. I'll be different, you know, I can't be All Might anymore. He said. I didn't fall in love with All Might. I fell in love with you. The real you. You said. He looked at you and he was the one crying this time. You two just laid in each other's arm. You both knew that whatever the future held, you would do it together. Why do you care about this so much? Katsuki asked. Because I love you. And maybe I want to spend my life with you. You said. I need to become the #1 hero. I can't have things distracting me. Especially insignificant things like marriage. He yelled. Insignificant? Do you even love me, Katsuki? You asked. His silence said it all. You walked out of your shared apartment and slammed the door. You quickly wiped the tears away and went to your hero agency. You arrived at work, making sure your eyes didn't give it away that you were crying. Hey, Y/N. Right on time. I have a job for you. You saw Blaze, a hero who worked with you and Katsuki. Hey, what's up? You asked. There have been some reports of a suspicious person lurking around. I need you to patrol and report what you find. Will do. Your thoughts were clouded by your fight with Katsuki. You brought up marriage. You were 24 and you loved him. He rarely showed you affection, but that was just how he was. No, you have to do your job. You can't think about it. You patrolled and found someone with their hood up in an alley. What could go wrong? You approached them quietly. You spoke up. Excuse me, we have reports of suspicious behavior. Have you seen anything? You got ready to use your quirk if needed. I don't know that you tell me. They lunged at you, but you avoided it. You got your quirk ready and lunged at him. I'm gonna be the greatest villain of all. Just watch. He lunged at you and you dodged once more. When you were off balance, he touched you. And within an instant that you disappeared. Katsuki felt very guilty about your fight. He did love you, he just had a strong time saying it. After an hour he went to the agency. Blaze, where's Y/N? He asked. Oh, they went on patrol. Actually, I haven't heard from them. Could you see if Y/N needs help? He scoffed and got dressed so he could patrol. He walked the area and couldn't find Y/N. He soon got annoyed. He saw a hooded figure and yelled at them. Hey, have you seen the hero, H/N? No response. Oi, I'm talking to you, he yelled. The figure lunged at him, but he jumped and took him down. You want to try that again? He said, creating an explosion in his hand. At the police station, the guy was in cuffs and was being stared down by Katsuki. Sir, have you seen H/N? If you give us the truth, you won't get such a harsh punishment. The officer said. The guy started sweating and broke down. They're gone. I used my quirk and Y/N is gone. He cried. What? He said, picking him up by the front of his shirt. Hey, put him down. Now, what do you mean? The officer asked. My quirk makes things that disappear. I used it on H/N. I'm sorry, I just wanted to become a hero. He couldn't believe it. You were gone. No, it can't be. You fucker. Katsuki yelled. He picked up the guy and was about to kill him. That was until he was stopped by 3 police officers. Get him out of here, the chief said. They threw him out and he began to sob, hitting the ground. If only he didn't. It was his fault. The hero world held a funeral for you. Many heroes, civilians, family and friends attended, devastated about the lost. Everyone from UA bawled. Your best friends Tenya, Ochako, and Izuku were inconsolable. Katsuki didn't even attend. He was too distraught. He didn't talk to anyone for weeks. The weeks turned into months. He was never the same. You fell strong on the ground and quickly got up. You looked around but the man was nowhere in sight. You groaned and stood up. Blaze isn't gonna be happy he got away. You exited the alley and stopped in your tracks. Where were you? Everything was advanced. The cars were actually flying. It was really like the future. You walked around and glanced at everything. You went to an information booth. Hello, you said. You pushed a button and a hologram popped up. Hello, how can I help you? The hologram happy face asked. What is the date? It loaded and popped up. It is the 12th of April 2046. May I help you with anything else? You stumbled and held onto the counter for support. 2046. It was 20 years? This couldn't be. Tell me about L/N, Y/N, please. L/N, Y/N. Also known as the hero, H/N. 20 years ago, they disappeared, leaving a hole in the hero community. That was 20 years ago today. May I help you with anything else? I can't believe this. I need help. You said. Who can help you? Who can you trust? What is Midoriya Izuku's address? You stood in front of the door that was supposedly the home of Izuku Midoriya. You didn't expect him to live in such a fancy apartment building. It was huge. You took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Your heart pounded as footsteps approached. The door swung open and saw a familiar-looking woman with pink cheeks. Hi, can I help? She stopped and froze, looking at you. Ochako, who's at the dash, behind her was a muscular man with familiar wild green hair. Hi, you said nervously. The woman hesitantly touched your face and broke into tears, as did the man. They both hugged you and cried in the doorway. What was happening? Y/N? They both cried. Yeah. It's us. Izuku and Ochako. How are you even here? Everyone thought that you were dead. I have no idea. But I have a lot of questions. All three of you were in the living room and Izuku and Ochako were crying with joy. You have no idea how much we all missed you. Ochako said. Yeah, I apparently traveled through time. 1 minute I was trying to arrest someone, the next I'm here. So please, tell me what happened. Well, the day you disappeared, they found the guy who did it. He had a quirk that made things disappear. We had a funeral and everything. Izuku explained. Really? Wait, what about Katsuki? What about Katsuki? They both looked at each other and Ochako spoke. When you disappeared, he shut down. He had no motivation to be a hero. You really did that to him? I need to get back. You stayed with them for the night. You met their kids and they were great. When you teared up they were a bit worried though. You couldn't sleep though. You thought about Katsuki. He really thought you were dead? They said he was devastated. You needed to see him. You put on some clothes you borrowed from Ochako. You took a spare key, just in case. You went to an information booth. Hello, how may I help you? It asked. Can I have the address of Bakugo Katsuki? Of course. The address popped up and it was our address. He still lived there? After 20 years? You made your way to the door. You could see a light on and knocked. No answer. You knocked again and a gruff voice yelled. Shut up. You heard stumbling and the door was ripped open. What the F do you want? He asked angrily. You were shocked at his appearance. He looked like he hadn't shaved, he smelled of alcohol and he looked generally awful. Oh, I see. You're another one of them. Who? I've got to say, you're the one who looks the most like her. You were confused. I'm tired of all you Y/N impersonators. Now leave or you die. He made an explosion and you stumbled back. Same old Bakugo. Katsuki, shut up. You said. He was taken aback. Is this how you act? If you were so broken up about me leaving, then you could have married me. He was silent and looked shocked. Y/N, that? He said. This was the most vulnerable you've ever seen him. He looked weak and looked like he would break down. Yeah, I don't appreciate you treating me like you did. You said. You were shaking. He gently grabbed your hand and all your anger disappeared. You knelt down and held him. He started to weep and you did too. Your Bakugu was never like this. You really did this to him? I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. He sobbed. You held his face in his hands and you stared at each other. I love you. I love you so much. I'm so sorry, he said. He embraced you and you embraced back. Are you really here? I'm really here. Why did you say that stuff the day I disappeared? I loved you, I really did. I was too focused on being #I was an idiot, he said. You put your forehead on his and held his hand. It's okay. I love you too. But I need to get back. He looked disappointed but looked at you. I know. You two went back to Izuku's apartment. Both Ochako and Izuku were shocked at him being there. But you all had a plan. And it featured a certain person with a rewind quirk. Izuku and Ochako had kept in touch with Eri. She actually married Kuda. They had a little boy of about when she and Kuda saw you they ran over and hugged you. You had been a big part of their lives as well. They had loved you and were overjoyed. After a happy reunion, you had to get down to business. Eri, we need your help, rather Ryo's help, Izuku said. Kuda and Eri looked at the boy sitting between them who looked a bit confused. Ryo's help? Kuda asked. How could he help? Eri asked. Y/N traveled through time. And since he has a special type of rewind quirk, we thought he could help. Ochako said. Eri and Kuda looked at each other, then to Ryo. Ryo, they need your help. Do you want to? Kuda asked. Ryo thought about it and nodded. You went to the living room, but Katsuki stopped you. Y/N, when you go back, I want you to know that whatever past me says, I just want you to know that. I do love you. I love you so much it hurts. And if I ever make you think I don't, then slap me, he said. You smiled and embraced him. You parted and went on with the plan. Then it commenced. You looked into his eyes and he held both your hands. Your vision began to get hazy and the room began to spin. See you in the past, Y/N. My quirk makes things disappear. I used it on H/N. I'm sorry, I just wanted to become a hero. He couldn't believe it. You were gone. No, it can't be. You fucker. Katsuki yelled. He picked up the guy and was about to kill him. That was until he was stopped by 3 police officers. Suddenly someone fell out of nowhere. Everyone looked at the figure and Katsuki ran to them. Y/N. He helped you up and you looked around. I'm back. You said you looked around and saw Katsuki. Katsuki. Oh my god. You're here. And you yanked him in for an embrace and it made everything a little awkward. You parted and then hit him upside the head. You insensitive prick. How could you say those things? I should break up with you. You yelled. Then embraced him again. Everyone was confused. What happened? Everyone asked. It's a long story, but I'm glad to be back. You explained everything. Well, the short version. You told Katsuki everything. Are you serious? Yeah. And I'm still a little in shock. And I have permission from future you to slap you. He rolled his eyes and stared at you. Hey, want to get married? You know if you wanted to do this in the beginning, then all of this wouldn't have happened. Katsuki had always assumed that if he got married, and that was a big if, he would be married to a strong woman who could match his personality. He never expected to marry you. You were quirkless and had a deadly disease. You had a disease that ran in your family and everyone who inherited it died from it. You would think you would be morbid, but you were the most optimistic, kind, generous, gentle, loving person he had met. You were also a huge nerd, but Katsuki loved that about you. He would constantly scold you for doing housework, but nevertheless you tried your hardest. Even when you got your terrible colds, which consisted of nosebleed, fatigue, intense fevers and severe dizzy spells. Katsuki loved you more than anything, so when your personal doctor contacted you too about a medication that could help, you jumped on the chance. Katsuki, however, had his doubts. We tried other medication, he said. I know, but we need to at least try. You said. You had been bedridden, but you were as feisty as ever. I know, but I don't think I can stand you. You grabbed his hand and squeezed. I know. But if we don't try, then we won't know. You laid your forehead on his. And he sighed heavily. Okay. He said, defeated. You began the medication and the first results were great. For the first time, you felt strong. The medicine was working so far. You were doing the best to live your lives to the fullest. The first couple days were amazing, but the morning of the third day, something happened. He woke up and you weren't in the bed. He went to the bathroom and saw you. Passed out. In a pool of BLD. He rushed you to the hospital and cornered their doctor. You said it would work. He said, seething with rage. It was supposed to. The T trials worked. He said. Once you were stabilized, he sat by your bed. I knew it. I knew it was a bad idea. He said, full of anger. I'm sorry. You said. We can try new medication. No. He stood up and knocked over the chair, he said. He stormed out, leaving you alone. He went back to the house he shared with you. He sat on the bed, head in hands. Was this karma? For how he treated Izuku. He deserved it. He deserved whatever punishment, but you didn't. What would he do without you? You were the one who truly understood him. You knew and put up with the real him. He could nerd out with you. You loved to dance and you would drag him to dance with you. He protested but secretly loved it. And even when he had days where he felt like he was the worst or he hated himself, you loved and supported him. Through thick and thin. And here he was, he stormed out when you needed him the most. He truly felt like the most selfish person. The least he could do was be there. As if he couldn't loathe enough, he got a call from his personal doctor. Mr. Bakugu, we need to talk. The doctor said. It doesn't look good for Y/N. His world crashed. He knew it was coming, but hearing it made it real. After a week of being distant and you getting weaker and weaker, he had almost given up hope. He prayed, every day. Prayed that you would get better, but he knew it would be hopeless. That was until your doctor came in. Look, I know that the past drag has been a problem, but the trials for this new drag shows promise. Isn't that what happened last time? You weakly asked. Yes, but this has been observed for years. Revised and 100% of the patients showed improvement. You looked at each other and nodded. Fine, one more try. It proved to be a success. It was working great. And then what happened? Your daughter, Yuki asked. Well, mommy got better, then we found out we were going to have a baby and we lived happily ever after. You said your 2-year-old son on your hip. But, did you get super strong like daddy? She asked. I became stronger than daddy. You said, flexing. Katsuki smiled as he came in the living room. Yuki ran to her dad and he picked her up. Daddy, is that true? Are you kidding me? Yeah, it's true. Don't pick a fight with your mom. He said, embracing her cheek. I bet I could take you on. Me and Toma are gonna kick your butt? She yelled, flexing. Oh really? He asked. He flipped her upside down and she laughed. You stand a chance against Ground Zero? He said, play fighting. They wrestled and you looked at the time. All right, it's a draw, you two are too tough. But we gotta go to dance class today. You said. Katsuki planted her on her feet, but before she grabbed her dance bag, she lightly punched him in the stomach. Arg! He yelled, pretending to be hurt. Ground Zero is down. She laughed and ran to get her bag. You set down Toma to get your bag and felt Katsuki wrap his arms around you. Don't push yourself, Teach, you got precious cargo. He said, rubbing your baby bump. Relax, we'll be fine. You embraced him and soon got lost in it. But, Yuki came back and smacked Katsuki's butt. Hey, back for round 2? He asked. She shrieked and ran to the door. We'll be back. Take care, boys. You said, embracing them both. You held Yuki's hand and went to dance class. Katsuki held his son and watched you walk out with your daughter. He smiled lovingly. He would never have imagined that your lives would have ended up like this. But, then again, nobody knows how their lives end up. You had a crush on Todoroki ever since you began your hero training at UA. You even were so blunt as to say it to him the first week. Though, being the person he is, he didn't accept your feelings. But that didn't stop you. You always hung out with him and you were super nice. But he was always annoyed by it. Whenever you had to get partners for training, he always seemed to be with you. And you would always bring him treats. Frankly, you bought him more than he could eat. But he did have to admit they were good. One day, things went sour. It was one of those days where his father infuriated him. He was in a terrible mood. And when you were partnered up for training, you could tell he was on edge. You two were paired up for training. You had to rescue a dummy from robots without harming it. You had to do it within 30 minutes or you lose. You tripped and the robots were about to close in, but a wall of ice blocked their way. You looked up to thank him, but his dark expression made you silent. You quickly got up and ran out. You were almost there, but the timer ran out and it ended. Todoroki. You reached for his shoulder, but he walked off. You felt awful. You messed it up for him. You gave him space for a few days. But he still seemed angry. You saw him in the hall and called out to him. He had a scowl and walked away. Wait. You chased after him and only caught up when he bumped into someone. Sorry, Todoroki. You yelled. The girl walked away and you walked up to him. Hey, listen, I'm really sorry for hero training. It was my fault. You said. It's fine. He said. He began to walk away and you grabbed his wrist. Let me make it up to you. We could see a movie or shut up. He said. You let go and took a step back. I'm sick of you bothering me and getting in my way. I wish that I had never met you. He said. He walked away without another word. The next morning, Todoroki came in and noticed you weren't there. You weren't there for the whole day. Good, Todoroki thought, one less annoyance. You didn't come the next day. Or the day after that. Usually when he denied you, you would bounce back and go back to trying to win him over. Then a week passed. Strangely enough, no one seemed affected by your absence. Not even your best friends seemed different. So he decided to ask. Where's Y/N? He asked all the girls. Who? They asked. What? Y/N. She froze. He couldn't remember any definitive features. When he tried to remember, in your place was a fuzzy outline. No one named Y/N goes here. Momo said. You really don't remember? He asked. He looked around and everyone looked at him. He asked everyone who knew you. No one remembered. He couldn't understand it. Why didn't he remember? What was their name? No. He can't forget them. He needed to remember. He had to remember something. It was important. But he couldn't remember. But it made him sad he couldn't remember. 2 weeks passed and he couldn't remember what was making him so sad. But every day at school, when someone called his name, he would be disappointed. He would get déjà vu and get a flash of memory. But it would be gone as soon as it came. He was walking in the city when he walked past someone. Someone with familiar E/C eyes. And the memories came flooding back. Y/N. He said. He grabbed their wrist and stopped them. I'm sorry. Do I know you? Do you need help? Y/N asked. What? Don't remember me? He asked. I'm sorry, I don't think we met. You said. No, this can't be happening. Are you all right? You asked, concerned. Without a word, he left you. Why was this happening? He did wish he had never met you, but why was this happening? Why did everyone else forget you? What happened the day before? Before what? He was starting to forget. Y/N. He needed to remember. He swiped a pen from someplace and wrote Y/N on his hand. What happened the day before? Y/N left. He was still mad at you, he avoided you, you stopped him and he wished that he never met you. He did accidentally bump into someone. That was his best shot. He had to remember who she was. He looked all over UA when he found her. Hey you, he yelled. She turned around and he grabbed her shoulders. What's your quirk? Your quirk? Wishing quirk? A few weeks ago, I bumped into you and then I made a terrible wish. How do I reverse it? It took her a bit to calm down. I'm not sure. I'm sorry. His heart sank. What was he gonna do? But wait. We could try to wish for something different, she said. He touched her arm and wished for everything to go back to normal. Nothing happened. He had to change this. He, Y/N, didn't deserve this. What exactly did you wish for? She asked. I wish that I had never met Y/N. He said. Well, maybe since your wish was bad for someone else, maybe you need to make it right with that person. She said. Really? Do you think that'll work? I don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out. So they hatched a plan. He was going to make things right. He needed to find you. He remembered the uniform he saw you in and found the school. He waited outside for you. Y/N. Hey, you're from yesterday? You said. Yeah, I am. I'm sorry if I freaked you out yesterday. I want to make it up to you. Your friends jabbed at you and pushed you towards him. Sure. I'll let you pick where we go. You said. He was so happy. He would reconcile with you. You two got ice cream and walked around. So, thank you for the ice cream, but I have homework. You said. He couldn't let you go. Wait. I need to tell you something. You and I know each other. But I made a wish and it messed everything up. What? You asked even more confused. What I'm trying to say is that, to make things normal, we need to reconcile. He said. Okay, this is getting weird. You began to walk away. Wait. He pleaded. He grabbed your wrist. Wait, he forgot your name. He looked down at where he had written it, but it was smudged. Oh. I need to remember. He held his head in his hands. He was forgetting you. He couldn't remember. I'm sorry. You began to walk away. He watched you walk away. He couldn't remember your name or anything, but he felt one thing. I love you. He yelled. You turned around and walked to him. What? You asked. I am starting to forget, but I remember that I love you. He said. He saw tears run down your face. I'm sorry. He said. Suddenly you hugged him. I don't know why, but I got the feeling to hug you. He hugged back. I don't know why, but I feel like I love you too. You said. The two of you began to cry and there was a bright light. Let me make it up to you. We could see a movie or whatever. He heard your voice and noticed he was back in UA. He turned to you. Do you recognize me? He asked. Yes? Are you okay, Todoroki? You asked. He hugged you and your face heated up. What's going on? You were happy, but this was so unlike him. I'm sorry I made you mad. Are you dying? I love you. He said. What? Is this a joke? You asked. No, I really do. I realized that I don't want to be without you. You were really mad at me before. What changed? You asked. You'll never believe it. He said. He embraced you and you both couldn't have been happier. Chapter text. You know some people got really cute words. Wow, you're appealing, you're incredible, etc. But what words are on you? Hi. That was it. When everyone would compare their tattoo, it was always funny, romantic, anything that made it obvious you would find your soulmate. If you ever met your soulmate, they would be getting a lecture. You just hoped that you would say something more unique. You would try your hardest to make every first meeting unique. Hello, are you my soulmate? Big surprise, it never worked. You put it out of your mind, you had more important stuff to do. The cultural festival was coming up and your general department was putting on a haunted house. You were in charge of decorating and to make it scary. But instead of having someone stronger moving the heavier stuff, they left it up to you. It was fine at first, but your arms were slowly betraying you. Hey, Y/N. I need a favor. A vice said. You turned and saw Shinso. Sure, what's up? We need more fake BLD and the box is all the way on the first floor. I'll do it if you get someone to move these heavy boxes. He got someone to move them and you headed downstairs. And sadly, more boxes. Why does there have to be so much fake BLD? You yelled. There were 5 boxes full of fake BLD. And they were not light. You got 3 boxes before you tripped. You tripped over your feet, but someone caught you by your shoulders. You looked up and saw Kirishima. You haven't spoken to him at all. He was nice, or so you've heard. He did save you though. Before he could say anything to you, Bakugu yanked him away. We don't have time, DMN it. He waved to you and you waved back. He was cute, you had to admit. But you had a job. You lugged the remaining boxes up and got prepared. Your class was just about done with the haunted house, but needed a few more materials. And guess who was their go-to person? Y/N. I know you've done a lot, but we need one more thing from the stage. Fine, but I'm not going to carry heavy stuff when we're done. You trudged to the stage and saw Class 1A practicing their concert. They were really good. You turned and bumped into someone. You caught them in sort of a dip position and saw it was Kirishima. You just stared at each other until you spoke up. Okay, I'm not that strong and I might drop you soon. Sorry. You said, struggling. He looked shocked and he blushed a little. Hi. He said. He quickly stood up and you stretched. Sorry, I have no muscles. You said. He was still staring at you. Hi. He repeated. Is something wrong? Why you're the dash. He couldn't find his words, so he pointed to his back. He lifted up his shirt and you saw those appealing words. Okay, I'm not that strong and I might drop you soon. You looked at him. You were feeling a whirlwind of emotions. Happiness, shock, anger. But you were mostly happy. It's you. You yelled. It's me. You hugged and you embraced. You were incredibly happy. But you remembered his first words. It's you. You said, a bit angry. You have no idea how much big a pain in the butt this was. Every time someone said hi to me, I wouldn't know if it was my soulmate or not. He looked a bit shocked, but you quickly embraced him. I should make you mad more often then, he said, blushing. Shut up. You said, laughing. He was definitely worth the wait. You had been married to Aizawa Shota for almost 10 years. Being pro-heroes, having kids hadn't been a priority. It was safer, you two had targets on your backs. But you didn't need children to have a happy marriage. However, there was one little girl that stole your hearts. A recently rescued girl. One day, Shota had come home. Shota! You exclaimed. You hugged him and you two embraced. But you noticed something off. What's wrong? You asked. He changed and sat down on the couch. There's this girl we rescued. She's been through hell and back. And Togata dash, he buried his face in his hands and sat silently. You sat next to him and held him. You knew better than anyone how much Shota cared. His students were like his kids. And whenever we encounter someone who has had a difficult life, we want to protect them. After a few minutes, he looked up at you. Y/N. The little girl we rescued, she needs a place to stay. Not somewhere with filled other kids, she needs dash dot. You held his hand and smiled. You want her to stay here? He nodded and you touched foreheads. Of course. After all she's been through. You saw relief on his face. So, tell me more about her. Arrangements had been made and the two have made up a room for her in your small apartment. The day she came, you could see why Shota wanted to take care of her. She seemed so small, so scared of everything. Hi, Eri. I'm Y/N. She hid behind Shota. You needed to give her time. Why don't we show you to your room? You said. She followed you and Shota to the spare room. It was a somewhat small room. It fit a twin bed, a wardrobe and a dresser. You had bought clothes for her and put them in the dresser. She stepped in the room and looked afraid to touch anything. It's okay, this is your room. Everything in here is yours. You saw her eyes brighten a bit and she sat on the bed. You picked out pajamas for her, because she was still wearing the clothes the hospital gave her. You can change into these if you want. We're gonna have dinner soon. She nodded and stared at the clothes. You and Shota exited the room. It'll take her a while to warm up to you, he said. You nodded and went and made curry for dinner. She came out shortly after you finished. Hi, Eri. I made some curry. I can ma something else for you if you want. She sat down and stared at her food. You and Shota finished and she still stared. You don't have to eat if you don't want to, Shota said. She nodded and whispered sorry. She went back to her room. You looked at the cold, untouched food and felt a pang in your heart. You felt a hand on your shoulder. Don't worry, I'll try to get her to eat. You turned and hugged him. I want her to be happy. I want her to have a normal life. You got up around 1 in the morning to get water. You were quiet, because it was Shota's rare night off. You walked into the kitchen and saw Eri. Eri? She turned around with a terrified look. I am sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, you said. She relaxed a bit and stood there. Are you hungry? I know you didn't eat anything. You heard her stomach growl and she nodded. Do you have anything special you want to eat? She shook her head. You thought about what to make her. When you were a kid, you loved omuras. So that's what you made. Eri watched you from your kitchen table. You finished it and made a smiley face with ketchup. You set it down and gave her a glass of water. This is omuras. I loved this when I was your age. I made it just for you. You smiled. She looked at you, then the food. She picked up the fork and took a bite. She chewed her and her eyes lit up. Then she started crying. Are you okay? You asked. She nodded. It's good. She cried. You put your hand on top of hers and she continued to eat and cry. Once she was done, you took a handkerchief and wiped away her tears. Why are you so nice to me? I caused everyone trouble. She cried. You took her hands and held them. You didn't. It wasn't your fault. What happened wasn't your fault and we're just glad that you're safe. That's all that matters. You said, smiling. She cried and you held her. She tried to smile at you, but she couldn't. But the thought was enough. Sometime later, it was time for the culture festival. You got her dressed for the culture festival at UA. You couldn't spend all day with her, because you had to patrol around. You would see her sometimes and play a few games. Then came the concert that 1A was putting on. You stood next to Mirio and Eri. The concert began and it was good. You saw Midoriya perform and you looked to Eri. She threw her hands up and laughed. Actually laughed. It made you incredibly happy. Togata looked at you and you both began to cry from pure happiness. She finally smiled. On the way back, she was gushing about the performance. You put her to bed and went in your bedroom. I'm glad she had fun. And she's actually smiling, you said as you cuddled up to your husband. He hummed and you laid there. Hey Shota. That you know how we both love Eri. You asked. You want to adopt her? He asked. Yeah, that I really do. Funny, I was going to ask you the same thing. He said. You jolted up and looked at him. Really? Really? We'll be a great family. If there's one thing Minoma Nito hates, it's Class 1A. But there was something he had a special disdain for, Y/N. A Class 1A student who had a tendency to bug him. Nito. How's lunch? Y/N said sitting next to him. Well geez. Now I've lost my appetite, he said. But Y/N didn't take his blatantly obvious hint. That's too bad. Well, if you get hungry later, I'll give you a snack. No matter what look he threw their way, what insults he threw, Y/N just hovered near him. He got up and went somewhere else. Where are you going? Y/N asked. Well, I've lost my appetite and something in here's an eyesore. He walked and Y/N trailed behind. What does Y/N see in him? Do they not hear the insults? Kendo asked. Hey, it's Y/N's funeral. Tetsu said, finishing his meal. You're no help. I'm gonna go save Y/N. Off she went to protect their fragile heart. So, we could go on the roof or the classroom. Where to? You asked him. I really admire how little you seem to care what other people think. He said passive-aggressively. Thank you. That's so nice of you to say, they said, smiling. Okay, now this was really starting to PSS him off. Hey, why don't you take a hint and dash? Before he could finish he let out a pained noise and was knocked out. Sorry for him, Y/N. I'll take him away. She made her hand big and carried him off. Wait. What did he do? Y/N asked. Are they really that oblivious? Kendo turned to Y/N. He's just a JRK. I'll take care of it. What do you mean? Y/N asked. Hey, do you have a crush on Nito? Y/N got super flustered. I don't know what you're talking about. You're just friends. Kendo sighed. Are you sure? You could do so much better. Why do you like him? She said. Well, during the sports festival he was super cool and smart. And I've never felt this way about anyone. Y/N said, beaming. Kendo didn't have the heart to crush Y/N's dreams. I support you, Kendo reluctantly said. Later, once Nito regained consciousness, he was met with a determined Kendo. What is your deal with Y/N? Kendo asked. The next day was the same. Y/N following Nito around. Hey, Nito. Can I ask you something? The two of you were walking through the empty hall. Oh, one of the great students of class 1A needs something? He taunted. Well, I just thought I've liked you for a while. And was wondering if you wanted to go out? They said, hope in their eyes. He felt his heart skip a beat, but he didn't falter. Why would I go out with you? He said in a harsh tone. Why/n asked. I can explain it to you again, but I don't think I can really help you understand. Can you explain what you were going for, exactly? Y/n stuttered. Wow, is the terrific 1A student not used to failing? Why don't you do me a favor and get lost? He said. Only when he saw tears streaming down the usual happy face did he feel his issy tightening. Without a word, Y/n ran off. He didn't understand what he was feeling, but he brushed it off. He went back to class. Hey, where's your shadow? Someone asked. I rejected them and they ran off. He said, without his usual arrogance. What? You dummy. Kendo picked him up and shook him. What did you do to them? I just rejected their confession. Knowing you probably made Y/n cry. She glared. He said nothing and she knew he did. You broke Y/n's heart. Come on, it was probably a joke. Dude, did you really not know? Someone said. Wait, does Y/n really had a crush on him? Kendo let him go and expected more arrogance, but he ran out. Where are you going? He ran and looked for Y/n. He eventually found them. Still crying. Y/n. They didn't move and he could hear silent sniffling. Y/n. I'm sorry. No. It's fine. You're right. I mean, why would you ever like someone like me? You said. It broke his heart. Your eyes were red and puffy. Listen. It's not you, it's me. What I mean is You don't have to try to make me feel better. Y/n tried to walk away, but Nito grabbed their wrist. Listen, I'm a jerk. You know it, I know it, everyone knows it. The reason I'm a JRK because Class A is popular. And B is barely acknowledged. And when you started to be nice to me and being me, I was too self-absorbed. And I guess I was too afraid of my feelings. He explained. You smiled. And how do you feel? You're smart and nice and you actually like being with me. And he was getting flustered. So, do you like me? He was getting even more flustered and choked out and I guess. You laughed and his face was bright red and he embraced you. Man, you act all smart, but you're a dummy when it comes to your feelings. You teased. He shut you up with another embrace. Bakugo had a reputation at UA. Of course he had always been arrogant and violent, but ever since the sports festival everyone had known of the infamous Bakugo Katsuki. So whenever he came walking down the hall, your friends wanted to steer clear of him. But, apparently, you had no common sense. Y/n, let's go. Bakugo's coming, one of your friends said. Come on, I bet he's not that tough. It's probably just an act. You said. You could probably take him. Even if you weren't in the hero department, you were still tough. You and your friends walked down the hall and while your friends walked around him, you didn't move. Your shoulders collided. Watch it. He snapped. You watch it, ever heard of courtesy? You asked. He turned around fully and got in your face. You wanna go? He asked angrily. Your friends were trying to pull you away, but you wouldn't budge. Try me. You said, ready to throw down. You had a staring match, but he scoffed and turned around. I don't have time for this. And he walked away. You were fuming. He sure was rude. Are you crazy? Do you have a death wish? The next day you had your lunch and were going to the cafeteria. You rounded the corner and knocked into someone. Your lunch spilled all over you and you glared at the person, who turned out to be none other than Bakugo. Excuse me? You said. What? You gestured to your lunch that was all over your uniform. So? It's not my fault. He began to walk away. Excuse me? It is totally your fault. You chased after him. First of all, you bumped into me. Second of all, now I have no lunch and it's your fault. He stopped and you collided with his back. You really want to fight me? He sneered, creating an explosion in his hand. Yeah, let's go. Let's fight. You said. He looked surprised and just scoffed. As if you could take me, you weren't even strong enough to get into the hero course. I would knock you down in a second. He walked away again and you were even more angry. So day after day, you challenged Bakugo to fight you. And each day he ignored you. 1. Bakugo, fight me. You yelled. Class 1A stared at you, but Bakugo paid you no mind. Hello? I'm talking to you. Before you could go any further, Mr. Aizawa came up behind you with a death stare and made you leave. 7. School's over, how about we fight? You said. I wouldn't waste my time. He said, smirking. At this point he knew it irritated you and did it out of spite. 15. How about now? You want to fight? You asked him. He looked up from his lunch and rolled his eyes. Just eat already, he said. After about a month of challenging him, you two developed a weird sort of friendship. You wouldn't say you were friends, but you would hang out. And you soon realized you had feelings for him. Bakugo, I challenge you to go on a date. You yelled. He looked at you shocked. Just shut up, he said. What, too scared to go on a date with me? You said, smirking. No way in hell, he said. Oh fine. Maybe Midoriya will be brave enough to go on a date with me, you said, knowing it would irritated him. Oh no way in hell, Y/N, he said, chasing after you. Well, you said you wouldn't go on a date with me, so I'll ask someone else. I know you won't go. Fine, I'll go, he said. No. You're too scared. Try me. I'll take you on the best date, he yelled. Everyone stared at him and his face was a deep red. You smirked and gave him your number. Great. I win. True love is defined, according to Urban Dictionary, as a feeling created when two souls are easily drawn together in life. They light your way through life and never give up when things get tough. You can't help but put them on a pedestal of admiration, always complimenting and telling them how absolutely amazing they are. All you will ever want is to be together. You want nothing more than to share a life, home, and a family in the guaranteed happiness of the future. You are able to always say I love you and know deep down in your heart of hearts that it is so real. And for an example they have, there is no example that can be given. It isn't something that is taught. It can be observed, but unless you can feel it you will never truly know. When you have it, it hits you and you know without a doubt that this is the love you want forever. That is true love. Currently you had the flu. You were snotty, coughy, and you were dry heaving. You had dried snot on your face and your hair was sticking to your face. You laying in bed and Shoto was laying beside you, wearing a surgical mask to try to protect himself. Are you still hot? He asked. You nodded and he put his right hand on your forehead and it felt so much better. You looked at him and could tell he was smiling. What are you smiling at? You asked, your voice hoarse. You're just appealing. You rolled your eyes. Yeah, right? No, you're appealing. I've loved you ever since I first met you. He remembers when he first saw you. To him it was truly love at first sight. He was about 3 years out of UA. He was starting to make a name for himself. There were reports of a villain attack close to him, so he went to help out. He was handling himself, when out of nowhere, the most appealing person he's ever seen comes crashing into his life. Literally. He was about to take out a villain and out of nowhere you crashed into the villain. To him you looked like an angel from heaven. But in reality you were a mess. You were also a new hero on the scene. Less well known than Todoroki, but you were slowly gaining attention. And you were trying to get known by helping at the villain attack. There were 3. You had taken down one and went to take down one more. But he hit you with a column and sent you flying. You had a black eye and a mess. You stood up and saw the hero, Shoto. Hi, you said. He just kept staring with a flushed face. The villain that had hit you had come to finish the job. You had taken him down with your quirk and turned to Shoto. So, are we gonna round these guys up? You asked. He nodded and you made sure they couldn't get away. The police took the villains into custody and you were interviewed. Good work, you said, turning to him. He was still staring and you started to feel awkward. Well, it was fun working with you. See ya? You were about to go, but he stopped you. Do you want to go out? He stuttered. You were surprised. After all, that was the first time he's spoken to you. You said. And you went out and have been dating for 2 years. And to him, you were the most amazing, appealing person. Even when you were awful. Really? I remember that. I had a black eye and I was a mess. You croaked out. No matter how you look, I love you just the same. Really? We've been dating for 2 years and you've never thought I looked bad? No, never. Have you ever thought I looked bad? He asked. Of course not. You're gorgeous. You could roll out of bed and have the plague and you'd be the most handsome person I've met. You could get a bowl cut and I'd still love you. Without a doubt. He smiled and blushed. That's how I feel about you. Well, we have true love then. He smiled, took off his mask and embraced you. No. A week later he was sick. He was miserable and you laid next to him. I told you not to embrace me. You said. I couldn't help it, Y/N. He croaked out. Don't worry, I'll cuddle you, and make you soup and take care of you. You said, playing with his hair. Am I still appealing? He asked. Yeah. You said. I knew it, it's true love. He said, holding your face in his hands. Yeah, now take the medicine. You said. Never mind, I knew you hated me. He grumbled. A request for Rexa and Moonlight Raven. You were the younger sister of the hero, Fatgum. When he worked on the police force, you admired him. When he became a hero, you couldn't have been more proud. You were always interested in his life. He was always helping people. But, lately you had been interested in him for another reason. His new intern, specifically a spiky-haired boy named Kirishima, had caught your eye. You two had hit it off and had been talking for a couple of months. Taishiro had noticed something, however. You seemed to be much lighter lately. Happier overall. And he was getting suspicious. So when you told him you were going to hang out with a friend, he thought now was his chance to find out what you were so happy about. You had gotten on a train and traveled to Mizudafu. He was in his skinny form so you wouldn't recognize him. He followed you and was shocked at what he saw. You and Kirishima. Hugging. And walking off. Holding hands. He felt a little betrayed. How could you not tell him? And worst of all, why was his baby sister dating? You were too young in his opinion. He had to stalk you in order to protect you. So that's what he did. First the two of you ate at a restaurant. You were having fun. Until you noticed a familiar-looking man wearing a fake mustache and sunglasses with his hood up. Gah! You yelled. You quickly covered your mouth. Is everything okay? Kirishima asked. Oh, of course. Sorry, I thought I saw a spider. You said, embarrassed. Oh God. You thought. He knows. Your brother could be a little overprotective. Well, that's an understatement. He was incredibly overprotective. Once, before he was a professional hero, he had gotten his police friends to scare the boy you had a crush on. So, when he knew about your romance, it spelled trouble. Well, I need to pee real quick. I'll be back. You said. You walked past Kirishima and sat down at the table he was at. Tai, what are you doing? You whispered. I think you have the wrong guy. I'm Tankashu. Yup. My name's Tankashu. He said, sweating. Really? You look a lot like a hero I know. You said, irritated. Of course I'm not Fatgum. Who gave you that idea? He asked. Oh, I didn't say which hero. You said. Lucky guess? He said. You glared and he stood up abruptly. Oh, look at the time. And ran off. After that exchange you and Kirishima continued your date. Everywhere you went, there was Taishiro. At the movies, the park, everywhere. What's wrong, Y/N? Kirishima asked. Even he noticed your irritated look. It's nothing. I'm having a great time. You reassured him. He still wasn't convinced. He grabbed your hand. If there's anything wrong, suddenly there was a map moved between the two of you. Excuse me. Can you help me? I'm lost. A familiar voice said. You pushed the map away and glared at Taishiro. Sure. Where do you need to go? I'm looking for Tattooin Station. Can you help me? He yelled. Sorry, but sure. We're heading there now. Kirishima said. But before you could finish, Kirishima squeezed your hand. He gave you a wide smile and you smiled too. Great. Let's go. Taishiro pushed you and you started walking. Every time you would get close to Kirishima, Taishiro would butt in. But as all three of you were walking, Taishiro noticed something. The two of you looked genuinely happy when you were together. And even if the thought of you dating made him want to scream, he wanted you to be happy. Listen, Kirishima. I need to tell you. This guy is you started. I'm so happy you showed me the way. You two seem like great kids. Here, go have fun, he said, handing Kirishima a coupon for a bakery. He gripped Kirishima's hand tightly. I like you, but you treat girls with respect, he said, menacingly. Kirishima looked a little confused. You smiled a bit. You knew it was strong for him, but he was trying. Thank you, random stranger, you said. You and Kirishima walked away. Taishiro looked at the two of you and smiled. It was bittersweet. But you had to grow up. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Hey Daichi. You know that favor you owe me? I need a couple of your cop friends to scare someone. You are Bakugo Y/N, the older sister to Bakugo Katsuki. And you and your brother are not on speaking terms. Unfortunately, you were quirkless. You knew better than anyone how Katsuki looked down on the quirkless. Throughout the years, what turned into playful sibling insults turned into genuine hate. And one day it reached a breaking point. It was a month before he applied to UA, and you can remember it so clearly. It all started with a stupid small argument. Hey Katsuki, have you seen my project? You asked. It was your college final and it was worth 50% of your grade. Beats me, he said, lounging on the couch. Well, can you help me look? But it's not my sheet. You glared at him and turned off the TV. If you're gonna be the #1 hero, why don't you get up and help me? Just because you don't have a quirk and couldn't be a hero, doesn't mean I have to help you, he said smugly. Maybe it was because you were hangry or it was from losing your important project, but you said something that was sure to start it. Fight. Well, at least I'm strong enough not to have Izuku save me from a villain. You smirked. He jumped up from the couch and glared at you. What the hell did you say? He growled. He stomped away and held up your project that was in the kitchen. You think you're so perfect? He then used his quirk and burned your project. It was a packet of designs. What are you doing? You yelled. You ran to him and he dropped it in the sink and turned the water on. Oops. He smirked. You picked up the soggy ashes and turned to him. What is your problem? You act all high and mighty but you're a deech. I don't know how you'll ever become a hero when you act like a villain, you said. He had a look of seething anger. You're just an inconvenience. Everyone would be better off if you died. Why don't you take a swan dive off the room? He said with an angry smile. You left and you haven't talked to him in over a year. You saw all his achievements at UA and when he was captured. There were a lot of times where you wanted to make up to him, but you are family so you were both stubborn. One day you were walking to class and a huge villain attack happened. And you were trapped right in the middle of it. You were helpless as the heroes tried to defeat the villain. Suddenly a hero uncovered you and was trying to lead you to safety. But you saw a familiar head of spiky blonde hair. Katsuki, you yelled. He didn't hear you and he was getting weaker. Ma'am, we need to get you to safety, the hero said. He led you away and you ducked under his arm. You ignored him and ran to Katsuki. You pulled him to the side. What are you doing here? None of your business, he yelled and tried to go back out. No, you're too young for this. You're gonna get killed. Get off my back, he yelled. He ran out and started to fight. You watched from the sidelines and noticed a villain about to attack Katsuki. Katsuki, you yelled. You ran out and pushed him out of the way. You were knocked out of the way and roughly hit into a building. Katsuki looked up just in time to see you collide with the building and crumpled to the ground. The villain was taken down, but he didn't care. His legs moved automatically and he ran to you. He couldn't breathe. He stared at your battered and bruised fore and felt a lump in his throat. Y/N, he chalked out. No response. Y/N, he said. He shook your shoulder until you stirred. K Katsuki, you said weakly. Why did you do that? I couldn't watch you get hurt. You're my baby brother. You smiled, weakly giving him a playful punch. Y/N, did I dash? Katsuki, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything that happened that day. Why, you're a great hero. I'm proud you're my brother. No. I'm AD dash. I know you're gonna be a great hero. You said. You felt your eyes grow heavy and you laid your head down. No. Y/N. He said. You were motionless and limp. Please. Wake up. No response. Wake up, damn it. He said, shaking you. Please. I'm sorry. He felt tears run down his face. Wake up. Please, I'm sorry. He said, kneeling over your body. He never got to apologize to you. You died without him telling you how much he regretted his words. How much he was sorry. For the past week you had shut yourself in your room. It started when a week ago you took your dog for a walk in the park. Some horrible person had been insane and heartless enough to use their poison quirk in the park that day. The good news is that there were no human casualties, but to you it might as well have been. Sadly, your dog had fallen victim to the quirk. And that's why you're in your room. Of course your family was upset, but you took it the worst. You had that dog ever since you were a child. Your parents got it for you as a present for getting your quirk. Through your happy and sad moments in your life, your dog was right there. So when your dog died, you fell into a terrible state. Your family and friends had tried to get you to come out and find healthier ways of coping. All you did was barely eat and stay in your room. And ever since the incident, you haven't cried. You bottled it up. So one day your parents brought your boyfriend, Kirishima, to help you come out. Y/N. S been in there for over a week. Your dad said, please, maybe you can get them to come out? Your mom pleaded. Kirishima knew how much that dog meant to you. He knocked on your door. Y/N. It's me. No reply. He gently opened the door. The only light in the room was coming from the hallway behind him. Y/N. He shut the door behind him and sat on your bed. He looked at your face. Your eyes had bags and he could tell you weren't eating or sleeping. Hey, I brought you food. He set down the food in front of you and you just stared at it. Hey, I know you're very upset, but you can't do this to yourself. It's not healthy, he said. You still said nothing. His heart broke. I'm not gonna leave, I'm here for you, he said. Soon you started shaking, and shaking turned to sobbing. You sat up and he saw your swollen, puffy eyes and your tears. He held out his arms and you buried your face in his. He's gone, Kiri. You sobbed. He just held you until you stopped crying. I know you miss him, but you can't do this. He wouldn't want this. He said. I know. It's just he didn't deserve that. You said. I know. Kirishima just held you for a bit. Are you feeling better? He asked. You nodded, eating the food he brought you. Well, I have something for you, he said. He went out of the room and came back with a box. He set it down and you looked at it curiously. You cautiously opened the box. And what was inside brought you to tears. It was a puppy that looked exactly like your dog. You covered your mouth with your hands and started sobbing. Are you okay? If you don't want him I can dash. You furiously shook your head and gingerly picked up the puppy who excitedly liked your face. You were crying and held the dog and embraced him. You leaned over to Kiri and embraced him. I love you so much. You sobbed. I love you too. You and Ojiro were best friends, but understandably, you haven't seen each other in over a year. But finally, you two were hanging out again. And Ojiro was nervous. He hasn't seen you in a year and he realized he had a crush on you. You two had always been close, but lately something's changed. He would find himself smiling whenever you text him, he was looking at pictures of the two of you more often, and whenever you would video chat, his heart would beat rapidly. He then realized he had it bad. Now realizing it, he wasn't sure if he could act normal around you. So he was anxiously pacing in front of where you were meeting. Ojiro. He flinched and turned around. To him, he really didn't care about how you looked, he liked you because you were you. But he had to admit you looked really good. You were always a bit on the heavier side, but he never cared. But you looked so different. You had lost weight, you wore clothes that complimented you really well, and you had makeup on. He felt the blush on his cheeks and walked to greet you. Hey, Y/N. He said. You hugged him and he shyly hugged back. How's the big hero in training? You teased. Great. Especially when we're not being attacked by villains. He said. Oh my god, yeah, that's insane. Tell me more. You smiled. So you hung out and it felt like old times, But when he would look at you smiling and having fun, his heart skipped a beat. And after all that, he snuck you into his dorm so you two could relax like old. Wow, UA dorms aren't too shabby, you said, looking around. Yeah, you should see some of the others' dorms, they're insane. You picked up a picture of the two of you. Ah, cute. I have this picture at home. You grinned. Yeah, I look great, don't I? He said. You playfully push him over. Man, I miss you, you said. You hugged him and his heart beat rapidly. Why? Me too. He hugged you back. You both looked at each other and slowly leaned in. And finally you two were embracing. It didn't last long though. Hey, Ujiro, we're gonna play games, wanna join in? Kaminari yelled, pounding on the door. And no, sorry, I'm doing homework. He stuttered. You sure? It's only Saturday. Yes. He looked back at you and you were blushing profusely. I am so sorry, Y/N. It's just that I like you and... He trailed off. Seriously? Why yeah? Like seriously, not like you were in the moment. You actually like me? You asked with a serious look on his face. He couldn't help but laugh. Quit it. I'm serious. You yelled, hitting him with a pillow. I'm sorry, you haven't changed a bit. But yeah, I seriously like you, he said. Well, good. You pulled him by his shirt and embraced him. You both couldn't have been happier about today's chapter text. You were dating Todoroki Shoto. And you were happy. But one thing annoyed you. How everyone called you two the Romeo and Juliet of UA. Todoroki didn't mind, but you were annoyed as hell. The reason they called you two Romeo and Juliet was because you were All Might's niece. And Shoto was Endeavor's son. And everyone knew the hatred the number 2 hero had for All Might. Now you didn't care if Endeavor didn't approve of your relationship. You were happy. You didn't care about the looks some girls, who had a crush on Todoroki, gave you. Not one bit. But it was that DMN nickname. Every time. One day you and Todoroki were eating when a group of girls started fawning over the two of you. You guys are the cutest couple. One girl squealed. I know. You guys are my OTP. I want a relationship like yours. Todoroki paid them no mind, but you were too nice to ignore them. Thanks, but there has to be more interesting couples than us. You said. No way. You guys are like a real-life Romeo and Juliet. The best love story. Another girl said. I wouldn't go that far. You said, somewhat annoyed. Are you kidding? Total star-crossed lovers. Well, I mean, Shakespeare had other plays that were better than Romeo and Juliet. You started. What? A symphony of shrill voices shouted. They were flabbergasted over your opinion. It sounded like a gaggle of geese on fire. Truly nails on a chalkboard. Then you snapped. Are you kidding me? Do you even know how Romeo and Juliet ends? They die. For no reason. If Romeo had cried for just a minute, he would still be alive. And the greatest love story? They knew each other for a day and like 6 people died. And Romeo was in love with another girl before he even saw Juliet. Your outburst startled Todoroki. He sighed and dragged you away from the shocked group of girls. And Romeo is so creepy. I understand everyone's opinion, but come on. Just read the play. Todoroki smiled at your rant. He's listened to it so many times before, but he loved seeing the fire in your eyes when you talked about it. That's like saying Hamlet is the perfect family play. I mean, come on. You crossed your arms and huffed. I mean, Before you could start up again, Todoroki embraced you. I love how passionate you are, he said. Your face heated up and you were at a loss of words. Todoroki loved how passionate you were, but sometimes he needed a little peace. Luckily he knew just how to make you speechless. Bakugo Katsuki loved his kids. As much as they irritated the shit out of him, he loved them. Bless his wife. She dealt with him for years, so she knew exactly how to deal with the kids, who were exactly like Katsuki. Unfortunately, his wife was on a mission, so he had to watch the kids. By himself. Y/N was a little concerned, to say the least. Katsuki, are you sure you're gonna be alright? I can have your mom come over or you started. Hell no. These are my DMN kids. I know how to watch them. Just go on your mission and kick some butt? He said. Okay, I left a list of the schedules. Don't forget to pick up Aki from dance at and don't let Hajime drink water before bedtime unless you want to wash the sheets. And dash. I get it. Now get going. He snapped. But I love you. Tell the kids I love them. You said. There was silence, then you spoke up. I won't go until you say you love me. You said in a sing-song voice. Are you serious? Fine. He was quiet and muttered an I love you. Sorry, what was that? I love you, in it. He yelled. He then heard laughing on the other side and heard the familiar voices of Denki and Hanta. We love you too, Katsuki. They yelled and Katsuki quickly hung up, fuming. He heard a small yawn and turned to see his son, who had woken up from his nap. Bakuga looked at the clock and saw it was 4:30, a little late for him to be waking up. Hey buddy, how was your nap? He asked. Hajime just clutched his leg, began to rub his eyes. Katsuki loved when they just woke up, they weren't sassy yet. Hajime looked around and noticed the absence of a certain someone. Where's Mama? He asked. Y/N, had to work so you and Aki get to hang out with Papa for a while. Oh, Hajime yelled. Only 4 and he was already a smart butt. Watch your tone. Have some respect, I'm a top pro hero. He said through gritted teeth and picked him up. We gotta get dressed and pick up Aki and get dinner. After they had picked up Aki, they were in full form. Chatting endlessly, trying to pull him in different direction, and putting everything in the basket. I said no. He said putting everything back. He turned back and was met with trembling lips and teary eyes. They threw tantrums like they always did with their dad. More and more judgmental eyes looked over his way. He finally had it and did the only thing he knew worked. If you stopped, I'll buy you guys candy, he said. They immediately stopped and picked the candy they wanted. Y/N always got mad when he did this, but she wasn't here and he panicked. They were monsters. When they made their way home, they saw a sign for a fast food restaurant and their eyes lit up. Papa, can we go there? Aki asked. No, we just bought food, he said. They soon began chanting the name of the fast food place over and over. As they got closer, it got louder and louder. And finally he snapped. He went in and his children began celebrating. When they got to the counter, Katsuki smirked and ordered 1 black coffee and nothing else. The cry that erupted from them was ear-splitting. He eventually had to literally carry his children out. They cried the whole way home and he set them down. He went to make dinner and 2 grumpy children with crossed arms sat at the table. Just drop it, dinner's almost done, he said. He set the plates down and they still didn't move. Katsuki began to get annoyed. Just eat or else, Y/N, it's gonna be said at me, he said. Mama's cooking is better, Aki said. Well, Mama's not here so just eat, he said. Hajime reluctantly took a bite and immediately spit it out. It's too spicy, he yelled. He threw the food and accidentally hit Aki. Hey! And she retaliated by throwing food back to him. Soon it turned into an all-out food fight between the two. Hey! The 2 children turned to their fuming father. Who do you think has to clean up all this? Aki and Hajime turned to each other and smiled and hurled food at their father. Soon all 3 of them were laughing and hurling food. What surprised them all, scream of a familiar voice. What are you doing? You yelled. They stopped and turned to you. Mama. They both yelled and came over and hugged your legs. Y/N, I thought you had a mission? Katsuki said. I did, the villain was dumb and we caught him way faster. And I thought that I would come home and relax, but I guess not. What even happened? You said, glaring. Family time? Katsuki said. You narrowed your eyes, but a tug on your breaths caught your attention. Mama, today was so fun. She began to ramble on and on about what happened today. You smiled and couldn't be mad at them. Okay, let's get you 2 cleaned up. Go in the bathroom and I'll run a bath, you said. They ran to the bathroom and you felt arms wrap around you. How are the kids? You asked. Annoying. I don't know how you deal with them, he said. You turned to face him and embraced him. No, they're good for me, they act just like you. You smirked. He embraced you again and you pulled away. You grabbed a pile of food in his face. That's what you get for making this mess. And you ran down the hall, Katsuki running after you. Warning. Mentions of emotional abuse. Kirishima noticed the small things at first. When your phone would blow up with angry texts after not texting your boyfriend for 10 minutes, you talking about how your boyfriend wanted to know wherever you went, when you had bags under your eyes from staying up all night. When he brought it up, you just waved it off as a little quarrel and that everything would be fine, but that was a lie. For weeks he watched and listened as you ranted to him about all the things wrong in your relationship and how frustrating it is. But every time he asked you if all this stress was worth it, you always answered the same. He needs me, his head isn't in the right place, and it was my fault, I should have texted him. But it wasn't your fault, it was never your fault. But no matter how many times he told you that, you never believed it. No, I should have told him when I was hanging out with you. But he never tells you when he's hanging out with other girls. Kirishima said. You had a pained look on your face, but you didn't admit he was right. Kirishima's BLD boiled every time he thought about how you were being treated. He wanted to support you, but how could he? The girl he loves is being treated like garbage and she couldn't see that she deserved better. But what hurt him the most was a simple text. It wasn't a remarkable day, but it all changed with a single text. I don't think we should hang out anymore. His heart was in his throat. He asked why, but he already knew the answer. B/F said I shouldn't hang out with you. I'm really sorry. He ran out of his room to look for you. To try and convince you that this was a mistake. He looked all over the dorm, but no luck. Until he went to the lobby. He saw you and a guy who he recognized as your boyfriend. He hid behind the kitchen. He didn't expect to see your boyfriend here. He wanted to talk to you, but knew that your boyfriend was the reason this was happening. I'm glad you're done hanging out with that guy, I got a bad vibe off him. B/F said. Kirishima's really nice though. I think if you met him, you'd like him. You said. What did I say? I don't like you hanging out with him and that's that. You nodded and he could see a sad look on your face. I understand, but he did save me. Only because you were too weak to not get yourself in trouble. He said. B/F. What? You weren't good enough to get into the hero course the first time. He said. Can you please stop saying that? You know I don't like when you bring that up. But it's true though. Kirishima could tell you were hurt. That was a sore spot for you. But, whenever you would say you weren't good enough, Kirishima would always assure that you were made to be a hero. When your boyfriend had said that, Kirishima's got angrier. No matter how many times you said not to bring it up, he did anyway. Listen, can you please stop bringing it up? You asked. Hey, you're the one who brought it up. Quit being so sensitive. I don't think I'm asking for too much, babe. Can you just be quiet? I'm stressed. You know how I am. Why don't you think for once? He snapped. You looked away with a sad look on your face and that was all Kirishima could take. Hey, Y/N. He said. You looked up and were shocked. Kirishima, so this is him? Your boyfriend asked. Yeah, I'm Kirishima. And you must be B/F. Kirishima glared and B/F glared right back. Is there a problem? Y/N and I were hanging out. Actually, you're my problem, Kirishima said. Excuse me? B/F asked. Yeah, I don't like how you treat Y/N. Kirishima said. Kiri- you started. Stay out of this. B/F yelled. That's what I mean. You treat her horribly and you don't let her hang out with anyone. You guys fight all the time and she cries almost every week because of you. Kirishima couldn't believe he finally said it. He had kept it inside the whole time. You don't know anything, so stay out of it. B/F said. I do know, you keep using your problems against her so she won't leave you. And when she tries to help you, just insult her. That's an unmanliest thing I've ever seen. Kirishima yelled. Whatever, I'm not gonna take this. Come on, Y/N. B/F said, beginning to walk out. But you stayed where you were. Are you deaf? I said come on. He commanded. Oh, he's right. Kirishima looked at you and you gave him a grateful smile. I felt like I could fix you, but that's not my job. I deserve to be treated better. You stated firmly. B/F glared at the two of you. Fine. I thought you were different, but I guess not. We're done. He said and walked out. Kirishima. Thank you? You said and hugged him. No problem, you deserved better, Kirishima said. But, please don't take him back. I know he'll text you later and say he changed. No, I won't. I was just too blind to see he was using me. I was just too stupid. You said. No, you aren't stupid, Kirishima said. You looked up and he could see tears threatening to spill. You are the smartest, kindest person I know. He manipulated you and controlled you. None of this is your fault. You deserved so much better, but he didn't let you see that. Don't ever think that way, he said. Tears started to run down your cheeks and you hugged Kirishima. Thank you, Kiri. You're my best friend, he sighed. Of course he wanted to be more than friends, but you needed time to heal. He could wait. He just wanted to make sure that you feel like you deserve to feel loved. Sorry this took so long to update. I've been working like crazy to save up for a car and I've got a long way to go. And also happy Pride Month to everyone who is LGBT, and I support you all, and if you ever feel like you need to talk, just mew. It had been over 2 months since you broke up with your boyfriend. Of course, breakups are always strong, but you had your friends, especially Kirishima. He was the one who made you realize how badly you were being treated. He was the one who stayed by your side and ate ice cream and junk food with you. Over the 2 months you two have gotten closer. But despite the numerous reasons why your ex was trash, you couldn't help but miss your ex. You know that he treated you bad, but there were happy times. You felt bad because your friends always told you how terrible he was, but he wasn't that bad. However, one weekend while you and your friends were lounging around, someone outside the dorm was loudly calling your name. What the hell? Mina said. Soon everyone crowded around a window and saw your ex. Y/N. I'm sorry. Please take me back, he yelled. Everyone groaned and closed the blinds. I can't believe he's here, Mina said. I know, can't he take a hint? Jiro said. Soon they all heard music playing outside. Peeking through the blinds, they saw that he had brought a boombox and held it over his head. Who the hell are you? Everyone heard Bakugu yell. I'm here for Y/N. He yelled and increased the music's volume. Soon Bakugu and your ex were arguing outside. Eraserhead's gonna be mad. We gotta do something, Uraraka said. Don't worry guys, I'll talk to him. You said. Are you sure? He was terrible to you. Tsu said. Yeah, I'll be fine. You opened the door and they were still yelling. Bakugu, it's fine. Go back inside. You said. You can't tell me what to do. He yelled but went back inside anyway. Y/N. Hey, sorry about that. I'm so glad you're here, he said. What are you doing here? You asked. Listen, I know I was a bad boyfriend, but I've changed. Really? You said, skeptically. Yeah, I understand where I went wrong. I really want a second chance. Please? He asked. Listen, I've given you second chances before. I'm not so sure. Kirishima dash, you mean that spiky-haired guy? Don't you see? He made you break up with me. What? No, that's not dash. Yeah, like clearly he has a thing for you and I was getting in the way. Wait, he likes me? Yeah, he was obviously jealous of us. You were trying to process everything. Kirishima liked you? How had you not noticed? But looking back, it did make sense. So what do you say, wanna embrace and make up? He leaned in close for an embrace, but you stopped him. What do you mean Kirishima likes me? Oh, one time I overheard him talking about it. That's why I didn't like you hanging with him. So what do you say, wanna give us a chance? I no. You said. What? I said no. I deserve better. My friends taught me that. And you are a terrible person. And Kirishima is an amazing person and would be 10x the boyfriend you would be. You said. Are you kidding me? How dare you? He started walking towards you, but then Kirishima stepped in front of you. I think you need to go. Kirishima said. Fine, whatever. You'll regret this, he said and finally walked away. Thank you. I'm sorry you had to deal with him a second time. You said. Hey, what are friends for? Kirishima smiled and you felt your heart pounding in your... Hey Kiri. I was wondering if... You started. You heard a knock and saw all the girls giving you a thumbs up. So, I really want to thank you. I mean, you helped me when my ex was being AD, and you helped me and made me feel better, and you were so sweet, and even now you protected me, and I can't thank you enough. And dash. Whoa, calm down. It's no problem. You deserve way better, he said, smiling. You're amazing. Do you want to go on a date? You blurted out. Needless to say, the two of you started a happy relationship chapter text. When you thought of yourself, you thought you were pretty average. Just overall normal. When you thought about the other girls in your class, well, they all had something about them that stood out. Sue was a cute frog girl, Ochako was a feisty cute girl, and Mina's everything stood out. But the one you noticed the most was Momo. She was so appealing and elegant. You wanted so badly to be like her. Not only was she appealing, she was smart and strong too. You couldn't get her out of your mind, so you built up the courage to ask her something very important. Momo, will you please teach me how to be like you? You asked, bowing in front of her. Everyone around you looked at you, shocked by your outburst. Excuse me? I want you to teach me. You're so elegant and smart. I want you to teach me. After a quiet moment, she got an excited look on her face and her eyes sparkled. Of course. I would love to tutor you in the ways of elegance. I am thrilled you've come to me. We shall go to my house and I shall teach you everything you must know, she said excitedly. So after classes ended, she eagerly took you back to her home. When you saw the mansion in front of you, no wonder Momo was the way she was. She was born with it. Wow, you have a lovely home, you said meekly. You've never been in a house this large or expensive. Why, thank you. Now, let's start the lesson. She bought out tea for you and you began to drink. But before you put it to your lips, a hand stopped you. The first lesson starts with how you drink your tea. You put your pinky out and she nodded. You sipped it and put it down. She shook her head. This is going to be harder than you thought. Day after day you and Momo practiced. Stereotypical books on the head and curtsying. Each day you improved little by little and you two got closer. Slowly, the admiration that you had for her changed into something a little more. Why/N, if you don't mind me asking, why did you ask me to teach you? Momo asked. Well, honestly, I'm just average. I'm not appealing or elegant like you. So I thought if I asked you, I would feel better about myself. You said, not looking at her. What? Of course you're appealing. Why would you say that? You shrugged and you felt her grab your shoulder. You are appealing and I'll show you. She dragged you to her room where she did your makeup and hair. After that she shoved dresses in your arms. Are you sure they'll fit? You asked behind the screen. While you are shorter than me, I can adjust the dress to your measurements. I know you'll look amazing. You could hear the giddiness in her voice. You put the dress on and it was loose on you. You stepped out holding the dress. I told you. Not so fast. She pulled the fabric and clipped it so it fit. Once you looked in the mirror, you gasped. Momo really did know how to make anything look appealing. You were stunning. Momo, I look amazing. You turned to hug her, but you tripped on the hem of the dress. You braced to fall on your face, but it never came. You opened your eyes to see Momo centimeters from your face. You held your breath and stayed like that for what felt like hours. Without thinking, you leaned in and embraced her. You felt her stiffen and you quickly pulled away. You saw the shocked look on her face and panicked. I am so sorry. You ran out of her house before she could say anything. As if you couldn't feel more embarrassed, you were wandering the streets in her dress. You sat down on a bench in a park, ready to wallow in your sadness. That was until two guys approached you. Hey babe, wanna have a good time? One asked. Please leave me alone. I'm not in the mood. You said. Come on, maybe we can make you feel better. The second one said. You stood up to walk away, but he grabbed your wrist. I said, come with us. Let go, you're hurting me. You said, trying to wrench yourself from his grasp. Excuse me, she said. No. A familiar voice said. You looked behind them to see Momo. Well look, you have a friend. This'll be even more fun. The first one said. I will ask you politely to let her go, please. Momo said. She snapped her fingers and two men in black suits stood beside her. They looked scared and let go of my wrist. Fine, you're not worth. They said and stalked off. I'm sorry, Momo, I just keep messing up. I understand if you don't want to be my friend. You said, looking at the ground. Why/N? Y/N, look at me, she said. I was surprised. I had no idea that you felt that way, and neither did I. Your eyes widened as her comment. You've been my friend for a while and I hadn't even thought about you that way, but over the past few weeks and when you embraced me, I realized it. This isn't a joke, right? You really like me? You asked. She nodded and sat next to you and held her hand. You stared at each other and both leaned in for an embrace. You heard clapping and saw the two bodyguards. Will they always follow you? Only for the rest of my life, get used to it. She smiled and embraced your cheek. You are the pro hero, H/N. You studied at UA and worked closely with those you graduated with. You got along with almost all of them, except Bakugo Katsuki. You had some sort of a rivalry with him, you could say. You were always trying to one-up each other. Whenever you two worked together, you two always had scuffles and arguments, but you did get the job done. So when the two of you were assigned to go undercover, you were less than thrilled. Why would you assign me with him? He is the loudest, most conspicuous person you could have chosen. You said. Shut the hell up, I'm 100 times better than you. He said, getting in your face. Tell that to all the damage you caused last week. You yelled. You two calm down. H/N, you are one of the best for undercover. Ground Zero, you are one of the strongest. We need a duo that can provide the best undercover work and can provide the power to neutralize the threat. Best Jeanist said. Why him? I can do it alone. The two of you yelled. Best Jeanist held up a hand and shooed you out. You fumed and Bakugo walked past. And where do you think you're going? You asked. I don't need you to help. I can do it on my own. He said. Listen, I don't want to do it either, but Best Jeanist said dash, like I give a shit. He said. You knew he wouldn't voluntarily allow it, so you had to think of a way to trick him. Then it hit you. Well, I guess you're too afraid I'll one-up you. He stopped in his tracks. I mean, you must be scared that I'll get all the credit. We both know that I'm the one who can go undercover and not blow it. You said smugly. Like hell, you'll just get in my way. He said, now facing you. Yeah, I'll just be the one doing all the work. In fact, you'll be in my way. You said. He looked angry and you knew you got him. Fine, we'll work together and I'll show you I don't need your help. Bakugo yelled. Great, it's a date. You said and left him, dumbfounded. Later that week, the two of you were in a crowded club. You were scoping out a suspected drag trade. Apparently the drags were used to give the user multiple quirks, and that could be deadly in the wrong hands. Backup was close by in case things turned sideways. You and Bakugo were dressed in clothes similar to the other patrons in the crowded club. Bakugo, who wasn't used to undercover work, was messing with the itchy outfit and hidden mic. Stop, you'll draw attention. You said, sipping your drink. Shut up, he said, stopping for a moment. The two of you scanned the club for any suspicious activity. Over there. Bakugo pointed to a greasy-looking man in the corner. Good eye, let's move. You said. You set your drink down and the two of you made your way over to the man. As you tried to move through the crowd of people, someone spilled their drink on Bakugo. Watch where you're going, he yelled. That drew the man's attention. Sheet, Bakugo, pretend to dance? You said. You grabbed the closest guy near you and began dancing with him. You danced for a few minutes until you were sure the attention was diverted. You looked at Bakugo, who was awkwardly dancing with a girl who was way too into it. Bakugo, move in. You said. As you tried to leave, the guy caught your wrist. Come on, babe, we were just having fun. He said, getting too handsy for your taste. Sorry, I'm leaving. You once again tried to yank your arm out, but he held on and pulled you in close. Trying to embrace you. As you were about to punch him, someone beat you to it. You looked and saw Bakugo with an angry look on his face. What are you doing? I had it under control. Like hell, you were gonna blow the mission because you were too scared to tell him to PS us off. Bakugo began to lecture you, but you saw the suspect coming your way. You tried to shut Bakugo up, to no avail. As he walked closer, you did the first thing that came into your mind. You grabbed Bakugo by his face and embraced him. He did nothing for a few seconds, then he began to embrace back. You had to admit he was a great kisser. You got lost in it until you came back to your senses. You broke apart and saw the suspect moving away. Okay, we're good. You walked away, too embarrassed to look at Bakugu at the moment. It was just for the mission. Right for the mission. The suspect began to speak to a shady-looking man near the door. You pulled Bakugu in for an embrace a few feet away from the two. For cover, of course, totally. You focused on the two's conversation and saw the drag in his hand. Freeze, you said. The two split up and you and Bakugu tackled the two. The police stormed the club and promptly arrested the two. Thanks for help, you two. He was a major distributor. Good work. The chief said. No problem, we were happy to help. You said. Maybe we'll ask for your help again. Also, you got something on your mouths? She said and left. You looked at Bakugu and saw your lipstick was smudged on his face and looked in a nearby mirror to see you also had it smeared. You blushed and quickly wiped it away. So, back there I had to do that so we could stay undercover? You said. Right? Bakugu said, not looking at you. The mood was awkward as you two stood doing nothing. Hey, good work today. Maybe we can go undercover again. Bakugu said, walking away. You stood, watching Bakugu walk away. What did that mean? Oh well, if you did go undercover again, maybe you could embrace him again. You and Bakugu had been dating off and on for months. And right now was an off time. You have never met someone more infuriating than he was. You really liked him, so you always wanted to continue with a normal relationship, but apparently, Bakugu had other ideas. What? You asked. You heard me, we need to see other people. He then walked away. What? I cannot believe he would do this. I mean, I tried to make it would, but no. You paced around Mina's room as all the girls watched your breakdown. I mean, yeah, I get we've been off and on, but I wanted us to work out. Like I can be a good girlfriend. They all muttered agreements, knowing to just let you rant. You know what? I'm gonna get back at him. I'm gonna date someone he hates. Someone he can't stand. Y/N, I know you're mad, but you need to think. Jiro said. Oh, I've never thought more clearly. I need to teach Bakugu a lesson. You slammed the door closed and all the girls looked at each other and sighed. You proceed to knock in almost all the guys' doors to see if they wanted to pretend that you're dating. But no one really wanted the wrath of Bakugu. Listen, I think it'll be hilarious, but I don't want Bakugu to murder me. Kaminari said. Come on, if you do this for me, I will give you the number of all my girlfriends and I know they want a boyfriend so bad. You said. He looked contemplative and finally he broke. Okay, I'll do it. He said nervously. Just. Okay, it starts now, you're coming with me. Bakugu's downstairs now. You began to drag his arm and he started to protest. Y/N. Now. I don't want to die yet. All those girls I'll never date. He cried. You looked around the corner and saw almost everyone in the common area. Okay, let's do this. You said. You held his hand and pretended to laugh. Kaminari, you're so funny. You giggled. Kaminari was nervous as the two of you sat on the couch. You cuddled him and noticed Bakugu glaring at the two of you. You smirked and cuddled more into Kaminari. Are you two dating? Zero asked. Yeah, we are actually, right Denki? You said. You looked at Kaminari and saw he was pale and looked like he was gonna throw up. Time to go in for the kill, you thought. You leaned over and embraced his cheek and all hell broke loose. Bakugu flipped the table he was sitting at and Kirishima had to hold him back. Kaminari screamed and scurried over the couch to safety. What's your problem? You yelled. What's my problem? What's your problem? We just broke up and you're already dating this extra? He yelled. So now you're jealous? You're the one who broke up with me. Why you like this? Maybe because I love you, damn it. Everything stopped. You looked at Bakugu dumbfounded. You're so infuriating. You break up with me and now you say you love me. Maybe I love you too. You grabbed his face and pulled him into her embrace. The two of you began to make out. Everybody stood around, uncomfortably. What are you extras doing? I'm gonna kill you. Bakugu yelled. Everyone scattered while the two of you had your moment. So, what just happened? Zero asked. I don't know. I just wanted some girls' numbers. Why are they both so infuriating? Kaminari said, crying. For the past couple of years, you have had a crush on Todoroki. No one knew, or at least you hoped. You had a bad experience in the past with crushes, so you kept it to yourself. You didn't want to get your hopes up, but if he did like you would freak out. Like, when did your crush ever like you back? You only hear about this stuff in fanfics and movies. Anyhow, you were studying with Todoroki at the moment. Be still your beating heart. I appreciate your help. I'm not as smart as you, but with your help I can do better, you said, smiling. It's no problem, he replied. As you were studying, Mina came over and fell to her knees. Please help me study. Bakugo is too much for me now, she begged. You looked at Todoroki and he shrugged. I'm okay with that if you are, Y/N. Yeah, that's fine. You nodded. Heck yeah, you guys are the best. She beamed. She soon joined you too, but after an hour she hit a wall. I can't, I need a break. She pouted. Mina then got a mischievous look in her eye. Hey, Y/N. What kind of guy are you looking for? She asked. You nervously stuttered, any guy. I'm not picky. You hear that? Any guy, huh? Just anybody? She said, nudging me. What about you, Todoroki? Who are you looking for? She continued. I'm going to get a drink. Do you two want anything? He said. You both shook your heads and he walked to the kitchen. As he walked away, Mina looked at you once more. So, you're looking for anyone? I mean, yeah, as long as someone likes me? You said. Todoroki is free, she said. You laughed thinking she was joking. I think Todoroki's way out of my league. You said. Are you kidding? You're like an incredible catch. I appreciate your compliment. Are you trying to set me up with Todoroki? You said, jokingly. Maybe I am, what if? She said. Well, again, I don't think he's interested. You said. She stared at you, dumbfounded. Are you kidding? Have you seen the way he looks at you? He looks at you like you're his whole world. Like, it's obvious he likes you. You sat there shocked. Mina, if this is a joke, it's not funny. You said, voice shaking. I would never do that. Everybody has noticed, she said. You buried your face in your hands and groaned. What's wrong? I didn't think he would like me back. You said. What do you mean? Mina asked. I mean, I like Todoroki. You yelled. You heard a glass break behind you to see Todoroki standing there. You stared at each other, both blushing furiously. Well, I'm gonna see myself out, Mina said and promptly walked out. You both stared at each other for what felt like an eternity. So that you heard it? You said, looking away. I did. He responded. More silence followed. So I don't know where to go from here. You said. Well, that I may have a confession to. I like you, he said, looking away. Cool. You said. You then promptly began to cringe at yourself. You began to laugh. I'm sorry, I'm bad at this. Todoroki smiled. I'm too. Do you want to go on a date so we can get better at it? He asked. Yeah, I would really like that. You said, smiling. And in the next room, half of Class A was listening to this. Do you mean it? Mina, I had bet that they would do it after Christmas. You made me lose. Kaminari cried out, handing Uraraka money. Hey, I can't help it. If we didn't give them a push, they would never say it. She smirked. Pierjinsui was no cakewalk. Especially in your third trimester. Your feet were swollen, you were always tired, and your husband was constantly hovering over you. You loved Mirio with all your heart, but since he had his own hero agency, he took time off so he could spend all day with you. Do you need anything? Do you need help to go to the bathroom? He asked. Honey, I'm fine. I appreciate your help, but I can still function. He looked down sheepishly. You sighed and embraced him. Don't worry. When I really need you, I'll let you know. You stood up and began to waddle to the bedroom. But as fate would have it, you needed Mirio sooner than you thought. You felt a pop and a gush of water. Mirio, you yelled. What's wrong, Y/N? Did you have an accident again? No, and that only happened once, okay? But, my water broke. His face fell and he began to panic. Okay, so what do we need? He began pacing and panicking. Get the DLVY bag and let's head to the hospital, you said calmly. You had a long DLVY ahead, so why not stay calm now? Right? Stay there. He then ran past you, but slipped your water. Honey, are you okay? I'm fine. We need to worry about you. Eventually, you two made it into the hospital. Thus started your hours, perhaps days of LBR. Your contractions slowly started and were far apart. So at the moment it was just watching TV and sitting. You noticed Mirio getting anxious. Honey, what's wrong? You asked. I'm worried. In movies the baby's usually out by now. He said. You looked at him, wondering if he was joking or not. Are you serious? You asked. Yeah, I know. Maybe we should ask for a new doctor. You didn't know whether you should laugh or make fun of him. Honey, LBR can take hours or even days. You laughed. He suddenly looked embarrassed. Didn't you read any of the books I gave you? I did, but then they started describing LBR and I got sick. You began to laugh, but then a contraction it. In my defense, we were all lied to in movies. The two of you began to laugh. Well, now I feel better. So how long have we been here? Around 2 hours. But as long as we're on the subject, so you think the baby just pops out or do you think a fairy gets it out? After a long LBR, 29 whole hours, the two of you finally had a healthy girl. The two of you were bonding with her and talking about the future. It was all worth it. And in the future, if your daughter has children, her father can help her avoid the lies of childbirth.